I am going to get a cushion to sit on. I'm going to get a hemorrhoid if we do this for too long.
All right, well, welcome everybody to another episode of the RF Generation Collectorcast. As usual, hey, I'm your host Duke.togo, and joining me is a man that is totally lost in time. Wild Bill.
Oh, I didn't know who you're going with.
Yeah, I couldn't figure that out either.
I thought for sure that was Krabby's intro.
No, he's gonna be lost in something else.
Well, it's, we did play Arkham Horror a couple weeks ago, and I was almost lost in time and space. So I guess that could totally fit.
Yeah. Then, and the man that did a little dance as soon as he heard that Ben Affleck was the new Batman, Crab Master.
Wasn't a happy dance.
No, not a fan.
Not a fan of that casting.
I think
but Daredevil was awesome.
I think the internet in general needs to calm down a little bit and reserve judgment until you see the thing. Remember how everyone went insane when they found out Heath Ledger was the Joker, and then you saw that first scene and you were like, well, I'm an idiot.
I don't have as much faith in the director too, though, to go along with it, so it's kind of double whammy, not just the Ben Affleck thing.
Right. No, yeah, it's I said something on my Facebook page and someone said the ire really should be directed at Zack Snyder and Hollywood and not directly at Ben Affleck. But yeah, I hear where everyone's coming
if
from.
I was offered the job too, I would make a horrible Batman, but I would have taken it.
I think you would be the best Batman.
Doesn't it always seem like you get like a good Batman and then you get a bad Batman and then okay, now it's a good Batman again?
Yeah, kind of like Star Trek movies.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we even get that many good ones? I don't.
You know, you're the only one I know who's down on the new ones.
The first one wasn't bad. The second one, it was bad.
I thought they were both
very good. It was very good.
So that concludes the Star Trek portion of the Generation Collectorcast.
sorry, Trekkies. We had to stomp on that. All right. So Bill, not that I'm trying to do step into another spoiler cast or something, but I finished up Far Cry 3 here recently.
I
right?
know.
And you
I
played
heard
through
about
that one, right?
that. Yeah, I love Far Cry 3.
Okay, now I'm not going to spoil anything here at all, but I just want to say, at the end, did you kind of pick like the good ending or the not so good ending?
I picked the good one for the same reason that I've heard Krabby say before. I find it hard to make decisions that I wouldn't personally make. I don't tend to do like the bad things just to because I can or to see what happens. So I picked the good.
I chose the bad just to see what would happen. Have you seen what happens?
I have not. No, I haven't even, I did my ending, and then the world kind of stays open. You can continue to go do stuff. I didn't reload a save file. I didn't YouTube what the other one is. I don't know.
You should YouTube what the other one is. I was kind of a little shocked, honestly, how it all went down. But
maybe I'll give it a look. I mean, yeah, because the
thing
is, I almost wonder if that's the ending they expected you to pick, because that's kind of like the road you had been going down like for most of the game.
Right.
So if you don't pick that, it's kind of like, oh, the clouds open up and everything's mostly okay. So I kind of feel like it's like the fake ending to Blade Runner, in that like, yeah, it's happy, but it's not the real ending. So
yeah, you should watch it. That's all I've got to say.
Okay.
And now I'm hip deep in Blood Dragon. So.
Oh man, I can't wait to talk about the ending sequence to that game. Like the combination of the music they choose to play, the dialogue that is happening during. I gotta play through Blood Dragon again. I'm working on another right now, but I gotta go back and do it again.
It doesn't seem to be like that long, so
it's
that's
not.
good.
It's not, but I will tell you, like when you get to a new area, I kind of clear out that like all the VHS tapes, the TVs, like all the new enemies in that area. I didn't do any story missions, and it took me a good like 7-10 hours, and then I said, okay, now I'm gonna go to the story missions. and like 2 hours later I was done with the game. So if you just follow the story, there's really not a ton to it. If you explore every little bit of the island, you get a good 7 to 10 out of it.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good. And Krabby, you've been really busy putting the store together, right?
Yeah, this week's been insane, dealing with like insurance and security and leases and internet hookups and yeah, you name it.
Liquor license.
Yeah,
You get your topless stripper license.
goes with that nice.
I saw you
pole.
got this. Yeah, you got that nice stripper pole
Yeah.
right there, right in the middle of the place.
That's the arcade pole.
That is, yeah.
So, I've seen a couple pictures, but you're really having to learn kind of the whole ropes of being an entrepreneur all at once, right?
Yeah, they don't make it easy. They don't streamline it. You got to go all over the place to like put everything together.
Of course. They're government. They don't
Yeah.
care.
It's pretty nuts.
They-
And then for some reason, for a while, they were like holding up my business license, and I was getting really worried because it's getting close to opening time. I kind of need that, yeah. And then I called the lady who's in charge of this finally and get a hold of her and figure out why. And it's like the stupidest reason. So it's we got it all worked out now within a day. So
You didn't dot your I.
no, it's basically I have these shelving units, and she's so worried that they're not mounted on the wall that they're gonna fall over and kill someone. Yeah,
Really.
really.
You have we have a very fragile people in Canada.
We were planning on everybody coming and sticking their infants right underneath
Yes.
the shelves.
Are those ceiling tiles secure? They look like they're just gonna fall right out of there.
Oh, no.
We have every third one in like weighted so it can fall at any moment.
It could be like a video game, right? Like to find
Yeah.
the traps.
Yeah,
and,
it's like a cubert or something. Yeah.
When I worked at Funkoland years ago, and it was really hot one day, so we turned the air conditioning up, and then it's after a little while it got cold, and after a little while it got warmer. So like the manager came in like the next day, and we told him, and he was like, "Oh, you can't turn the air conditioning down any further. That's like as cold as it'll get before it freezes." So like I guess the condenser or something had frozen, which is why it wasn't putting out any more cool air. So then we just had to turn the air conditioner off. So then for the next day or two, as it thawed out, it dripped water onto the ceiling tiles, which then started to bow, which then eventually just crumbled and fell. And there is no easy way to pick up like the remnants of wet, crumbled ceiling tile out of carpet. So
Nice. So this will be my probably my last recording where I am not actually running the store. So it'll be kind of interesting next time. Hopefully, I'll have some stories to tell. I hope.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you've really shared all the details too much on the show. So, I mean, do you want to say like the name of your store and all that?
Sure. It's gonna be up here in Prince George, where I live, British Columbia, and the store's called Game Quest, and it's gonna be awesome. What else do you need to know?
Yeah, well, you guys can find Game Quest on Facebook. So if you're going to happen to be in that neck of the woods for some reason, you want to stop in and say hi to Krabby and buy some crud.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'd be happy.
absolutely. Let me know if you're out of town. I'll hook you up.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. So make sure you go in there, and if you're in that area, make sure you let him know that he's doing a good job up there. I would love to come see the
Tell me if I'm
store
doing a
at some
crappy
point in
job
time.
too, then I can fix it, right?
I'm actually
Hopefully you're not
I
doing
haven't
a
done this
crappy job.
before. I'm bound to do some stupid things, I'm sure.
every time I go to like a conference for work now, I'm gonna suggest like where we should have our next conference.
Prince George, capital
Man,
of
Prince
the North.
George. If you
Beautiful
you haven't
Prince George.
you haven't lived until you visited Paddle Wheel Park, or maybe Cottonwood Island Nature Park. Like that's really where you want to have a convention.
Yeah.
You haven't lived until you've been to the crime capital of
Hey, we're like number one anymore. Apparently Kelowna's taken our crown. They're still in BC, they're still in BC, but they're a little ways away.
What a shame.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm excited for you.
We're moving up in the world.
So have you had any time to play anything then, Krabby?
I played a little bit of Wario Land Shake It with my son, and it turns out it's really awesome. Really liked it.
Oh, okay.
Which one
It's
is
on the
which one
Wii,
is
yeah.
that?
It's on the
Okay,
Wii.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. It is a
I've got one of those.
blast.
I don't know which one. Cool. Well, let's go over a few of the formalities, so places people can find us. So, Krabby, where can people locate us?
My new favorite, Facebook.
That's your new favorite?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on Facebook now.
He's been really active on there lately. Actually, like my wife will say, like, "Did you see what Krabby said on your post?"
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Where else, Bill? Where can people get a hold of us?
I'm gonna go with low hanging fruit, but the easiest one, collectorcast.com.
Is easy, and oh boy, don't let me forget. I've got to re-up our domain name here soon, so we don't lose that.
Yeah.
Not that I think anybody wants to steal it, but
Collectorcast.com conveniently takes you to this site is not available. It's just a joke. Just refresh that like in a week, and then it'll be back.
yeah, no, I'll do it. I think we're doing October. I've just got to pony up the dough to do it. And you know what? Place where we're getting a lot of conversation going on is Twitter. Right?
Yeah, lately we've had
Twitter's
some
been blowing up.
Yeah, some good. I mean, obviously with GamerSense, via Twitter conversation, got into this BioShock conversation. I've been chatting with a couple of people about the topic we're about to talk about. So yeah, it's been a good spot for chat lately.
Yeah, definitely follow us over there. We're just Collectorcast on both Facebook and Twitter. And now, if they actually want to get the show besides Collectorcast, you can find us on I'm going to take it this time, the Podcast Pickle. we are there.
I knew you were going to take it. You never take it.
Where else can people find us, Krabby?
We said the YouTube yet?
No, haven't taken the YouTube yet.
Yeah, the dethroned crown, Krabby's old favorite.
Yeah.
Please watch us on the YouTube.
That's where I watch all the videos or all the podcasts.
Wonderful. And Bill, I think there's a little more left out there.
Gotta get on the iTunes.
Oh yeah, iTunes.
And iTunes has this new feature. I think you might have to update your software for this feature to work. It's just hit update on your thing, but you can leave a review for a podcast, and the review
that would be so nice.
The review helps us, helps other people locate us who might have the same interests as you, because you guys are all cool. You should be listening to the same cool stuff. So, a quick little review would be awesome. Positive reviews, you can do them right on iTunes. Negative reviews, just send us a PM and let us know what's happening, and we'll do our best.
Yes, something like that. Anyway. And then I'm thinking of one last magical place where we can be found.
Oh, did Zune finally approve us?
Zune and Xbox Music wants nothing to do with us.
We will, yeah, and I'm just gonna put it out there to the rest of the podcast distribution houses out there. This is a fact. We submitted our podcast to Zune. Zune rejected our podcast to go on their thing.
They never even got around.
They ignored it.
There you go.
And then out of business.
What?
Coincidence? I don't think so.
Yeah, direct connection.
We could have saved him. We had a chance. We could have saved him. Too bad. But one place we have made sure that won't go out of business is Stitcher, right? That Stitcher's got us.
Yep, and we got that promo code, RF Generation. Enter that promo code, and you will be entered to win something.
Nothing.
Maybe. No. I think if you enter that promo code, you're entered to win a download of the podcast.
Oh, okay. Just one special, download just for you. And then lastly, people can definitely come and see us at rfgeneration.com. They can chit-chat about the show, talk with some of the other people you hear about in the small scores. You could put your small scores in there so that we can chit-chat about them, because we love this stuff. I want to say a couple thanks real quick at the top of the show here. So I want to thank Mr. Saladmander. He was kind enough to donate to the show. So
what a guy!
If somebody else wanted to donate to the show, I'm going to throw that out there.
I think they would. I think they would have to contact Saladmander to find out how.
No.
How did you do this, Saladmander?
I think if it really is important to you, I got to pay bills. I got to re-up a domain name. So if you want to kick in a few bucks, hey, that'd be great. You can just go to collectorcast.com. There's a PayPal donate button right there. I'm not above begging a little bit. and honestly, just so everybody knows,
literally zero of the dollars are pocketed.
No, negative of the dollars.
I'm just, I used to listen to podcasts when I was young and naive and think like, they want me to donate, like pay them to buy new microphones and stuff.
Why would I do that?
Nope, we buy that stuff. So this just
Well, Krabby,
kind of makes it sting a little bit less.
Krabby, you still operate on the rock band Guitar Hero mic?
Yeah,
whatever?
I'm playing Guitar Hero right now. Yeah.
I really can't believe how good Krabby sounds.
I am pretty
on that mic. I'm using like $100 USB studio condenser mic, and I think Krabby sounds better.
This is the first gen Guitar Hero mic 2, the ones that came with World Tour in the big boxes.
Makes you wonder what you're paying for, right? But wait, one of these days maybe we can get Krabby to upgrade if his store takes off.
But talking when, son?
Oh, right.
One
When he
month
makes
from
his
now,
first-
I will have a gold-plated Guitar Hero microphone.
I imagine Krabby like Matt Stone in basketball when he shows up the game with
in the
like
hot
the
tub,
crown,
yeah.
like the
Scepter and gold
Yep.
chains.
Best movie ever.
Take the grill out.
I would just say when you make your first million, Krabby, just remember where it all got started.
Canada.
Right, but seriously though, thank you very much, Rustley Man. We certainly appreciate that, and he is a big supporter of the show. He really talks us up and spreads the love, and we really appreciate that a lot. Also, want to give some thanks to Addicted from RF Gen. Right, Addicted hooked a couple of us up, right?
Yeah, almost all of us.
2/3 of the show, I think.
66.67?
Something like that.
Yeah. So, I was actually in the market for a Dreamcast AV cable. He had shot me a message saying like, yeah, I got something to send to you. Got my address and everything. So on top of like the nice little gift that he sent, which was a mysterious CDR. The contents will be revealed shortly. So on top of that, he just threw in a Dreamcast AV cable, which was really awesome of him. That way, and the first thing I played with it was NHL '98, and I know Duke has a hockey joke up his sleeve, so I'm going to beat him to it.
It sucks. Sorry, that's
easily,
all I can. No joke.
Easily, I said the other day, quite possibly, but I can't sugarcoat it. It is easily the worst hockey game I've ever played. And no, sorry, I shouldn't say that. It's because NHL '98 and the PlayStation was good. This is the worst port of a sports game I've ever played. I'm going to do a blog entry on it. It's that bad. But thank you for letting me play it with the cable.
I keep trying to find some way that I can work into the conversation a what the puck. But
You just got to keep it in the holster, and then the opportunity should present itself.
It's a family show. That's as close as I can get.
Yeah. So then on the CDR, I may have made a mention on the show at some point before that I really would like to, go back and read some of those old Nintendo powers, and he sent me what pretty much looks like the entire digital collection of Nintendo Power magazines, which was awfully nice of him. And Duke, I think you had some stuff on your disc as well.
Yeah. He had in the past already sent me some Nintendo Powers and some other odds and ends on a burned disc, which was very kind of him. I appreciate it. And then he sent me another big disc, and then he also sent some some game music tracks to use on the show, for some some of our intro music and the interstitial stuff. So really appreciate that. That was awesome.
Very cool.
I'm glad. I love it when the listeners get involved.
Any good tunes on there?
Yeah, I mean, there was I think these Famicom. There was these music selection CDs that came out. So there's some of those that are on there. There's just some other miscellaneous, just this whole smattering of all sorts of different, not just NES. So you'll probably hear some of that throughout some of these shows going up.
Yeah, you had Duke at Famicom.
That's the correct answer. But seriously, thank you very much, and thanks really for all the listeners for taking the time to listen to the show. And we get a lot of positive feedback here lately, and I don't know about you guys, but that really makes me feel like this is more than worthwhile.
Absolutely, yeah. I haven't heard any of the criticism in a while. It's been nice.
Definitely. Well, very good, and we'll just go ahead and get on with the show. So we got a lot of exciting stuff to talk about in this month's Small Scores. It's been a little while since we had like the spoiler cast kind of mixed in there, so we have like a lot of stuff. So we may have had to trim a few things down a little bit.
Yeah.
We say that every month, though, don't we?
Yeah, I feel like I definitely know that I've said that the last few months that, we may miss certain things that, previous months we would have mentioned. We're doing it for time constraints and to try to get the, the really exceptional stuff in there. So as always, if we missed you, we apologize. Get better stuff.
All right, so let's get right into it. We've got the ever lovable Zagnorch.
That's the best way to describe him.
He's something. Something. But he picked up, I think, one of my favorite things right off the bat was this beautiful complete in box speak and spell. Did you guys have these as kids?
Absolutely.
My neighbor did.
Oh my gosh.
Did the Canadian version have an accent?
Yeah. It only spoke in French too.
Yeah,
I love this
spell
thing.
frog.
And did you guys have it? Did you guys have it before or after ET?
We called it the speak and yell up here, though. Just yelled French at you.
I don't remember if it was before or after. But there was like two versions, right? There was like the membrane version, and there was the button version. And I had like the membrane version.
Me too.
I think that's what we had too.
And did you remember that they had like expansion cartridges that you could like pop in the battery? And I had an expansion cart in mine.
Never heard of that.
The title screen looks way better with that cart.
High res, right?
Yep.
Oh man, I used to play with that thing so ungodly much.
Yeah,
I never speak in math. I never had speak in math or speak in read.
Yeah, I never touched the rest of the series.
No, just always speak and spell. Because of ET, right? Obviously, yeah. So that was pretty cool. And then up, he got some... all right, Bill, I know you put these in here, so go ahead.
Yeah, he's getting ready for that 1.5 HD remix, which is not weird or confusing at all. He got some Kingdom Hearts guys, almost all of them, for Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, 358 over 2 days, and Birth by Sleep. I think the only one he's missing is the Dream Drop Distance.
The 3D?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And I don't know if they made a guide for Coded. That was a mobile game originally, and I think it's only in this new collection in like the cinematics, but haters gonna hate. Good job on those guides. And we come to one of our main themes for this month or so, month and a half or so, it seems. Lots of Resident Evil foreshadowing.
Brains.
So Zag starts.
I don't think it's foreshadowing if you just say it.
No. It still works. It still works. So Zag starts off with easily the best game in the series.
Yes, no.
Resident Evil Survivor for the PlayStation.
Yeah, no. Not really. The gun games are not really very good.
It's Krabby's
let's
favorite.
move on, shall we?
It is better than some other ones that will remain nameless.
Except for anyone who's heard the show before.
That's right, yes.
Now,
yes,
have you guys seen this Xbox Game Manager that he picked up?
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of this thing. It looks like a CD changer that you and now I can't tell. Do you plug this thing into your Xbox and play multiple discs off it, or do you plug it into like your computer and store data with it?
I got no clue by looking at the thing.
Yeah.
What on earth?
I'd love to hear from Zag. It looks like it's made by APC, which is the power company. American power company. They make the UPSs and everything.
Right.
I'd love some info from Zag on exactly what this thing is, how it works, because if it does what I think it does, then it plugs into your system with probably one of the controller ports, because I think those are just modified USBs. So I think you can run it's like a disc changer for your Xbox.
I don't know how that would work, but I
see.
don't know. I don't know. Next thing you got though I think is really good. No More Heroes 2. I know you guys have never gotten around to playing that. Yes, I know. Yes, because it's very good, and you should play it.
You gonna grab Killer's Dead right away here?
I'm gonna pick it up when it is going down in price a little bit. I've already got a guy lined up that wants to sell off the music CD and the art book that came with it.
Oh, nice.
So I'm gonna try to pick those up now and then wait for the game to get cheap.
Good idea.
That's really great. This industry depends on that kind of business.
Cheapskates like me.
Like us. Come on, like us.
Okay, yeah, okay. Hey, there's only one way to support this habit, is to do it cheap.
Yep.
Up next, now one of you guys like Grandia, right?
I threw in Grandia because
I'm sorry.
I feel like it's
Maybe is it Lutece?
Yeah, Lutece. I feel like it's a high enough profile RPG that enough people are excited about to feel good for Mr. Ziggity Zag.
Grandia 2, which is the DC one, right?
Right.
Yeah. We never
it was
ever got...
It was on PlayStation 2 also, right?
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 2 and 3 were both on the PlayStation 2, were they not?
But there was Grandia 2 on Dreamcast,
yeah. Yes,
right? I think that's where that's my copy.
Correct. Yeah, it's a version I think it came out there first, and then eventually made it to PS2.
Yeah. Well, and we never got over here the original version of Grandia on Saturn for some reason. I mean, we got like a PlayStation port later, but everybody always said that the Saturn version is so much better. So it's kind of a shame, right, that we never got that one.
When people say that,
Saturn.
Is that ever true about the Saturn?
The Saturn is awesome. Stop it.
No, I'm not saying, like, I love the Saturn. I think the Saturn's great, but I can't think of a specific example where something is better on the Saturn than on another system.
Whoa, back the truck up.
And I know you're going to say, what are you going to say, Mortal Kombat 2?
Like all the Capcom fighting games.
Yeah, they're really good.
Oh, no, yeah, I wasn't thinking of those. I was thinking of NHL 98 in particular.
Oh.
And the SNK fighting games?
Besides fighting games.
I think the Saturn version of Symphony of the Night is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, no, Nocturne, yeah.
Nan and a Boo Boo.
That's right. Nocturne in my Moonlight.
Yeah, because it has like the extra playable character and everything.
Yeah, no, you're okay.
Sonic 3D Blast, better than the Genesis one.
All right.
And speaking, let's move on to
I just said it to wake you guys up.
So up next, oh boy, Bill, you tell me about this one.
That the best. Well, okay. I know you guys aren't into the PC stuff, but there were a lot of great Star Wars games in what they call like the golden era of PC gaming, like when the TIE Fighter and X-Wing, like all those flight sims came out. So this collection of the best of the Star Wars games is actually pretty cool. I think it comes up into some of the more modern ones, which, you know, aren't as universally loved, I don't think. As much as Battlefront's a cool game, I don't think it had the impact that like some of those older ones had, but still a cool game to have in your PC collection if you like that kind of stuff.
Oh, you remember those Jedi Knight games?
Yes,
those were the Doom clones.
Yes, based on the Doom engine. Yeah, the first one,
terrible.
First one I didn't think was that bad. The second one kind of lost me.
I never played them, but I had a friend that was into PC games at the time, and he played like all those bad ones. Like he was so excited when Daikatana came out.
Oh god, that game! Like, there's a guy who has 5 sealed copies of that at the flea market I go to every week. I don't even know what he's asking for them, and I know he's asking too much because he's like, "Oh, a sealed PC game," and I'm like, "Dude, it's like anyone who buys that, it's as a gag." So,
yes, exactly. That's funny. And Krabby, you probably know the next, right? I'll let you take that one.
Looks like he combined 2 of his favorite things. He found that Skylanders themed Nerf gun, didn't he? Like Trigger Happy has the Skylander.
Yeah, I didn't know this thing was big.
Cross promotion.
Yeah. If it made Slurpees, it'd be like his dream item.
Foreshadowing.
Very good. And then picked up, speaking earlier, right, of the Dreamcast.
Yep.
Right.
It seems like, I don't know if it's quite the Keith Courage of the Dreamcast, but NFL 2K is pretty close to the game that you see with like almost every single Dreamcast.
Choo Choo Rocket for me.
Oh, really? I've actually never come across that game, and I love that game.
I've seen a bazillion of them.
Love that game. It's great, frantic fun with 4 people. That really.
Did I send you a copy? No, I didn't send you a copy of Choo Choo, did I?
It's on my hit list, but yeah, I still haven't come across one.
Okay, that's it. I knew you were looking at something like that.
It's one of those odd, like my brother, my sister, and myself. We all enjoy the odd game here and there, but we rarely like the same stuff. That's one of the games that at any point I could knock on like both their bedroom doors growing up and say, "Yo, Choo Choo," and they were all like, "Do it." So that's a fun one. He also picked up some GBA carts. Pretty much the Mario's. Mario Advanced, Advance 1, 3, 4. The regular stuff. Dark Alliance 2.
That's one of my favorite PS2 games, and you got it for
Isn't that
50
great?
cents. That's awesome.
Have you played? Have you only played it on the PS2?
No, I've played it on the PS2 and the Xbox. I played the first one on the GameCube and the PS2. Beat it with everyone, even the secret characters, and then I did the same thing with the two systems on 2.
Oh wow!
Loved it.
I didn't know you loved that game. I should mental note that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And my one of my most jealous pieces that he got, I'm still looking myself for one of those really awesome boxed Game Boys, and he came away with a super nice looking one with like the laser beams and the grid look to it.
Yeah, and like the Tron hands or whatever.
Yes.
Right?
Oh,
you know, you guys know I don't love cardboard them. I would love to have one of those just because, I mean, I got like Game Boy, that year it came out for Christmas, and it'd be just kind of fun to have that again.
Yeah.
Right.
Game Boy, awesome.
Yeah, so pretty nice all around month for Ziggity.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm sure you had time to flip a bit of that, make a few bucks.
Buy a few Slurpees.
Some Nerf guns.
Send out some snacks.
And then up next, see, I want to do it again, right? Up north.
Up north, we got...
I'm telling you. And then we've got ways down south, actually.
Yes.
Mr. Single Banana. Right.
What a guy.
He cleaned up.
What a guy.
Oh, that one post, yeah. It was just...
I mean, just... Sometimes you just kind of go, well,
and I
just
think,
decided to break the bank.
And this was on the page that we started, that we ended Small Scores on last time. I remember we stopped recording, and then I was like, wait a minute. Look at what Banana just posted. And it was like, oh, we can't. We don't even have time to talk about that stuff. Just some of the carts that people dream about finding.
Yeah, so there's a Lolo 3, there's Gemfire, there's Wayne's World, that's a toughie.
Yes.
Right there.
Yeah, getting harder and harder to find.
Cowboy Kid, just looking for that one, aren't you, Krabby?
No, I got Cowboy Kid. Wayne's World and Wacky Races are the two that I was really jealous of in this one.
Let me ask you, though, Krabby, do you have Whack Races?
No.
That game is whack. It's whack to try to find that game.
It's a tough one to find, is Whack Races.
That's all I need. I just need that cart, and then I got that complete joint, and then I can pay for college.
There you go. Right?
And then let's not leave out the Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, which
I was jealous of that one.
Yeah, a lot of people hate on this game. I actually really like this game on the Genesis. It's one of the first. It's one of the Genesis games I remember getting for Christmas, and just not knowing any better, like what other great fighting games were out there. I fell in love with this game. Similar to what I did with Masters of Terraskasi, I just didn't know any better. But yeah, it's a cool game. I love Krabby's completion video of this. He does the Ralph Blanca move.
I like it too. I'm a big Turtles fan though, so I'm kind of skewed.
Yeah,
I remember that one because I had to give Krabby crap because he didn't get the right ending and he had to do it again.
Yeah.
Oh,
I played on hard mode.
I thought you did play
it on. Oh, the one I saw was on hard.
I uploaded one first that Duke mentioned I didn't get the credit roll, so I had to delete it off of YouTube and then re-upload the hard mode.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. I saw the one where you went to hard mode.
He called me on it pretty quick. I got it. It was only up for a couple days.
It's like, what a jerk. That duke.togo is a jerk. But anyway, though, if anybody has an extra tournament fighter sitting around for NES that you just feel like donating.
Yeah,
you send them out.
You feel good when nice guys find cool things.
Yeah, Banana's great.
And then when people who you don't like or aren't friends with or don't care about find it, you're like, what a jerk. Can't believe that jerk found that game.
Banana definitely deserves it. He's a good guy. So,
definitely.
So
that was...
And he wasn't done.
No.
He wasn't even done, right? So he picks up... now, what's this next one? Is it an Atari one?
I actually don't know what this is. I threw it in there because right after he posted it, 5 people were like, "That's awesome," and I figured, oh, well, this must be one of those 70s things that I'm not familiar with.
I think it's an Atari 2600 game, is what the deal is.
Killer Satellites.
I think remember that we kind of talked about it before that that supercharger thing that used cassette games.
Mm-hmm.
And you would load them into a cart, and then you could play them. I think this is one of those cassette games. Now, I don't know how hard that is to find. I'm not an Atari guy, but congratulations.
Yeah, and then I remember how excited you were, Duke. I was on Skype with you when you like unboxed your package with your Chippendale too.
Yeah.
So I always apply that same excitement to like whenever anyone else gets a Chippendale too.
Childish glee. Is that kind of the way it goes?
It's like, oh, look what I got.
Yeah, that's another good one. And then this next one, boy, how many pinballs does he have now?
I think he cycles through like 5 or 6, and then when he gets a new one, he sells one off, and he has like 2 or 3 that he keeps that won't move, but...
Yeah, I found that most, like now that I'm getting in a little bit more into the pin and the arcade scene, I found that that's what most people do. Like some people are lucky enough to have 15 machines in their basement. Most people have a half dozen that they cycle through, refurb a little bit, sell, buy another one. So I asked him for some pricing info on one that I might be interested in. And he said, well, I sold one about a year ago for this amount, but they fluctuate. So I think he buys and sells a lot.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Did you see pictures of this next one, this Barracuda that he got?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like it looks... I'm not familiar, but it looks really cool.
Yeah, like the fish lady.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of on the front, with like barracudas coming out of her head.
Yeah, and isn't this the one that Shadow commented on?
I don't remember.
I think he said that because Banana put like a play video up of it, and Shadow was like, oh, like I recognize some of these sounds. Like he could pick out like the company that they like took the sounds from, and they chatted about it for a bit. So... I'm not as familiar with them as they are, but he was excited to get it.
Yeah, and then back to the NES again. Get another tricky one to find,
I'm jealous of yet. Mario's Time Machine.
Yeah, don't be that jealous. It's not that great.
12 to go jealous. For Banana.
Yeah, 12 more licensed games, and he's got all of them.
Yeah, 12 more of the real games.
Hey! Wait a minute. Hey, only real collectors go for the full set. Anyway, though, congrats. Very awesome.
Yeah, seriously. That's 12's a great number to be down to.
Yeah, and then up next, back to the theme again, right?
Yeah. We got some more Resident Evil, starting off with number 1. Got number 2. Picked up Dead Aim, another shooter, and then 3. So some of the original guys.
Now... I played like all these, but like from all the original series on PlayStation, are you guys with me? Like 2, I think was like by and just head and shoulders above the other ones.
On the PlayStation, yeah, I agree. That is definitely my favorite.
Me too. I enjoyed 1 director's cut. I didn't play it before it hit that director's cut mark. And I actually played it after 2. 2 was the first one I played. I thought 2 was 2 is my favorite in the series, and I know people, argue about which one they like. It's just for me.
You picked the right one.
Yeah, that was the one where I just wanted to keep playing it. All the other ones, like they were cool for a little bit, but I could put them down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I beat them all, but I enjoyed 2. The story and everything was fun. It was pretty cool.
And there are parts of 3, like when Nemesis is chasing you and like you feel like you're going to die in like a half second, like there's some cool action-y parts to it, but it didn't feel the same. I didn't feel like I was, exploring and solving a mystery. I felt like I was running from 9-foot-tall guy.
Stars! That's all I just remember from that one, him just
stars.
Yeah, always. And then he picked up some pretty awesome Famicom carts. One of these I don't have. I would like to find at some point in time. But he picked up Samurai Pizza Cats.
That's one of the few Famicom games I want to get just because I loved that show when I was a kid. I used to watch it constantly.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a pretty fun game, too. I've not had a chance to play it, but I definitely want to try.
This next one is a cart that everybody wants.
It's just because it's pretty.
It's
right?
beautiful.
Salamander?
Salamander.
Yeah.
That's a
Saladmander.
Saladmander before the typo got changed.
No, it was a different Saladmander that I had changed.
Oh, that's right. There's right. There's a couple Saladmanders in this month.
I know we've talked maybe too much before about differences between Salamander and Life Force and Gradius, but so we'll just say, hey, it's Salamander. It looks awesome.
Yes,
it's pretty cool. And then he got the Zelda 1 cart. From Japan because it was out originally on disc and then actually came out on cart later, so he picked up the cart version of that. And then lastly ended off with another pinball. And I have seen this pinball
I love
before.
the theme on this. It's awesome.
Oh, this one creeps me out. I don't like it.
Exactly. That's what's so cool. It's like this weird
it's really creepy.
alien embryo like hatching, and it's got this really creepy dark sci-fi vibe to it. It looks awesome.
Yeah, embryon, right?
Yeah.
Krabby, you'd probably like the theme of the Space Invaders pin. It's got a really alien.
There is a guy just a few blocks from my new store that has a Space Invaders pin that he will not ever sell because apparently he's had it since he was like 5.
Oh wow!
It's so ugly.
You don't like the Space Invaders pin?
Oh no!
I like it. I think it looks pretty cool. But I like the Embryon one a little better. It looks very interesting.
No.
I think Duke's just afraid.
I love the pinballs that have all the curvy women on them. That's awesome to sit and stare at. Giant nasty monsters. That's okay. I'll pass. Don't really need that staring at me. But congratulations, Banana. It looks like you had
send all your angry anti-sci-fi PMs to duke.togo.
Yes, or send all of your "Hey, curvy, beautiful women are awesome" messages to me as well. Thanks. And up next we have the Evil Ash, right?
Krabby, are these your favorite Super Nintendo carts?
I really do like Mega Man Soccer.
I thought I've heard you say that before. Mega Man Soccer.
It's fun.
I've actually seen there's like a local Facebook group, Connecticut game
Connecticut
traders
Mega Man
or whatever.
Soccer group.
Yeah, like some kids started it not the Mega Man Soccer group, the Connecticut Game Traders one. It's like Connecticut Retro Game Traders, and I just joined it, just figuring it'd be cool to meet some other local collectors, and it kind of just ends up being a place where you can brag about your scores. So like some kid started this group and put up like an Earthbound, and it was like, oh well, I guess he wins. But then the next kid. So I've actually seen 2 or 3 kids come up with Mega Man Soccer around here. I don't know if this one.
You need to get a league going.
I know. Get a tourney. So besides, so you like the game, Crab?
I do. Yeah.
Is your favorite soccer game?
Those are the kind of sports games I like. The ones that are like ridiculously unrealistic.
Oh, like Mario Strikers?
Yeah, like Mario Strikers, Mega Man Soccer, Crash and the Boys, those kind of things.
Nice.
So how's the gameplay? Like, do you just kill everyone on the field in your way and absorb their powers?
It's been a long time. I don't think there's any power absorbing. I think you just have all the different players have different special type moves.
Do they have those spiky balls that if you touch, you die?
It's been too long.
Have you guys ever seen the Dorkly? You guys ever watch those little Dorkly videos?
I don't know what that means.
I don't think so.
No, what's wrong with you people? All right. Go on YouTube,
I like
Dorkly.
sci-fi.
They put out a bunch of funny video game little YouTube videos. But anyway,
do they have any embryonic aliens? I only watch those kind of YouTube videos.
I don't think so. But there's one where it's like Mega Man's tutor or whatever, right? So Mega Man's there and there's this tutor's going through these books and like trying to teach him all this crap, and he's just like getting a headache or whatever, and then he just kind of looks at his hand and he just shoots him and blows up, and then absorbs the power. So that's pretty good.
Very nice.
And then you get some others, right?
Yeah, on top of Mega Man Soccer, got some Clay Fighter 2 cart action and a Link to the Past, which is always a solid card to pick up. A little bit later on, he gets one of my top scores personally that I really like for this month. You got a gold Japanese N64, and a Super Nintendo. I think the Super Nintendo, it was from the same guy, but I think the Super is an American. But he also got like a dozen Japanese N64 carts, and you can kind of tell from the pictures on the carts what the games are, because they kind of look very similar to the the box art that we have over here. It's just cool seeing some of the the foreign variants.
Yeah.
And also that gold Japanese N64 also had a gold controller, so that's just a really nice looking N64 setup.
And there is one cart that I'd really like to get at some point in time. There's a version of Mario 64 that has Rumble support that came out over there.
Really?
Oh, cool.
That would be interesting.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah. With your 6 batteries in that thing that you plug in there.
Yeah, like AAA too. Like, let me just use 1D.
Just hook the nuclear power plant up to it, and away you go, right?
So on top of all those great, and most of the Japanese games are pretty cool. Like I think there was a Mario 64 in there, Mario Kart, some Pokemon Stadium stuff, and then on the American side for the Super Nintendo, got the standard good solid titles: Mario All Stars World, Donkey Kong Country, Street Fighter 2, Tetris, Dr. Mario, and I think the whole lot he said was like $35. So that's awesome.
Awesome,
sweet deal.
Little while later, got a real good deal. I think he said he talked this local seller down with like a trade or maybe some other stuff to like $40 for this really nice looking Virtual Boy.
Virtual Boy,
great system.
I still do not understand why
It's a
on
system.
earth the Virtual Boy games are not on Virtual Console for 3DS. Anybody?
Doesn't it seem weird?
Anybody? I mean, why?
We've talked before about how there seem to be moves where it's like, don't these companies like money? Like, they have this stuff, like, it'll sell, but it's, we're not in charge, so.
Well, speaking of, while we're talking about 3DS, so the big hubbub right before recording was this 2DS stuff, right?
Yep.
I don't want to talk about it.
And we're not going to slam the 2DS, Bill. Don't worry, not going to slam the 2DS.
I don't like all the negativity.
Just want to reiterate for everybody how much that April Fool's joke from a couple of years ago really got picked up by a lot of the mainstream press about
years
that.
ago. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's I didn't realize I'd forgotten about that, and then like I saw it posted on one of the bigger news sites, and I was like, oh hey, look at that RF Gen.
Yeah, so I guess Dan had done that mock-up, and God, I forgot it, because it's been a couple of years
It
ago.
was like 2.5 years. It was an April Fool's joke, wasn't it?
I think
Yeah.
I think the post was in 2011, so yeah.
Yeah, that's funny, but man, really got a lot of attention for the site for doing that, because everybody really picked it up and ran with it. Well, he did a great job. It was a good Photoshop job on that.
Does that just go to show you that he was sent back by John Connor to
help Nintendo?
I think it had something to do with Time Cop, actually. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we see Dan doing splits in the kitchen, like on the counter, then we'll know.
I think it was the Luteces.
Are they called that in another reality? They could be.
I'm just going to do that now on purpose constantly.
So Evil Ash, all around good month. We're gonna try to pick up the pace a little bit, even though Techie is making it very difficult on us by pretty much buying all the stuff in the state that he lives in. He went ahead and cleaned out yet another game store, because that's what he does. Like on the weekends, he just finds one and he cleans them out. I think he said in the thread that this was a buddy of his or someone he knows that wanted to clean out some of the stuff that maybe was cool but wasn't really selling. So we ended up with a whole bunch of cool stuff. Some NES carts. You got a Gunsmoke, which is one of the slightly less common Capcom carts. You got a Bart versus Radioactive Man. And now that I think about it, I haven't seen one of those. I don't think ever.
It's my favorite to play Bart versus game.
Mm.
I think that's the most uncommon of the group, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you see Bart versus the World everywhere.
Also awesome.
Yeah. So and then also you got literally he got a ton of big box PC games, which I can understand. I mean, like if you have these in a retro game store, like these aren't big sellers. These are very niche collectible things. So got some really good ones. You got a whole bunch of pretty much all the Space Quest games. You got
awesome.
1, 3, 4, 5. He got the Lord of the Rings Riders of Rohan. He got Silent Steel, which I had to look this up because I was so convinced that this is related to Silent Service because it is a submarine game. It is not related. But I'm going to go with spiritual successor.
There you go.
But yeah, also picked up 2 that I've contacted him about because right in this post he said, if anyone wants anything, just let me know. And I must have missed this when it first posted, but he's got a TIE Fighter and Mortal Kombat 3 big box PC. And I am very interested in those. Those are really cool. Both good games and good looking. And Command & Conquer Red Alert. So those are some of the cool PC games he picked up. And Crab, did you see some of the loose Ninja Turtle figures he grabbed?
Krang. Yeah.
He got Krang. There's also like a Splinter and like a handful of other loose guys thrown in. There's nothing better. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's awesome to have action figures on your desk at work as an adult. There's nothing better when you have a meeting or someone comes down and they're like, yeah, good for you, Krang. And
you're fired.
Yeah. By the way, clean out your desk by the end of the day.
Leak the Krang.
Yeah.
That's mine now.
So, boxed now, Duke, you're kind of a accessory guy. You grab accessory, like weird little accessories you don't have. Are you a color collector, like a variant color collector?
Unfortunately, yes. I have a whole lot of different colored N64 controllers.
Unfortunately, because there's so many, or because so expensive, or both?
No, just because I'm not a big N64 guy, but I get a lot of N64s. So every time I come across a new controller color, I just hold on to it.
Gotcha.
So I've got a lot of them.
Yeah, so we got a boxed N64 green controller, which I thought the green only shipped with the Donkey Kong system. Guess I was wrong.
No, yeah, you could get green.
But yeah, I'm not not an N64 guy, so I just didn't know. Also got a boxed Rumble Pack. You got a boxed like Nintendo N64 RF adapter, and I threw this game in here even though no one else likes it. You guys know me in Extreme G and all those fast sound barrier breaking racing games. I was really excited when Quantum Redshift came out, and I know I'm the only one. I know no one else likes this game. I really like this game. You can probably find it for like $1 wherever you go. Just if you like fast-paced F-Zero, Extreme G-ish type racing games, it's worth $1 of yours.
Crickets.
Yeah. Well, no, just on you guys. Everyone else in Radioland is like, yeah.
All three of them. Yeah, okay.
Which is Zag, Banana. It's just the two of them.
Can't even name a third.
And actually, no, because
you're listening.
Yeah,
to
and me. Well, no, because since we've read their scores, they're out.
Yeah, they're long gone.
No, what's this next one? Nature?
Yeah, Nature. This is one on the next post that Techie put up. He does this a lot. He lives. I don't know if he wants me telling people where he lives, but he lives in a very beautiful area. And he posted a picture of the view from the top of some mountain that he hiked up. And he does this quite a bit. And actually, Zag has done this a little bit too. It's just Techie's got some awesome nature near where he lives, so he scored some nature.
Wait. Geeks plus outdoor? I don't...
Sounds like allergies.
I need Techie's card. He's kicked out of the club.
Sounds like sunburn and freckles.
Wheezing.
Turn in your pocket protector at the door. Thank you, sir.
But yeah,
Good day, sir.
He has some beautiful nature up there. So also, I'm curious. He got a copy of Wind Waker, a box copy of Wind Waker for GameCube, obviously, and it's got a little sticker on it that says bonus, and I couldn't quite make out what it was. And I was wondering if you guys remember what bonuses were offered with Wind Waker.
It's been
soundtrack CD.
I don't remember because it's a small circular sticker that says bonus. It might be soundtrack CD. I don't think they were talking about that promo disc because that was a whole separate case that they gave to you. So I'd be curious to find out.
Maybe
from Techie
it was just an offer to get that case or something.
It's very possible, yeah. He also picked up 2 of Krabby's favorite overpowered, ridiculous sports games. You got Power Tennis and Mario Strikers. See? That time I didn't announce the foreshadowing was coming. I just let it happen. And he also grabbed the best portable Sega system.
Out of the 2?
out of the 2, and then the licensed clone.
Are you including the CDX? Because that's a CD player. It's portable.
You know what? That's actually lost a couple of spaces on my ranking because I found out recently that the audio output on it is significantly worse than the standard systems.
Model 1 high definition graphics for the win, baby.
Can't take your Model 1 on the road with you when you're rollerblading, though.
That's correct, but when you do take it on the road with you with your leg warmers and rollerblades, the sound is seriously Duke, can we post the link to the sound comparison from Bob's site retrorgb.com in the show thread?
I will try to do that.
You guys will be amazed at the sound difference. I'll send it to I'll send you the YouTube video I'm talking about.
Yep. Yeah, you got to go with the old school original non-TMSS Genesis Model 1. That's the way to go.
Totally.
Thank you very much.
That's the one that I just modded. Yeah, he also picked up a I'm sorry. I think I mixed myself up earlier. He did pick up the Zelda promo, that 4-game promo disc. And then on top of that, he picked up Wind Waker that has that little bonus sticker on it. Yeah, so that's where I confused myself.
So Krabby, this next one that's up here, right? So, you're opening your store, and then you have any colored N64s for sale?
Got a grape one kicking around.
There you go, right?
Grape's nice.
Techie didn't find grape, though, did he?
Well, I want the Pikachu one.
You'll find one, I'm
you
sure.
you and everybody. Now was it called Grape? I thought it was called Atomic Purple.
Yeah, I think it
I
technically
think
is
there's
Atomic Purple.
two different
yeah.
ones. Atomic Purple is different than the grape one.
Really?
Okay,
believe.
was Atomic Purple the clear one and Grape was opaque?
They're both clear, but they're different
Okay.
shades, I believe.
Oh, okay,
I'm gonna
Well,
check
Techie
that out
found
right
the
now.
ice blue.
that's one of my
Fantastic.
favorites. I love the jungle green. I really like the ice blue as well.
Yeah, that's pretty. And then he got a complete in box NES challenge set.
It's a great. I love the challenge and the power.
The challenge
besi-
is the one I want the most. I
Yeah,
love that.
I mean, I've got a deluxe, which I count myself very lucky to have it, but I really would like a challenge and a power. I know it's really snobby, but like I see action sets, and I just don't even walk over to them. I don't even ask people what they want for it. I know, like it sounds really bad because like I should just be into it for being into it, but I see those and I'm like I'm so turned my nose up at it. I'm really ashamed of it.
Like, I don't even need that thing.
I know, like what is that? The
Yeah,
action set?
grape
Whatever.
and atomic purple are different purples.
Oh, okay, thanks.
There you go.
We have confirmation.
And then, last but not least, he picked up one of the second runs of Dragon Leap that we talked about before, right?
Yep. This I really feel like most of these sales are because of you.
You're welcome, everybody.
And
That's all I can
unfortunately,
say.
didn't have quite the same effect with Action 53.
No,
we'll
which
work on
will
it.
foreshadowing. Which I've gonna have to scold some RF Jenners on that one, but we'll keep going. And then we get to Bare Metal. He's pretty new to the site, which we're really glad to have him over there, right?
I just want to clarify for people who can't see his name. It's bear as in like grizzly, not bare metal as in like exposed metal.
Yeah, like,
That's very
Bare
yeah.
metal.
He's not a careless electrical engineer just with bare metal lying around. We're talking raw metal.
a bear made of metal.
Yeah, a metal bear is more accurate.
Exactly. And he picked up a nice little PlayStation RPG,
One
right?
of my favorites
Krabby,
of all time.
I was just gonna say I
Really?
wanted your review of this
Yeah, Lunar 2 is a must-have
for everybody, no matter what.
for everybody.
You wouldn't say that it would be okay to trade that away for some other
Not
stuff?
a chance. I'd say you got ripped
You wouldn't
off.
trade. Where do you put Lunar 1 versus Lunar 2?
2's better.
No, I assume
It's
that's what you meant
Eternal
because
Blue.
one of the best. But is it head and shoulders above,
Yes.
or is it close? Oh, really? Okay.
1's really good still. Don't get me wrong. 2's just
Okay.
so good.
And is the PlayStation the place to play it?
Yeah, I think so. You get the little bit of extra junk on there.
Yeah.
And the packaging
but,
is really cool. That Working Designs box with like the medallion and the map and the little characters and the awesome
It's
book.
not that cool. Just trade it away.
No, Bare Metal got a very nice complete copy of Lunar 2. And then he kind of went in the way back in time machine, picked up a pretty nice looking 2600 lot, a loose system, and a whole bunch of games.
Yeah. Sorry, 2600. I mean, just
I've been
no.
kind of going crazy with researching mods lately, so I actually bought most of the stuff to do my 2600 S-Video mod, so I'll let you guys know how that goes once it's done.
listen to you. I might have to start bugging Bill to do some mods for me here at some
Hey,
point in time.
I will mod 4 games.
Listen to this guy. What kind of joker is this? And then he picked up a lot of Genesis sports games then.
Yeah, I didn't read the details of where these all came from, but it's like 7 images of like every Genesis sports game. You name a sports game, he's got it. The
Genesis
Maddens,
does.
the basketballs, the Joe Montana, what is it? Joe Montana Sports Talk?
Oh,
All of them. Yeah, believe it or not, the guy Chris who runs Retro Games Plus, I asked him one day. I was like, "Does anyone ever?" Because I collect the old hockey games. I said, "Does anyone ever come in for Madden '93 or '95 or the one they remember playing when they were a kid?" And he said, "No one does." He said, "But you'd be shocked how many people come in here for Joe Montana Sports Talk football."
yeah. Really?
Yes, he said people are always looking for that game.
I'm telling you, I think I added it later on. We'll see another Joe Montana Sports Talk football. But I'm telling you, I played the crap out of some Joe Montana Sports Talk football. I'd play it again. It's we used to get together and have a few beers and play a lot of sports talk football. It was really good.
Yeah, so we got.
I know I'm all alone,
Yeah,
but
football's just not a thing up here, so it's really weird to me.
You know what's weird is, I mean, like, we're not too far apart in age, but I'm a little bit younger, but all of our, like, Thanksgiving football video game tournaments were usually Tecmo Super Bowl.
yeah, we played that one. But man, once we got sports talk football,
Yeah,
oh man,
no
it was
going back.
over. It was
Like,
over.
it's weird. Once we got to Genesis, I mean, again, me being a hockey guy, once, like, NHL 94 hit, I didn't play any of their sports games after that, like, in the 16-bit days, but... so yeah, after all the Genesis scores, got some pretty cool little arrangements. He got Donkey Kong Country complete, a very nice copy. He got a loose GameCube. He got a Genesis 3 system. Two of the, redheaded stepchildren of the Square Worlds.
Good description.
I really forget that this game exists until I see it, and then I remember how terrible this name is. Infinite Undiscovery. Did anyone play this game?
Did somebody just throw up in a thesaurus? I mean, how on earth do you choose that?
And like Last Remnant, it's got a really cool cover too.
Yeah, it's got an amazing, but unlike the Last Remnant actually has a pretty cool name. I didn't play Infinite, so I couldn't tell you gameplay-wise, but I do remember, like, a month after it came out, it was on sale at Best Buy for like $10, and all the employees bought it. And I was like, you guys all are getting fooled. Like, look at the timeline. 60, 10. That's not a good game.
My brother bought it right when he got his 360, and he played a lot of it, and I've never heard him talk about it. I don't know. Don't know anything about it.
We don't go to Ravenholm anymore. That's
I've
funny.
got it, but I've never played it.
And then he went to a couple of pretty decent games. I'm a big Metroid Prime 1 fan. I actually haven't played 3 yet because I'm still, like, I got halfway through 2 and I kind of got sidetracked and I want to go back and finish 2 first. But yeah, I got Metroid Prime 1 and 3, the GameCube versions. Sorry.
What's this next one?
This is a typo that I kept in there because that's what real typers do. Zindwaker.
That's a Zelda variant, right?
Yeah, that's what you actually play as. You play as Tetra. Spoiler alert: Zelda in this version. and Smash Melee, and I mean, who doesn't love Smash Melee except for people who just aren't into it?
I'm never any good at any. I have no idea what I'm doing in those games.
I'm so bad at all those games where you put 2 to 4 guys on a screen and everything explodes for 10 minutes until no one's left on the screen. Like the only one that I come close with is Power Stone.
I just mash buttons. That's all I do. And I play fighters, but those kind of fighters, no, just mash buttons.
Yeah, and I know Power Stone's different, but it's a similar type of it's a level, everyone's together, but like, you're not all trying to murder each other until someone flies off the edge of the world. But yeah, I mean, you can't argue with the popularity of Smash. I just, it's not for me.
It's a blast. It's so much fun.
It is fun to get a bunch of guys together and play.
Yeah, you don't have to be good at it to have fun with it.
No, it's fun.
So, quick question, Crab: if you're getting together for a Smash Melee, what is the definitive version?
You mean which Smash Brothers on which console?
Right, like is it like...
I love the series so much, I don't care. As long as one of them's around, I'm good with any of them.
Are there people who will show up and are like, oh, you're playing the GameCube one? Psh, peace.
I think from my understanding, Melee on the GameCube, that's the like hardcore one.
Okay.
I went a little while ago and played Brawl with some guys, but they had this weird hack they like inserted into the Wii that made it Melee-like movements. And then they had characters that had some moves changed and all their speeds were balanced and stuff. Like, it was really weird. They made Brawl more like Melee.
Okay.
Huh. Interesting.
It's always interesting to see, like, people still, like a mod community for, for just random games that's still pretty active. I always like that.
Tecmo Bowl.
Yep.
Every year there's a new hack.
NHL 94. I mean, I did one a couple of years ago. I'm probably going to do one again this year.
Oh, that reminds me. I heard that isn't the new NHL game has a NHL 94 mode in it, right?
Yes, it's not. I mean, it's very cool. It's So it's an NHL94 mode. So it's kind of a hybrid of, because they've included NHL94 controls forever, where you can just have like a turbo, a pass, and a shoot. But it's been the current game engine. So this NHL94 mode, as far as I can, no one's played it, but as far as I can tell, almost all of the sounds are from the Genesis game. So like the Zamboni, the organ, like in the plays, all the hitting sounds, like everything's classic. There's like an 8-bit star around your guy to denote like which player you're controlling. But everything else, like the graphics engine, the players, everything is in the current HD 1080p like Xbox 360 or PS3 engine. It's just the controls and like a lot of the audio and a lot of the feel of the game is a little bit different. So I'd love to, I'm excited to play it. I'm definitely going to get it. It's not like 100% in the Genesis engine, which I kind of thought would have been cool, which is what all these modders do every year. But yeah, it's definitely a cool way to, a little throwback for the old guys.
Yeah, fun Easter egg, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Well, moving on, we've got Razor Knuckles, right?
Yeah, he got that SNES Mini, and if he doesn't need it, I'm in the market.
You really want to take that one and mod that. Why do you want to mod that one so much instead of just going with a one chip?
Oh, well, the Mini, Bob said on his site is his favorite for RGB. He said it's got the one chip is the best Super Nintendo, like, out of all the Super Nintendo one model. Once you get to like best Super Nintendo all together for RGB, he says it's the Mini. His site's not too super clear on that, because when you first read it, he says the SNES one chip is the best. Or sorry, I said SNES. I'm sorry. He said the Super Nintendo one chip is the best of the Super Nintendos. He's not including the Mini in that, because when you go to the Mini page, he's like the Mini is the best overall. But it does require a slight internal mod, just 3 wires and 3 resistors. So I'd love to do a comparison of my own once I get a few up and running. But on top of that, I kind of like having one of each system, so I don't have a Mini yet.
Yeah, don't blame you. And then picked up a couple games to go with, right?
What's R-Type? Is that like a shooter, Duke?
R-Type is the awesome type of shooter.
It's fun.
I don't know if I would say it's the Super Nintendo's the best version ever, but it's like R-Type 2 or whatever on Super Nintendo.
What's that shooter? I'm sorry to get off track. What's that shooter? What's the shooter you played in Philly in the hotel room?
Oh.
That you say you play like all the time.
Daggone it. Space Megaforce. Because that's what it says at the front of the game.
It does. Credits. It's just like Joe Montana Sports Talk.
Yes, basically. It is. Yeah. Space Megaforce is the game that no one ever seems to know. It's a compile shooter, and it's freaking fantastic for Super Nintendo. Everyone should go find a copy, but it's not cheap.
Nope. It's very pretty to watch. I mean, I'm not good at shmups, but Duke had a pretty. When I say pretty, I mean like gorgeous. Like he had a pretty run. Yeah,
you've sold me on compile shooters. Great. Yeah, after playing Xanac and Gunneck, I'm sold. They're awesome.
Okay, then there's the next one. Pick up Space Megaforce.
Done.
Unless you're going to start branching out into Master System or something else.
I will eventually. Super Nintendo I can do right now, though.
Have you guys tried Fantasy Zone? It's a pretty hardcore side-scrolling shooter.
Oh, hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going back though, he picked up Yoshi's Island, right? Super Mario World 2. Isn't that weird they threw that on there?
I see this cart a lot. I've actually never played this game.
Oh no?
No, I've heard it's good.
It's fun. It's not too typical Mario game. Yeah, it's quite a bit different, but it's a lot of fun.
It's a Yoshi game, really, more than a Mario game. But it does some pretty neat things with the FX chip. Like some really cool 2D effects with it. So
the DS remakes are worth checking out too. They add some stuff to the original one.
Yeah. Picked up a couple other odds and ends, right? So I see a Super Mario RPG, Super Mario World, Donkey Kong Country 2, Donkey Kong Country 3. Got the whole trilogy in there. So
yeah, he did good. I think there's a couple of not the best labels in there, but that's fine. Games are great.
Games are playing games anyway, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have nice copies, but for me, if I'm not I'm to the point where like, the games that I'm coming down to are not inexpensive. So if they're in decent, if they work And if the outer box doesn't look bad, it doesn't bother me anymore.
Yeah, I'm starting to think for some of these latter NES titles, I'm going to have to go with some ugly copies.
I found months ago, I found a copy of Flintstone's Surprise at Dino Peak on Craigslist, and I looked at the picture of it, and I was like, oh, this thing is fake for a mile. It had like a printed out label that didn't even cover like the whole portion that the label was supposed to cover.
Oh.
And I emailed the guy, and I'm like, hey, I'm just curious, like, I'm not gonna, rat you out or anything. I'm just curious, like, is this a fake? Do you know it's a fake? And then he emailed me back. He's like, dude, it's totally legit. He sent me pictures of the inside and everything. He said, I'm just selling it for cheap because like it had no label when I found it. So he made this repro label. So I actually emailed him back and I was like, yeah, I'll take it for that. And he's like, oh, it already sold.
Yeah, I remember you showed us that. I'm glad he changed the label. Like you could tell right away because the end label wasn't gold like it's supposed to be. It was like white or something.
Yep. Yeah, I think he ended up selling it for, I can't remember, it was somewhere between
like $200, wasn't it, or close to it?
Yeah, it was like between $150 and $250, somewhere in there.
I'd be in the market for something like that if it had like no label or next to no label. Right. I think just to get it off the list, honestly.
Totally.
And then we have the ever wonderful Sir Psycho coming up.
Yeah,
I haven't heard as much from Psycho lately.
Well, Sir Psycho helped me out with one of my scores later on, so you'll hear a bit from him there. The main thing that had me throw this in here, I'm a big fan of the Xbox, and I think it was on PS2 also, the Criterion game Black, the shooter. I think most people would know Criterion from Burnout, and from more recently some of the Need for Speed games. Black is kind of what they broke off with to try a different genre, and it actually received, I think, like across the board, very positive reviews.
I've heard a lot of people love Black.
Yeah, Black's a really good game, and it's really pretty. Like for the time, if you load up, the Xbox or the PS2 version. I mean, obviously compared to now, it's not great, but when you compare it to some of the other games that were out at the time, it's really good looking. And also, he also picked up a couple of Far Cry games, Instincts and Evolution, which are definitely not the strongest in the series, but we've had a lot of fun with Far Cry 3 and Blood Dragon recently, so I just thought I'd throw some Far Cry love in there.
Far Cry 3 and Blood Dragon are so good.
Oh, man, they're so good.
They're so good.
I kind of want to hang up right now and just go play them again.
Yeah, Krabby, I know you don't like these games.
I've actually,
really good.
No comment, because I've never actually played a Far Cry game. They
don't
just
play any of them but 3. Just go right to 3.
Don't look
Seriously.
appealing to me, so I just don't touch them.
Go to 3. Just this perfect open world.
Oh, man. Don't even talk about it, because I'll go play it.
All right, then we'll move on to Engel. All right.
Yep. Now, this is, I mentioned earlier, my last favorite score, one of them was that, Japanese N64 lot from earlier. I've never seen this Japanese N64 box before. This is a really nice looking box. You guys see the picture? I think it's on 775 for small scores. It's got it's almost like neon. Like the box is like the controller in the box is like glowing on it. It almost looks like a black light.
Black. Yeah,
I think got like a black light. It's really cool looking.
I think that's just the original N64 box that they got over there.
Like I'm not a foreign box collector at all. I would totally display this in any room where I have games.
Cut the front out, frame it, and stick it on the wall.
Seriously, it's really good.
I think it'd be easier to maybe make a copy of the front instead of just cutting it out.
Then it wouldn't be
and
authentic.
He said, and I think he said that he won it from eBay. And he was amazed that it got here already. So I don't know if it actually came from Japan or not, or if it just came from this country and it was a fast shipper. But he said also in the box was an Ultra N64 adapter cart.
Oh, so you could play like foreign games and stuff in there. Yeah, I used to have one of those actually when I picked up Star Fox. I imported it and it came with one of those, and it's just like a little adapter, no big deal. You know what I want somebody to make? That they haven't made, like the little jewels on the front of the N64.
Yes.
I want somebody to make an Ultra 64 jewel that I can stick on there. Why is no one doing that?
You know what? With all the the mod community, like remember with the original Xbox, that jewel on the top, there's like Optimus Primes, there's all sorts of replacement jewels. I'm surprised no one has done that little front sticker for the 64.
Yeah, I want the Ultra 64. The original mock-up thing there. That would be awesome. So somebody get on that, will you?
Yeah, I wonder who you would go to do that. Now you got me thinking.
don't know. Somebody just needs to do it and sell me one. Moving on though, he picked up some odds and ends, right?
All over the place, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of odds and ends. A 3DO controller. Bill, you still looking for a 6-button?
I really feel bad, but someone a while ago like PM'd me, "Oh, you need a 6-button?" And I said, yeah, I do. And then life got in the way, and we haven't talked since then.
No.
I'm not sure who it was. It might have been Highwind. I'm really sorry if I forgot who it was, but yeah, I am still in the market for a 6-button just to play some of the.
Or you can PM me instead. I'll get back to you.
I could just PM you. So on top of that 3DO controller, then he backpedals over to a copy of Sonic CD.
Sonic CD is the best.
It's
Sonic.
so good.
It's the
great.
best Sonic.
I still think Sonic 2 is my favorite, but CD is a close second.
I think 2 and 3, we've talked about playing the game at your most impressionable, and 2 and 3 and Knuckles is kind of when I was in the depth of my Sega fanboyness, and then by the time Sonic CD, I didn't play. Yeah, I didn't play Sonic CD until years later. Like all the other Sonics I played when they came out, but yeah, Sonic CD is I think mostly universally accepted as probably the best one.
My mom gave me an old box of my old school work and doodles I did around the house and stuff a little while ago. I was looking through my old books, and on every page I either drew a Ninja Turtle or the Metal Sonic from Sonic CD. I was just obsessed with drawing that guy.
That's funny.
So and then another Super Smash for GameCube before we get right back to Ikaruga.
Also a great GameCube game.
Yeah, funny. We'll be maybe talking about that one a little later, right?
I think that might get a mention. Yeah. I don't know if Crash Bandicoot 2 for the PlayStation will get a mention, even though that did receive a PSN release.
I'm pretty sure no is the answer. It's worthless.
Foreshadowing, the answer is no.
It's not foreshadowing if you say it. And then someone needs to explain this calculator Dorito Crumb combo package. I didn't read any text, but my heart tells me Zag had something to do with this.
He did.
If it's got to do with text instruments calculators.
I really wish... I know that Zag has a lot of bromances out there, and I feel really great that there's so much love happening. I do feel kind of left out of the Dorito Crumb calculator Reddit group that they probably have going, that subthread. Yeah. The bronies wish they had a Zag Norch.
Yeah, they probably do. And then he moved on to some complete and box Famicom games. Really pretty.
And system.
Yeah.
Yep.
But another Salamander was in there, right?
This was the Saladmander. This was the one. Not that other one. That other one was a lizard. This one was a vegetable.
What dressings do you have tonight?
Cool Ranch.
Cool Ranch Salamander. Zelda 1 and 2, got an Ocarina, got a Majora Mask. Now, is the box Super, that was a mini, right?
Yeah, he got it. It looked like the box was a little beat up, but I mean, it was all there. So
it still counts.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll allow it.
And this next one, Bill, I think you're still on the hunt for this one, right?
I would really like to get a copy of Mortal Kombat Gold. Not because I think it's one of the best or most playable versions. It's more of a nostalgia thing for me with how much I love the Dreamcast launch. I maintain it's the best launch ever. And this was one of the games that I came home with on the first day, and I played a lot of. So actually, when I was talking to Isred about this one at Too Many Games in June, he was telling me about how a lot of the launch copies were found to be unplayable. So that's why you got to find the one that says hot new, that kind of green embossed text that says hot new game or something on the front of it. He said because the ones that don't have that are much more likely to just not work because of a bad early press.
Wow. Okay.
So I didn't know that, but I'll have to look into that.
Trivia.
You would know, yeah. He's the MK guy.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. He told me the other day. He said I counted up the amount of money I spent on Mortal Kombat stuff last year, and I don't even want to talk about it.
I'd be curious. I really want to know. PM
let's leave him alone. And then back to Resident Evil again, right? It's your favorite, Crab. It's your favorite Resident Evil.
Don't instigate him. Krabby has been so positive.
I'm just pretending it's Resident Evil 2 twice.
He got 2 copies of Resident Evil 2.
I can get behind that.
There you go. Which equals Resident Evil 4, but it's not Resident Evil 4. It's
No,
2 copies of 2.
No, it is Resident Evil 4. But anyway, and then the
I like this. I like this game. Duke gives me a little bit of crap when I talk about liking this game.
Okay, I'm just saying it's not the best one.
It's not bad.
It's all, you know.
Yeah,
but there's the 2 versions, and he got the cardboard version.
That's the one I have.
I got the plastic one.
Yeah, I've got the plastic clamshell. I think it's the better one, you know.
Of course you do. It's the one you have. I think Athletic World is the better version.
No, it's a good game. It's just kind of odd. I mean, it's really, you know, until you get to the N64 games, it's like the odd man out, right?
Sure, yeah.
I thought the N64 one was the odd man out.
We said until you get there.
That's the really odd one out, but yeah, that's the odd one straight out. Just no.
Are we ready for the next one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, boy, this is going to be a little bittersweet, I think.
No. I feel like Johnny Nintendo dropped the mic.
Okay, all right. Bring it up.
He didn't have a ton this month, or at least he didn't have a ton that we wrote down. But I feel so you walk in, you grab a complete, really nice looking Xenoblade Chronicles for $10. Yeah. And then whether or not you like these next games or not, they look really good on the shelf, and a lot of them are good, you know, depending on your opinion of the games. You pay $2 each for an Eco, Final Fantasy X-2, Shining Tears, Resident Evil 4, which is 2, twice,
2,
Resident Evil Code Veronica, Resident Evil Outbreak, a lot of Resident Evil, Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, drop the mic, I'm out. That's a good little pickup.
Yeah, for what, the $20 he spent? Yeah, you can't go wrong.
Yeah. Like he could have paid $20 for just Xenoblade. He paid $10 for Xenoblade, and then like the rest of it was filled out with just, here's some PS2 fillers for your collection. Out.
So I'm kind of curious how he's gonna feel about our topic a little bit later.
Well,
Don't get me wrong.
He does have some stuff that, you know, could possibly be on a downslope. Like you don't know. You're gonna have to wait. You have to find out.
Maybe. And then we've got Grey Ghost, right?
Grey Ghost. He joined the duke.togo club.
Yeah, he picked up a Vita. Maybe he'll turn his on. I don't
Then there will be 7 online.
Yeah, I know.
And,
you know, mine is pretty much set in the box.
And then maybe he'll put that SD card in it. Oh.
So, no, you got to buy the $7 million special card for it.
No, it's okay. They dropped the price. Now the 32 gig card is only $80.
Holy cow.
God,
why doesn't it sell?
They had that announcement at, what was it, Gamescom or something, where they said, like, yeah, guys, like, we're sorry, we know, we're going to put some cool stuff on it. All the memory prices are coming down, the system prices coming down. It's like, oh, good. Oh, they know what the problem is. This is going to be so great. And then they drop the memory prices like $5, $10, $15, $20. It's like, it's still $70 for a 16 giga card.
It's kind of like, and hey, consumers, yeah, screw you. Still. But
I mean, honestly, like for $100, I'd probably be in the market at $100 too. I mean, like, there's probably some, what do you got? Gravity Rush. That's probably a decent one to play, and you're gonna get some good stuff eventually, right?
The new Tempest 2000-ish, whatever, Tempest XK or whatever he's calling it right now. That'll be eventually coming out, so that'll be freaking awesome.
Dragon's Crown on there too.
Dragon's Crown is out. I'm waiting for a price drop. I've
heard good things about that. Yeah. Yo, what's that game, like $15?
No, not right now. It's still
like full price. Yeah.
Like 30.
Oh, it's a retail. Oh, I thought it was like a 15 or 20, or I didn't realize it was a full guy.
No. And I think, gosh, there's something else that's coming out for it too. I can't remember off the top of my head that I want to take a look at. But
just finally, just buy Gravity Rush and play it, and let me know how it is.
If I find it cheap. I haven't found it. I've not found it cheap. So,
and then moving on, we have I don't know if we had influence on this. This might have been before the cast came out, but got another BioShock Infinite buyer over here with Grey Ghost.
Awesome.
Still picked up a lot of Dragon Ball Z stuff. I can't even name what are all the, you got Budokai, you got Infinite Undiscovery Dragon Ball Z. You got The Last Remnant of Dragon Ball Z. Picked up Rebel Strike, which I just mentioned that one because I feel like the Rogue Squadron games have kind of taken like weird, inconsistent turns since the first one to kind of where they ended. And I was just wondering real quick if the two of you care at all if another Rogue Squadron, like strictly flight combat game ever came out again. Would you care about it?
I would be interested, depending who developed it. Very interested.
Do I get to plug something in so the title screen looks better?
Wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be.
I don't know if they have that planned.
Do you think there will be a 2 megabyte RAM pack for the Xbox One?
I think they have enough gigas. It would be really nice. I
just have to get attached to the cloud, and then it'll look better.
Everything's better in the cloud.
Good point. So Rebel Strikes, another one Grey Ghost got, and then I grabbed these two games. I figured that this was a good pair for Duke and Krabby because you have Dragon Age Awakening and Dot Hack Outbreak.
I really
so we
like
have something
Dragon
for
Age.
everyone in there.
I haven't played any of the
Dragon
Dot
Age
Hacks.
is a lot of crap.
And I think the Dragon Age Awakening was the ultimate that had the both like the original game plus Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to give that another playthrough.
I do too.
Get ready for Inquisition next year.
Yeah, I do too. Awakening, actually, I never played Awakening, and I hear it's got a lot of content.
Yeah. That just reminds me, I mean, just as a really quick aside, and I won't spend too long on this, but BioWare just put out a note because people are kind of worried about, how you're going to transfer saves into Inquisition next year because it's on a different console. And they've answered that. They're putting out a thing called the Keep, where you basically can log in all of your decisions in that online system and then transfer them all into the new game. So very cool. Awesome.
So you have to do it manually?
Yes. Yeah, it's not an automatic system. So you have to go into the Keep and it's like a, X question survey that you fill out. Yeah. Kind of. Yeah, you would say what did you do in this situation? And it's all error. It's all error proof. So you can't you can't pick something that couldn't happen, right? So I mean it guides you through the processes.
I just didn't know if you meant errors. It was like how EA has Origin. So I didn't know if it was a thing where just log in with Origin, and then when you log in with Origin on the new thing, then it syncs up your stuff. But I mean, I guess it's this works too.
BioWare did say they are looking at it. They haven't said no yet. They're looking at it. But if nothing else, there'll still be a way to get your decisions into Dragon Age Inquisition. So that's still pretty cool for them to do that. They didn't have to do that, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, because Mass Effect 2 and 3, if you just start fresh, they ask you right in the game, right?
Right. And so this one, you can bring your game straight in. So very cool. I like that. Moving back, then he picked up. He is really big into these really niche
JRPGs
games. Yeah, and he picked up some pretty good ones, right?
Some Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah, Digital
How's
Devil
everyone
Saga.
liking that?
You talking about the 3DS one?
Yes.
I really want it. It looks so good.
I've not really played the Mega 10 games a lot, so...
I've only played a handful of them, and I've been very impressed with all of them so far.
He picked up the R. Tenelico games, like the first one, second one,
I haven't played those either, but usually NIS, same thing with Atlas. They're mostly decent. Very few misses for me in there.
And then he also got Hoshigami for the original PlayStation. So I think I've got a copy of Hoshigami. I don't think it was that expensive. I don't really know what it is much. I paid it was cheap. So it would be interesting to see kind of what that's all about at some point. But Grey Ghost needs to get busy. I'm still expecting new episodes of his podcast. Still waiting. Tick, tick.
If you need help, if you need help editing the show, just PM.
Just ask Bill.
Duke,
ask Bill.
And I'll PM me, and I'll give you his A Drive account.
You should have put in the subject as 6-button 3DO controller. We'll get back to you right away.
Right.
Zing.
And then who we got up next?
Agree.
He picked up a couple pretty neat little odds and ends. He stick with a theme. So what did he get?
He did. He must have got the memo. Well, first he got Fire Emblem, which I don't know where he's. That's not any kind of theme.
It is one of my favorite GameCube games. It's so amazing.
Right. We talked about this because when I heard all the Fire Emblem craze, I thought everyone was talking about the GBA, but the more people I talk to talk about the GameCube one and how good that is.
GameCube and the Wii one were just unbelievably good.
And actually, I didn't even notice this theme, but we also have a mini Super Smash Brothers theme going on this
It's all
month
Melee.
with another copy of the GameCube Smash game. And then he really gets on the ball, picks up Resident Evil 0, The Reckoning.
Stars.
And then Resident Evil for GameCube, The Reckoning.
That one was
Is
really
that the
good.
remake one? Yeah,
Also-
that's awesome.
Yes.
So good.
Yeah. I'm starting to... Any remake, I add The Reckoning onto. I just feel like it fits in any instance. NHL 13, Classic Mode, The Reckoning.
How about Electric Boogaloo? I think that's probably...
If that's not a Reckoning, I don't even know what is anymore. Also picked up Phantom Hourglass, one of the... I think the first...
That was the first DS
DS
one, right?
Zelda
Yeah.
one, because after that was Spirit Track, right?
Sounds right.
Yep, so
Yeah,
picked
I
up a
think
Phantom
so.
Hourglass, which I actually like this game, except for having to go through the same temple 30 times.
I didn't play it.
And you got there was like a main temple, and like you were timed. So like once you got enough sand, so you got like 60 seconds worth of sand in the hourglass. So you had like 60 seconds to get down to the first level. Then you would do a whole bunch of other stuff, and then you came back to that temple. Now you had like 90 or 120 seconds, but you couldn't just skip to where you got to before. You had to do like the same. You had to do level 1, then 1 and 2, then 1, 2, and 3, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So like every time you went back to it, you're like, oh geez, this first 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I've already done these. Can I just skip to where I am? But that was the only thing that bothered me about it. Other than that, it was good.
Was there a water temple in that one?
You know what? I didn't actually finish it because I just got like when I got back to the temple and it was like, okay, you have to get 5 floors down. I was like, nope. I don't want to play the same thing over and over again. So if there was a water temple, that would have been the next place where I shut
You
it
need
down.
to play more NES games.
Yeah, I do.
And then that's
the
it for the
shorter.
GRU, right? There's nothing else.
Oh, come on, you got the
Nothing
Game Boy
else.
player. That's
Nothing.
a sweet pickup.
Sorry. Yes. Game Boy player, disc, and the case, and that's
Yeah,
it. Nothing else.
He
for the
didn't.
GRU.
He didn't have the. I'm not poking fun at the gray hair, but he didn't have that sleeve, that
the little
cardboard
white
paper
sleeve.
sleeve that goes over it, which seems to be one of those elusive pieces
I kept
that.
mine.
I'll tell you, if I ever saw this at like a flea market, I would if he wouldn't sell like the whole thing for a decent price, I'd say, well,
Can I have
how about
the
$1 for this
cardboard?
paper sleeve? And Duke's trying to be a funny guy. He's trying to make it seem like he didn't also score a copy of Extreme G3.
The Reckoning.
The Reckoning.
Electric Boogaloo.
The high speed.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Bill. I don't mind
breaking
Extreme G.
Reckoning.
They're pretty fun if you
I
got
think
buddy
they're
to
fun.
play with.
Do you remember the first time you played Extreme G2 and you broke the sound barrier? And then it was silenced because you're going faster than sound. And then when you slowed down, you sonic boomed back into sound. That's like one of my favorite gaming
I
moments.
don't, because we played it. My friend had this really weird setup where the TV with the game systems was in his parents' bedroom, so that they couldn't play it with the parents without them knowing. So
Okay.
we went to go play Nintendo in his mom's room, sitting on their bed. It was really creepy. And so we had the sound down
With the
pretty
sound
low.
off.
Yeah, so I
Oh.
don't remember a lot of the sound.
I was going to say something really mean and trolly, but it's not true. So now I can't say it.
I thought it was like Extreme G was like a poor man's Wipeout.
I'd like to defend it against Wipeout. I honestly haven't played that much Wipeout, so I really couldn't say. If Wipeout maybe lasted a little bit longer.
I think Wipeout is like a poor man's F-Zero.
That's kind of how I felt with Extreme G. Yeah, it's like the poor man's F-Zero, but less crashing
I really
into other
like
cars.
it. Well, I'm not saying it's a better game. I'm just how there's games that you like that maybe not as many other people like as much. I just really liked Extreme G2.
I'm not saying
I know.
terrible game either. It's just not quite as polished.
We're just trolling you, Bill. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. If you were better at the game, you probably would like it a bit more.
Maybe. I would admit that I do suck at the racing games. So, moving on. And then, Shiboni really cleaned up this month, right? I mean, he just got everything.
He actually, Duke's being a funny guy again. Shiboni actually did have a whole bunch of stuff, but again, in the interest of really trying to keep it streamlined and themed.
Bill just hates
this is the
Pokemon cards too.
Yeah, this is the only thing I wrote down because it stuck out to me. The Seventh Guest, big box PC. I really love this game. It is the prequel to the 11th Hour, and this is actually a third game in this series has been kind of rumored forever. They just recently, like Trilobite Software, or like the people who ran the software company who made it, they just recently announced that they're going to be making a third game. It's called The 13th Doll.
Really?
It's one of the Steam Greenlight games. If you're not familiar with the Greenlight
so I can't
program,
get it on a disc.
You know what? I'm not sure. I think that might be a goal of theirs.
Stretch goal.
Yeah, but it's not a Kickstarter, so I'm not sure. I have to look into it more. But it was just announced like very recently. So it's Steam Greenlight, so I think Greenlight is like you pitch your game to Steam. Steam shows the crowd, and the crowd votes on like which one of these games would you be most interested in if it came to Steam. So it was recently Steam greenlit, so they're developing it now, and I think depending on the sales of the digital version, that's going to kind of push where they go from there. But it's going to be very creepy, exploring, adventure style. The previous games had lots of murder, lots of mystery, lots of puzzles. But yeah, Shaboni came away with a real nice copy of Big Box: The Seventh Guest.
So, Crappy, you play that Seventh Guest on CDI yet?
Not on CDI, no. I played that one when I was a kid on the PC, actually, so I haven't felt the need to revisit a CDI version of it. I can't imagine they've done fantastic things on the CDI.
It is a very,
After playing Tetris and Space Ace, I don't have a lot of faith in CDI ports. I'm going to have to play some original CDI games like Strip Poker Live or something. Backgammon.
Voyeur, buddy.
Voyeur. Yeah, I just still need to stick in Voyeur. You
do. And then the awesome, mighty Retro Rage. So Retro Rage got probably the greatest gift of all, right? The gift of love.
Of marriage and love?
Of love. And a shirt.
I love looking at this shirt and then looking at Retro Rage's avatar. And just thinking that that's what he's going to look like on his wedding day. Like head sticking out of a limo, smiling.
Yeah, the Dumb and Dumber pic, right?
Yeah. So this is a really cool shirt, and I wish that this would be like mass produced by whoever made it.
Wink, wink.
But it's a nice little shirt describing his end of life marriage thing.
I thought this was an Aliens t-shirt.
Embryon t-shirt. Based on the pinball.
So you have a couple of 8-bit. You have an 8-bit bride and an 8-bit bridegroom, and underneath that, game over for Retro Rage. Custom, personalized Zagnort's original T-shirt. That was really cool.
Hey, like them apples.
I bet that's going to be under the tuxedo.
I'm sure his wife loved that one.
I love the text that went with it. So Retro writes, "So this afternoon I was minding my own business, sitting on the computer in my underwear, when I hear a knock on the door."
He's got to set the stage for
isn't it?
Yeah, he's giving me the whole picture.
That's right. He's got to paint the image in your mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got it.
And then speaking of CDI earlier, right?
Yeah. Followed it up with a CDI.
Yeah, and he got ones, I think, the later model ones where it looks kind of sleek. It's not that ungodly front-loading crazy mechanism.
Yeah, mine looks like an oversized VCR. His looks more like a gaming console.
Yeah, I think towards the end, Phillips kind of went, "Oh crap, we got to do something," and it didn't work. But nice try. It looks better, at least. It reminds me of like the redesigned 3DO.
Yeah,
it's like that same kind of styling to it.
No, yeah. Now that you say that, I can see it.
Or the redesigned PS3.
No, it's the re PS3, right? Because it was done
I can't keep
once.
track anymore. Yeah,
no, it's re because the first one was when it shrunk, and there's been a couple different different hard drive sizes, but this is the second so it's the re PS3, right?
Okay, yeah, they all look kind of similar. I mean, you could that was like the genesis of that idea, I think. So. Right. God, that's ugly.
Do you mean the beginning or the Sega Genesis?
No, I mean in the beginning.
Oh, okay.
God created the CDI and 3DO top loaders. And God looked down and said, "These are not good." But hey, PlayStation ran with it, so there you go. Have you guys played one of those redesigned PS3s?
No.
The lid is like this really weird, like fast, like snapback sort of thing to it. It's my brother has one.
Not to troll, but I don't really play the one that I've had for years.
It's a great Blu-ray player.
It is.
Guess what's got more play at my house? My 360 or my 3DO?
It plays all of the Blu-rays that I put in it, so I guess that's pretty good.
I haven't found one yet that doesn't play.
Yeah,
after I update the firmware 5 times.
I've actually, I haven't. I've only ever had the one. Like I have the first the Slim 250. It's always been fine.
I've got my launch monster, so it still works. It hasn't died on me yet.
Cool.
I guess I haven't turned it on in probably 9 months.
I'd like to get one of those launch ones again, so I can just get rid of the PS2 under my gaming cabinet.
I've played way more PS2 on it than anything else.
Crab, I don't know if you know this. The Metal Gear 4 80 gigabyte bundle was the last one with backward compatibility, so you can actually get one all the way up through that.
Good to know.
Keep your eye out.
One more to keep on the list.
You guys have a Metal Gear bundle up there, or was that just
US?
US?
Yeah, no, I saw them up here all the time. I don't have any desire to play Metal Gear, so I just looked past it.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't either. So that's why I mentioned, just in case you see that box, like whether or not you care about the game, that's a backward compatible model.
No, that's good to know. I did not actually know that.
I remember I was working at Best Buy, and we got it like in the employee news. It said like like the kind of communication to employees. It said like FYI, like as a selling point, after this model, we're being told that backward compatibility will not be in any future shipping. So that's how one of our selling points.
Right.
Looks like up next we've got Saint of Pain and Bill. It looks like he happened to grab one of your favorites, right?
But yeah, Blades of Steel. It's the original box, not the red label. Both equally awesome, exact same game, both versions. It's just great. This is one of those ones that I have one of those kind of connections to with when I was a kid. My uncle used to babysit us, and he would bring his whole Nintendo over with Blades of Steel because we didn't have one yet. And I remember we used to get to the shootout, and I always used to beat him by one goal. And to this day, I don't know if it was because I was that good or because he let me. So it's one of those things that every time like I see my uncle, we talk about, it's like the one video game we talk about. So on top of being a hockey game, it's also cool for me.
Yeah, we used to play it. We'd play like a normal game until the last period. Then we'd make sure it was a tie, so we could always go to the shootout.
Yeah,
that's what the real game was.
Because it wasn't it was years later that you saw I actually would like to research this. I remember the first time I booted up a game. It was NHL 93 or 94, and there like one of the gameplay modes was shootout because they realized that people like doing this so much, so you could just go to it from the front from the menu. So I'll look into that and I'll see what the first legit shootout mode was.
Awesome. And then up next, something a little bit more modern, right? Oh man, I love this.
Something your style,
but equally awesome. Yeah. Hey, this is one of my favorite games.
Yeah. It's Krabby, you're just wrong. It's Skyrim.
Oh, I haven't actually played it. I got nothing to say about it.
Have you played any other Elder Scrolls games?
I didn't like Oblivion.
I will. I'm gonna back Krabby on this. I'm not saying Oblivion was bad. I did not like Oblivion the way I like Skyrim.
Yeah, I think Morrowind was pretty cool. Oblivion was a little, and then Skyrim's awesome.
Yeah.
And then he picked up an awesome Jeff Roven title, right?
Is there a non-awesome Jeff Roven title?
Probably not. But he found Conquering Super Nintendo games, right?
Yeah, this is what I'd say, like when it rains it pours. I found my I had a trade that I got one of the How to Win It Nintendo books in a trade, and then I found one for like 50 cents at the flea market like the next week. So I figured, I'm gonna get like number 2 like no time, and of course it's been like 6 months and nothing. So
crickets.
I'll still looking out for that one, but yeah, Jeff Roven has become a major lookout point for a lot of people.
eBay, they're not that expensive, thankfully.
I know, but I really...
What would Jeff say about that?
I know, like, believe me, I bought plenty of stuff off eBay lately, especially like in like the, $1 to $5 range. So I'm like, well, it's super easy. That's what I want to pay, and I can get it now. But I don't know, something about those Roven books, I really want to find them.
There's a lot of copies sold, so I don't think you'll probably have too much trouble. And then you got the special version of Athletic World, right? The original.
Is that the Series 1 marker on it?
And the Family Fun Fitness, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing how some of these are, to some folks, they're really going under the radar and selling for like normal prices, and other people are kind of really looking out for them, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, you can find these selling for the same as the others, but then when you see someone kind of call out the fact that this is the less common version, the one that was kind of the original. I think I've said this on an earlier show. Is I sold one of these for like $25-$30. And they were selling, $5, $10, $15, when people didn't, call out what they were. So there's but it is weird because you'll see these really range depending on like who's looking for it and how they brand the auction.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You got to keep your eye out. I think when I sent Krabby your copy, I think I picked that up for like $1 or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. I still got it.
Yeah, it's a good deal. And up next, some Final Fantasy guides.
Yeah, I got a few for a couple of them. I think it was like 7, 8, 9.
That's not too bad. I think that's when it's starting to get into the range of time where like lots of different companies doing guides, though, right? Because like before it was always just like a certain authorized one, and then they started doing all kinds of crazy ones, right?
Yeah. There's a fantastic article. I can't remember exactly who wrote it. I want to say it was Ben Kuchera for might have been Penny Arcade Report. I can't remember exactly who. But there was a great article from like a whistleblower in the strategy guide market. I'm
gonna bring it all down.
Exactly, yeah. And they talked about like how these old unauthorized guides used to be. Like it was literally like if you published an unauthorized guide, they like blacklisted the author, the publisher, like they drove these unauthorized guides out of the market, which is why they don't exist anymore.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Cutthroat world of video game guides.
Yeah, I mean, if I can dig up the article, I'll show you, but it was really interesting.
Yeah, I've got a couple of like the Versus books guides for like Final Fantasy VII and Metal Gear. Do you guys remember the Versus guides that they did for a while?
No, I remember the Metal Gear guide had some amazing artwork in it, if you're into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Versus books did like a couple different guides back when, and those are pretty cool. I like those. And then up next is both the Fear Effect games. Did either of you play Fear Effect?
I recently picked up Fear Effect 2. I've never played either, though.
Yeah, I always see 2, but I don't want to play it until I play 1 first, so I just don't come across that one.
Man, I played it with a buddy of mine a long time ago, like when, obviously they just came out on PlayStation, so I'm trying to remember back. But I remember it's kind of like this very stylized, low-res poly, but I mean, it played, from what I remember, pretty well, and I remember, of course, there's a female lead character, and of course that's
not
the
too common
Tomb Raider time, right?
Yeah. And the press around Fear Effect 2 was that there was a female on female relationship, and I remember the game like when it first came out, like you couldn't find a single review that talked about like how good the game was. It was all just the controversy on like, because when you look at the first game, it doesn't really have any of that going. It's got the female characters, but then the cover of the second game, there's low cut, there's cleavage, like it really switched from 1 to 2. And I just remember like the rumors of like there's a girl on girl scene in number 2, and I just kind of saw that as like marketing, so I just ignored it because I was like, well, if your game's not that good, then I'm not going to play it. But
you could seriously think like that when you were like 14 or 15 when that game came out?
I'm a very mature individual.
Yeah, man, I would have been like a cleavage. Yeah. Only $60. What a steal!
Yeah. No,
I was a little bit older than that. But
I did feel that way about Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball. It's like, I love volleyball.
Sure. And then to round it out, he picked up a classic, right? Speaking of Final Fantasy earlier.
Of course, yeah. So Final Fantasy VII. I actually hung out at a retro game night at my house last night, and one of the kids who came over, he has never played any Final Fantasies, and he never owned a PlayStation. Wow. So he just bought a PlayStation. He's playing Final Fantasy VII right now, and he says the graphics are kind of off-putting because he did play Final Fantasy 3/6, really enjoyed it, and then just never made the jump. So it's interesting to talk to a person who's playing it for the first time now, who's also a fan of the series, which is rare.
I have to wonder. They just recently released that on Steam. Is at least the resolution a little bit better on that?
Yeah,
version?
But that doesn't really help. It's how like if it's like when you look at stuff that was designed for really low res and you put it on like 1920 by 1080, and it accentuates the ugliness.
I see. Flat shaded
It doesn't make the good stuff look better. It just makes everything look bad. So the stuff that was good is okay, and the stuff that was bad is terrible.
Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. Well, it's still pretty cool. A lot of people can probably pick it up cheap on Steam.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I mean, like if you can like throw an S-video into your computer to like a TV, like an old CRT, you're golden. But yeah, like on a high def monitor, I don't think the game looks great.
Well, I'm sure one of these days they'll remake it eventually.
Yeah.
There's enough people are clamoring for it. So, next we'll move on to Red McKnight.
Yep.
Red, I haven't heard a lot from Red, I think, lately.
He kind of comes and goes. We hear a lot about him, and then he disappears for a couple months, and he comes back with his power glove, and he disappears again.
I think he gets busy playing and not posting, and then he kind of comes back after like a session in the cave or something. But he got the new Shin Megami Tensei game, right?
Yeah, number 4. It looks awesome. I watched a review on it, and I can't wait till I find a copy. It looks so good. That's going in the 3DS for you soon, as soon as you get it? That one and Fire Emblem I'm really jonesing for. I might break down and grab one of them soon here. And they got that deal, if you grab them both, you get the 30 eShop bucks. If it was real bucks, I would have grabbed them already, but...
Yeah, who needs that crazy virtual currency, right?
Exactly.
And it's too bad they don't give you like a gift card number that you have to redeem, because then you could sell that number for actual money.
Yeah.
I think it's just like linked to your account, so there's no way to trade it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. I've been doing that home pass stuff so I can do street passes at home, and I had a lot of people playing SMT4. I can tell you that. A lot of people.
Nice.
And then what's this next? Man, it's freaking Rock Band. I love Rock Band.
Yeah, I haven't played it quite as often as I used to play it like minimum once a week. Now it's kind of like, at least once a month I'll pop it in for a couple hours. But it's you're starting to see like kind of like those warehouses of like sealed instruments start to like unload and say, well, we're never going to sell these things. Let's just like put them on clearance. So picked up a Rock Band 3 keyboard, also known as the clavier.
Oh yes, very nice.
And I had one of these when it first came out, and ended up not being a fan of the way that the keyboard scrolling worked. So
yeah, I think
I ended
you
up
mentioned
that.
Yeah,
I ended up getting rid of mine. But for the people who enjoy
now
it,
you got the miracle piano to replace it.
I do. I just
Wait,
got to
that's
figure
MIDI.
out.
That's MIDI.
Got to
And
figure
there's
out how to make that cable connection.
No, there's a MIDI adapter for Rock Band.
Yeah, actually, with that, they retail for what, like $40?
Yeah, I think now you probably get a whole lot cheaper now. I think when I bought mine, it was clearanced. It was real cheap.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, any MIDI keyboard with that adapter.
Oh man, that would be an ultimate video right there. The NES
The
Miracle keyboard
on
on Rock Band 3.
You gotta wear
I'll
power
try to
glove
make
while
that
you're
happen.
playing it, and a laser scope.
I'm loving it. Well, good job, Red. And then up to one of our wonderful donators, Rustly Man, right?
Yep.
Now I don't know if I've heard of this first game that he picked up.
This is probably me. So this is my. I don't know if we're keeping track of what do you call it, typos so far. He picked up
You're winning.
a complete in box Mickey Mouse Capage. It is a cage fighting wrestling Mickey game.
I would buy that. That would be awesome.
Well, I mean, Russ already has it. He can let you borrow it if you want.
Oh, okay, there you go. Have you guys seen any of the new Mickey Mouse cartoons that they kind of have? That have like this old kind of throwback style to them?
No, not yet.
Well, I've got a 4-year-old in my house, so...
I've been watching lots of throwback shows too with my son, but not none of the Disney stuff really yet.
It's in it's in that Ren and Stimpy artwork style that's popular. It's really good.
it.
So I really like it. They're fun to watch with my daughter.
That's
so
cool.
Nice.
yeah, speaking of Mickey, but anyway, moving back to NES games, you got some more, right?
Some cardboard, Bill.
Yeah, got so after the Mouse Capage, I got a Commando, Ikari 1 and 2, Dragon Warrior, some pretty good Nintendo stuff.
Yeah, not too bad, right? And then well, what's up next?
Well, you don't like you want me to read it myself?
I want you to explain it. I don't
I'm
get
not
it.
sure I understand, and you could tell the listeners what a Super Battleship Frankenstein Sega CD1 is.
Well, now you guys are aware that there was a Sega Genesis 1, Sega Genesis 2, Sega CD 1, Sega CD 2, and then of course just unfortunately only one model of the 32X available.
What a shame.
The Super Battleship is the combination of the Genesis, Sega CD, and 32X. So normally I denote these as it's either a Super Battleship 1, because it's the Genesis 1, Sega CD 1 on the 32X, or a Super Battleship 2, or I also call the Mega Battleship, which is the Sega CD 2, Genesis 2, 32X. When you mix Genesis 1, Sega CD 2, Sega CD 2, Genesis 1, that is a Frankenstein. You have Frankenstein those Sega systems together. So since they don't match, I call it the Frankenstein Super Battleship.
I didn't realize you could even hook a Genesis 2 up to a Sega CD1.
Absolutely, it's the same expansion port, so it doesn't fill all that ground. Obviously, since the Sega CD1 is physically larger.
Was there a spacer or something you could buy for it?
There wasn't a spacer for if doing it that way. There is a spacer, however, for the Sega CD2 that just gives you some additional footprint because the Genesis 1 would have hung off the side.
Right.
So what? But like the original mounting plate for the Genesis 1 for the Sega CD1, do you have to get a different mounting plate for the Genesis 2?
There is a different mounting plate. You don't need it.
Holy cow.
Yeah, it's well. That's why when I was doing some searching for a Sega CD plate a while back, and I didn't even know Duke had one. I ended up getting one from my local store. You can tell by looking at them because obviously the size is different. But it's not necessary. The main thing what it does is it kind of hooks into the bottom of your system. Has another hook that goes into the Sega CD to just kind of give it some hold so that the expansion port's not the only thing holding it in there. Because if you were to, you wouldn't really want to do it, but if you were to hold the Sega CD and flip it upside down, the weight of the Genesis could break that expansion port off of the Sega CD.
And I think it grounds the two together, right?
You know what? I don't actually see any place where. No, you're right, because there's a little metal clip that it wants to snip onto. So yeah.
Yeah, I think you get common ground that way too. Mm-hmm. So you don't zap something accidentally. Right.
Yeah, so Super Battleship Frankenstein model, so it's pretty nice. And he's also picked up some, staying on the Sega train, got a nice Dreamcast bundle with some of the nice go-to games, Tony Hawk 2, Sonic Adventure, and it looks like someone threw him a Lethal Enforcers poster.
Yeah, okay, sort of just a little missing a space, but a poster of Lethal Enforcers?
That's not a typo. It's not a typo. Lethal Enforcers poster.
How about a sposter?
Lethal Enforce poster.
And then moving on, man, he really is a king of like custom painting things, right?
Yeah, he does that himself. He actually sold a custom painted Mega Man to Retro Games Plus, and they had that on sale there for a little bit. And this is one of my favorite things he's done. These custom GameCube and Wavebird in the Metroid style.
Yeah, I like it. Even got like that Samus kind of symbol thing on there and everything. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely did a good job with that.
And then if you've got to get a cake, what kind of cake would you want?
Are you talking flavor or style?
I think design. Like if you had to design your own cake, right? What kind of cake would you want?
You gotta have a game cake, right?
Sure. And if you had to get a game cake, what would be the best game cake to get?
Slam City featuring Scottie Pippen.
What would be the second best game cake?
I don't think there was a Slam City 2.
That would be the NES cake, I think, is what I'm trying to get to, is that you'd want a really cool Nintendo cake. And, got that. It's pretty cool, right? I mean, I eat, sleep, and breathe Nintendo, so that would work perfectly.
You could literally eat it there.
Especially the eating part.
Yeah. Fantastic. I'm down for it. Let's have one.
Try and breathe it too. It might not.
Was that an engagement? I know that Russ is engaged. I don't know if that was like from an engagement party or something like that.
I thought he was already engaged.
Right, but I mean, you get engaged and then you have a party later.
Didn't that guy save the princess years ago?
Well, he has the princess. She's waiting to be saved.
Okay.
And then he got an NES action set, right?
Yeah,
The
it was
box
the
and
the
the
box
goodies
with the
in it?
yeah box with the
something
styro.
Bill would turn his nose up and walk right past, of course. Right?
It's just an action set.
Action set. Psh.
Styrofoam. Oh.
It's no deluxe set.
It's not a deluxe set. You're absolutely right.
No rub, no dice.
Oh, there's my next T-shirt.
Then moving on, he got the second best Mega Man game.
Best one. The best.
No,
And
Mega
the
Man
dust
3 is
cover
not.
that he got, I think he said his friend sent it to him. It looks awesome. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
And then he saved the best for last, certainly, right?
Always.
He got to join the Cool Kids Club. Now has the complete in-box silent service.
He's now 2/3 cooler than me because I've only got a loose one.
Oh, Krabby, I think I've got two.
I'm gonna show you all up and get like a 100 graded VGA copy of Silent Service at my house.
Doesn't
$5,
exist.
I think, is probably run you about $5.
Well, the grading service I think is like 20. So
Yeah, I think
25.
the grading costs you more than the game.
And then no,
Then
but
it'll
then
be
like
worth
the,
2,000 though.
Wouldn't it be
Oh.
great if like the customs guy opens it and is like, oh, I listened to the Collectorcast and they say this thing's worth like $5,000.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Not going to happen, but hilarious. Well, thanks very much, Rustly Man. And then we are on to Silver. Silver 80 did not have a ton of stuff to talk about this month, but he got a big lot, right?
Yeah, you don't see box 2600 games too often, so they're
No,
even the
and
common
yeah,
ones are
and-
pretty cool when you get them.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you do the boxes, I mean, are in
They're
you know
not
greatly
pretty.
varying condition.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember, when they were clearancing this stuff out, you'd see this stuff everywhere. The Play stores couldn't get rid of it. But yeah, it's been long enough. I just don't see this stuff in nice shape anymore. So awesome. Just a nice big lot of some 2600 stuff. So
Yeah.
very cool. Very
Are there
good.
what are your go-to 2600 games that like if someone's getting a 2600 and says, "Hey, I just need like a half dozen games to get me started, just fun games to play that are cheap." What are the ones you always tell people to look for?
Banana got me hooked on Phoenix a couple years ago when we did that little contest.
Mhm.
Love that game now, and it's dirt cheap. It's so much fun. And Frostbite's one I used to play when I was a kid, so those are my two. I say because everyone knows, like Combat and Space Invaders. Everyone already knows about those ones, so I always say Frostbite and Phoenix are mine.
I would say Missile Command and Defender. Dirt cheap, really fun. Lots of fun.
Yeah,
What
I
about
got a
you,
friend. I got a friend who was a big believer in Kaboom.
Oh, Kaboom is fantastic.
And yeah, I had never played it, so that's one of the ones that was in that small Atari lot that I picked up when I got my system not too long ago, and that's
Nice.
the only game I've played so far.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it just hasn't come out of the system since I got playing around with it. It's really cool.
Yeah. Now you're gonna mod your 2600, Bill?
I am. I've got a couple other mods in the queue. I've actually got one for one of our members coming in soon. But yeah, as soon as I kind of clear some space on the workbench, I'll be and I have to order a small PCB because there's actually like some resistors and it's like a whole kit. So
Cool. Be interested to hear how that turns out.
yeah, maybe
Very
I'll do a
nice.
little blog post if anyone cares.
Yeah, I think it'd be great. And moving on, we've got Disloyal Head. I don't know what must happen to your head for it to be disloyal. Leave your body? I don't know.
You
Not
seen
sure.
that? Seen that one in Zombie Nation? That's kind of what
Yeah.
I picture. Like
good
spitting
point.
eyeballs and barfing all over the place.
Good point. Well, he picked up, I noticed it was a Game Boy Advance and then really just a bunch of Pokemon. I mean, like, he got a bunch of Pokemon.
All over, yeah. Blue, red, yellow, gold, silver, crystal.
Yeah, like basically like all the Game Boy compatible titles,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It still surprises me how many people, like, you would imagine Pokemon's, will retain its value somewhat because it's collectible and Pokemon's, like, popular and everything. But I'm amazed at how many people still play these just because of the disparity between the price of what these go for when the save battery still works versus the save battery doesn't work. Like, people want to play these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh?
They are, I know they got the like kitty vibe to them that everyone seems to think, but they are really solid games.
There's a market for you, Bill. Start doing battery replacements on Pokemon and making flipping them for cash.
I wouldn't be a bad thing. We actually, I had to buy a whole bunch of those CR 2032s too because we like needed them for like the remote start and the battery for the car. and we were on vacation. Like the only place that had them had like a 30-pack. So I've got a whole bunch of them.
Get busy.
That's a lot of Pokemon you could save.
Saving
thousands.
Pokemon since 2013.
Very good. And then up next we have Mech Blue, another little newer user to the site, and
Yeah,
he's
actually
stuck with a
he's
thing.
actually helping me out with
Oh.
helping me out with a couple of I've by following some schematics from some previous smarter people than me, I figured out how to make reproduction Miracle piano cables. And he's one of the guys who's donating, and we're doing a trade. He's sending me a whole bunch of like donor, like broken / donor carts that I'm gonna make Miracle cables from. So
awesome. Very cool. Well, he was sticking with the Resident Evil theme, right?
Yeah, I picked up one of the
Evil.
one of the best ones to collect. That long box one on the PS1.
Yeah, that art in the front where the dude is just like bloody and like
Yeah.
looks like he's just here to just kick just butt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Yeah, that's good. And then man,
Man,
my
kind of went
wife
the other way.
Yeah, my wife loves Bust a Move. And so we picked up Bust a Move 4. Man, I don't know what that game is, but
You don't like
Man.
Bust a Move? Oh, it's so fun.
they're not bad, but I mean, she will just sit and play it.
It's like- it's like-
she doesn't play games.
Yeah.
Next
It's
to
cool.
Tetris, I think it's like the most addictive puzzle game.
Mm.
I can
I think
play
that's
it forever.
like the super boldest statement I've ever heard you make.
Next to
it's
Tetris,
it's
I'll
a
play that
really
forever.
solid puzzle game. I don't know if I'd say Tetris 1, Bust a Move 2, but yeah, it's a really good puzzle game.
I just get lost. Like I lose hours playing that game.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Clax is number one, right? Clax.
Hatris.
So,
come on.
Krabby, I'm curious. So specifically for, or you just like all the Bust a Moves?
Yeah, I'll play it on everything. It's pretty much always good. Other than like the weird touchscreen. Like I tried it on an iOS type thing.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I need a controller and a button.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, some games are designed for touch, but I don't like almost any game with virtual touchpad or buttons.
So did you play the AES? Do you have the AES version of that?
I can't afford AES games. Come on.
You're a big time store owner now. What do you
Well,
think?
you got the 4 slot. I figured you had a few bucks.
It's coming. It's coming. I got a guy bugging me to stick Last Blade 2 in there. He really wants Last Blade 2.
Oh, well, there you go. Earn some quarters.
Yeah.
Speaking of fighting, though, up next we've got a tougher NES cart to find, right?
Especially I don't have that one yet.
Yeah, you do.
I do. Yeah.
Were
Sorry,
you,
Duke.
were you
Just
gonna
sent it to me not
were
too
you
long
gonna
ago.
say especially up in Canada?
No, I was going to say especially complete in box, but then I noticed that belonged to the next thing on the list.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Which is arguably harder.
Yeah, we don't like karate in Canada. We keep those out of here.
It's too violent. Too
Yeah.
violent.
Is there a martial art that's based on handshakes?
It's best of the best tea party up here.
God save the Queen
Yeah.
edition.
But that complete in box game he did get was Mega Man X, right?
Yeah, that's an awesome one.
Yeah.
Now, this is probably discussion for a different time, but Krabby, I'm really curious to hear your thoughts about Mighty Number 9.
Mighty Number 9.
Oh, he hasn't
Ooh.
heard yet.
You haven't heard yet?
The spiritual Mega Man thing?
Been kickstarted.
Pretty much the new Mega Man game.
Unless
Yeah.
they release it on a disc, I have no thoughts on it.
So your thoughts aren't, I'm really upset that this currently isn't disc available?
No, I just kind of ignore games now unless they're
Okay.
on a disc, yeah.
So they just
doesn't
don't
exist to
exist
me. La
in
la
your
la, I
world?
got
Okay.
my ears closed, like fingers in them.
I bet if
Now-
you
now-
kicked in a couple $100,000 to the Kickstarter, they'd make an NES version for you.
Wow, but then I'd have to sell my silent service. It's a tough
Oh!
choice. Tough choice.
Yeah.
So Crab, real quick, what if some point between now and 28 days from now at the point of recording, they add a stretch goal that adds the physical disc to that box version that they're offering for $50 right now? Are you on board?
Oh yeah. I'd easily pay. I'd pay like $80-$90 for new like Mega Man style games, not just 60. Like I want them.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, so maybe that page might be worth keeping an eye out, because if they add that, you want to get in on that.
As soon as I heard about that Capcom's Essential Collection that was gonna have Mega Man in it, what was it, 9 or 10? I can't even remember now. I think it was 10. I was so psyched. I kept watching this. I'm like, please come on the disc. Don't be a download code. And it was a download code, so
Yeah.
I don't want it now.
Just like the what's it called? the DuckTales remaster.
Yeah.
The PlayStation physical version had a download code, and I was like, he was so close.
I'm waiting for people to win that contest and get their gold cards and slap them up on eBay, and I'm gonna take a stab at the first one that comes out. I'm gonna see if I can grab one, because those are pretty cool.
I entered a contest to win one, but I didn't hear anything, so I'm guessing, sorry, didn't win.
Did you? Are you singing the song? Like, are you doing the official Capcom one there?
I didn't know. I did the art. I submitted some art. I did.
I thought it was open until the 11th or something.
Well, it's possible.
They're doing one. I think they said they're doing one a day until like around the 11th. So they're picking one a day.
Okay, I thought they were taking submissions until that, and then they were just letting the winners know. All right.
I don't know. I haven't heard yet. So
yeah, let me know if you see one on eBay though. I wanna take a run at it.
Oh, I can guarantee there'll be some on eBay soon.
Don't let me know.
Worry.
I don't want to miss it though.
Yeah, like how many did they give away? That's how many will be on eBay.
There was like 100, weren't there? A couple people will keep them, right?
There's 150 produced.
150? So okay.
You'll have your shot. No worries. Yeah. You'll just be up against some big guns, I have no doubt.
Oh yeah, I'm anticipating it to be like that Mega Man 9 press kit.
Yeah, well, I anticipate it to be worse than that, because this is an actual playable game.
Yeah.
Even though it's basically just a spray painted DuckTales cart.
It's got a new label too.
I wonder if it's a donor Zelda cart.
I bet they just took old DuckTale games and just spray painted the dang
took
things.
the label off, painted them, slapped a new one on.
Yeah, probably.
Go.
Yes, let's make lots of cash. And then up next was, Illusions of Gaia is... I'm kind of surprised that some of these Super Nintendo RPGs that didn't used to be that big are really kind of, becoming a bit more popular, right?
Oh yeah, right across the board.
Yeah, and this one I've never even played it. Have you either played that?
Years ago when I was a kid. It's been so long.
I didn't play it.
I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah.
But man,
I played the next like every other game that he's got in the score, but never Gaia. I've seen it. Actually, quite a bit. I didn't realize it was starting to get popular.
What was the thing that got me? Back when they came out, I had Lufia. I had Lufia 2, and I didn't know anybody else that ever had those games. And then they're like, "Whoa, it's Lufia!" Like, okay, nobody was playing them back then, so.
I ran into a guy at the flea market this past Sunday. It was a total bust. I didn't get anything, and I was kind of mad at him, even though he's a friend of mine. But as I walked up to him, like, "Hey, how you doing?" and he was purchasing like a complete Nintendo game that I didn't have, so I was like, "Oh, mother!" But he told me that he bought some one of the resellers who he's friends with. He pays extra money to get in before anybody else, which is a thing they do. And everyone can do it. It's just like,
I gotta start greasing some palms up here. I didn't know about that.
Oh, so yeah. So our flea market opens at 7 a.m. and it's $2 general admission. If you want to get in at 6 a.m., it's $20. So you can pay $20 and go through it before anybody else does.
No, I got the store now. People need to come to me and get in half hour early.
There you go. Like when you got good stuff, like post it the next morning. So but yeah, so he said that he met one of the the guy paid to go in early, got a whole bunch of Sega Saturn stuff, and then he met him in his car, and he bought the seller bought the stuff for like $100. He gave him like $150 for all of it, and he said, yeah, it was some cool stuff. He said there was an Atlas RPG in there. And I was like, oh, which one? And he's like, I don't know. It just said Atlas, so I figured that would be a good one to have. So
it's probably not a bad idea.
No, it's not. I said, yeah, honestly, I'm not, I got a, referring to Krabby, I was like, I got a buddy who's really into Atlas, but I'm not as familiar with them, but Atlas is almost never a bad idea to grab an Atlas game.
Yeah, I was just thinking about selling my Luminous Arc 2 the other day, so, there you go, Atlas. But moving back to Super Nintendo for a minute. You've got
this is the game that I would imagine Duke would be the most excited about.
No, the Genesis one. The Super Nintendo one's not as good.
Okay.
Definitely the Genesis version, but Super Ghouls and Ghosts, play the Genesis version. But anyway, still not a bad game. I do like those; they're fun.
Is that because of the music, or just your preference, or it's a better game?
I think it's just a better port. It plays better. It's more fluid. It's just a better game.
Okay.
Zelda: Link to the Past, which is always a classic, and then moving over We had The Secret of Mana for Super Nintendo. Always popular.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. And then jumping over to the N64, picked up an Ocarina of Time.
Yep.
Definitely a classic. And this next one, Krabby, you're a fan, right? I think we talked about this already.
I think Bill's the big fan here.
I'm a fan of all 3 of these games.
Yeah, those sound like PC Man territory.
No, they came out on CDI, and Seventh Guest is on iOS.
But the other 2 didn't, did they?
No, yeah, Day of the Tentacle, to my knowledge, hasn't been ported to anything. And then Rebel Assault, I threw it in there because I just think it's interesting how the Rogue Squadron games changed over the years and kind of became, started off as this like 100% flight sim after, Shadows of the Empire's first level was so popular. So they said, let's make an all that game. And then I just thought it was weird how on like, what was it, Rebel Strike? Was one of the Rebel Strike was the older one. So Rebel Assault's like Rogue Squadron kind of became like a subtitle in the game. So it's like, well, is this a Rogue Squadron game? It's like, there's ships in it.
Like, you like that series, right? Sure, just buy this one too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and where you might just be better off going to like good old games and like downloading TIE Fighter or X-Wing Alliance or, one of those old DOS-box games. But, I mean, still great. Seventh Guest. I think we've even talked about it this show or recently. Yeah, I feel like it comes up a lot. So good game.
I just thought you'd like those because they were all boxed, So
yes, yeah,
big box PC games.
Big box PC. I got a couple of those actually coming in on a trade soon, so that'll be on the next show. But very excited for those.
Awesome. Well, good job, Mech Blue. And then we're up to Invader G2.
Mm-hmm.
This was really popular. I never played it much, but man, is this a popular game?
I had no idea this was a popular game.
Rock and Roll Racing?
You didn't know that's a popular? Yeah.
So much fun.
What's it on?
Super NES.
Oh, that's why. I kind of jumped ship. I mean, you guys know this, right? Like I was an NES kid, and then I was a Genesis kid.
Yeah.
I did kind of similar stuff.
It's like it's like RC Pro-Am style racing, but with rock and roll soundtrack, upgradable vehicles, and all sorts of cool weapons you can blow up the other racers with.
Oh,
it is pretty fun. I remember my friend had it way
and
back,
a big
and
sci-fi theme to it too.
Yeah, it's really popular. If you ever see it cheap enough, you should definitely pick it up. It goes for not a bad price, but still fun one to play.
Yeah, I used to play the crap out of that.
And up next, he picked up some complete in-box NES games. Now, these are some unlicensed titles in here too, but they looked really nice. He picked up a complete in-box Shockwave. That's the one, Krabby, I told you should really pick that one up. It's really good for an unlicensed title.
Yeah, I'll delve into there when I'm done with my licensed.
It's not that expensive. Give it a shot if you see one come in the store or something. Take a look at it.
All right.
And he also picked up a complete Double Strike and then Dizzy for the NES. So those all looked really nice. And then some a lot of loose games. Still some hard to find, right? He picked up Isolated Warrior.
He got 3 that I still need.
Oh, very nice. Which ones?
I need the G.I. Joe.
Okay.
I need James Bond Jr.
All right.
And I need the Last Action Hero.
Last Action Hero's toughie.
Yeah.
That's a toughie. But he also got Venice Beach Volleyball. That's unlicensed. And he picked up Overlord and James... I'm sorry, you already said James Bond. Overlord and Jungle Book.
And Volleyball. Or you already said that too.
Yeah, the Venice Beach.
You did it. I get to do it too.
Do you guys double take whenever someone says or writes Venice Beach? And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's Venice Beach.
I've got that one. I don't think I've ever played it beyond testing it. It's one of those American video games. So
no, like for like whenever I hear someone like I'm like, oh wait, Menace Beach. You have Menace Beach.
Oh, Menace Beach.
And there's okay, it's Venice. Oh, sorry.
I've got Menace Beach too, and I've played that one. Ugh.
Excellent.
It's not good.
That's his happy noise. I love it.
Yeah, I just came out of the theater. Oh, you liked it.
You guys played Overlord though? That one's really cool.
I haven't fired it up yet.
It's like the only RTS game on the NES, and it actually plays pretty darn well.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of another.
I wonder if that was a European game that got ported over here or something, because it doesn't seem like a big US thing at the time.
It feels very PC when you're playing it. It does not feel like a console game.
Interesting. Interesting. I'd wonder if there was more research. I wonder if that was originally a European
I don't know.
game.
It was Virgin. Where were Virgin?
Oh, yep. That would be European.
European? All right. That makes sense then.
I was just eyeballing some PAL NES games earlier today. It might be in the future for me. But thanks, Invader G. We're going to move on now to Souza. Picked up some of these little handhelds, right? These like these little like tiger.
Yeah,
handhelds.
he got like half a dozen of the old Tiger games. I thought the Batman animated one looked really cool.
Oh, I don't think I've seen any of these. What are the other ones he got?
Batman Forever, Toy Story, and I think he had a couple like the old sports ones.
Oh, man, these were really popular. I think more so with my sister. She was a little younger than me, so she played them a lot more.
They got so boring so fast. But they were really cool right when you got them.
Because it was basically like the spiritual successor to the Game & Watch, right? I mean, same sort of idea. Pretty basic games.
Yeah.
But, hey, those are kind of fun to come across sometimes. I know, Kirby, I think you're still looking for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one, right?
Yeah, there's a Turtles one I used to have as a kid I'd love to grab again.
One of these days. Somebody will find it for you. Or might walk into your store.
Yeah. I had a Double Dragon Tiger that I enjoyed as a kid. I'm actually worried that if I ever got it again, I'd see how bad it was, but it's still a cool thing to throw on the shelf.
Yep. Yeah.
I might have that one.
Oh yeah, it was pretty. I've seen it a handful of times at the store, and like the $20 price tag on it, and I'm like, I don't need it that bad.
I think I've got a
$20
Sonic one.
Wasn't that like how much they were in the store back in the day?
Yeah,
something like that.
And moving up, I don't know how we're going to pronounce this one.
Okay. I'm going to go with Beers 241. Now, I know it's BSR, but I feel like after all that beer, he's just kind of mumbling these
After 241 beers, you spelled the word wrong.
How many beers? I don't know how many beers. 241 beers.
All right.
So that's mine.
I have no idea what your name is, but I guess we're going to go with 241 beers, even though that's completely wrong. I'm good with it.
Take one down, pass it around. 240 beers.
He picked up some Nintendo sweaters.
Those were pretty unique, eh?
Yeah.
Where do I send my money?
Yeah, it gets cold up here a lot. I could use a Nintendo sweater.
Bill wants the Nintendo sweaters and the Contra sweater, and he'll be good for life.
Oh, he'd never take it off, man. He'd have like one over the other in the summer, sweating through
that Contra sweater. Oh, I told you how quickly that was debunked by a knitting expert.
Yeah. And then some great complete in box Genesis games, right? Did you guys play any of these way back?
Oh, I played Out of This World a long time ago.
Yeah, I played that one in Flashback. So very similar, weren't they?
Yeah, they were kind of like sequels or like spiritual successor type thing, I think.
Right, and they had like this really like fluid animation, and literally like your guy was really like running and stuff.
Yeah, they just had this really different feel to them. Nothing else out there at the time felt anything like it.
Yeah. Steel Empire, I don't know anything about, but that's the one that had like the giant blimp on the front, right? It's the only thing I remember about that one. And then you got Truxton. Truxton was like I don't know if it was launch, but if not, it was really close to launch. She was really basic, but I think I've mentioned a bunch of times here, so I won't go into it again. But I'm surprised at how much that one sells for. I mean, not a truckload, but I mean, it was never a popular title, so maybe that's the reason.
It's the Lufia of the Genesis?
No, not really. But it's fun. I like it. And then he picked up Gaia-Rez. It's a nice little shooter, I think, right? So, nice little pickup on some Genesis games. And then cleaned up on Craigslist, right?
Yeah, apparently you can still find deals.
Every once in a while. What did he get?
I wish I could find the pictures because I'm having trouble finding them again just so I could look at them.
I don't put page numbers down for you. You got to work for it if you want to find them.
I think you're making it up, actually, because that member doesn't exist in our direct.
Doesn't even exist. He's got like
user
posts.
doesn't exist.
No beers? 241 beers? Come on, man. But looks like for $40 he got some Sega systems.
Maybe he was banned for posting fake Nintendo sweaters.
Oh, that would hurt. Maybe he took his toys and went home because he was flooded. He was flooded with PMs. Please, where's the sweaters?
Where's the Nintendo sweaters? I can't deal with these dorks.
I'm out of here. picked up what? Genesis, Nomad, Saturn, PS1, some games. That's awesome.
For $40, 4 systems with games. Yeah, you can't complain.
Heck yeah, man. Rock on. Well, good. Beers. We'll go with that. And up next, what goes with beers?
I don't know.
Monkeys.
Monkeys.
Obviously.
Beers and monkeys go right together, right? So what?
Did they have the man show in Canada?
Yeah. It's not nothing I ever watched though. I know of the name of it. That's about it.
It's a show that had buxom women jumping on trampolines and lots of beer.
And monkeys.
And monkeys. Why would you not watch a show like that?
I don't know. I guess I missed it when I was 13. When was it on?
You were 13 and you missed a show with women jumping on trampolines?
Saying. Like, was it on when I was not 13? Because
it was on
something I would have known about.
It was not like. Do you remember Win Ben Stein's Money?
Yes.
It was on right after that show went away because Jimmy Kimmel went to the Man Show.
Exactly why I didn't watch it then. It was because I fell asleep during Ben Stein every time. That was the most boring game show ever.
What was the thing? I was like, Ziggy, Ziggy, Ziggy. What was it?
Ziggy Sagi.
Oi, 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 right?
Yeah, and then like, okay, this is sad. Don't laugh because I know one of you's gonna laugh at it. And then that guy died, and then like a few episodes later, they came on and they were like, listen, like not like a message. They were like, listen, the fox died, but like, we'll still let you do that cheer if you like. He died of like prostate cancer, so like we'll still let you use his like likeness in that chant if you just tell all your viewers to make sure you go get checked out for prostate cancer.
That's awesome. Jimmy Kimmel's funny.
Yeah, he's come a long way.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. But back to monkeys for a minute, because beer and monkeys go together.
That's getting cut, right?
He picked up some Atari 2600 stuff. Some good ones too.
Yeah, more complete Atari. Yeah. Asteroids, Qbert, Pitfall, Dig Dug,
all the staples.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Well, Pitfall is a classic. I'm still out on the lookout for a Pitfall 2. I still have not found a cart. I'm not going to go out and pay a lot of money for it. Eventually, I'm sure it'll show up cheap. But
right. Do you want it because it's a good game to play?
Yeah, I liked Pitfall, and Pitfall 2 is like Pitfall on steroids. So sure, yeah, I want to play it.
I like that Super Pitfall.
I really like Pitfall 1 because if you're just decent at Pitfall, you can make that game last forever.
Yeah, well, I've never got all the treasure. I hear that's possible, but
really?
No way. Yeah. From what I understand, you can beat Pitfall. I've just never done it.
Know that. Yeah.
Is there a kill screen?
I don't think so. I think there's just like 120 treasures or something like that. And if you get them all, you win on the time limit.
So you get like the end screen or a congratulations sort of thing?
I've never done it. I couldn't tell you. I'm just telling you. I've heard that you can beat Pitfall. So.
Yeah, and I've heard that you can jump in the NES version of Zelda. You just got to press A and B at the same time.
Right, and you can hop over the flagpole in Mario, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I heard that. It's cool. I heard it.
Yeah, sure, right? Just like World -2. You can get there if you go fast enough. All right. Up next, we've got Fakakis.
Fokakis.
This one, oh man, I like this one. This next
one. It's a good one.
I thought you'd both like that, yeah.
Stinger. You guys ever play Stinger?
A little bit.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I got lucky on my copy. I negotiated this. It was marked like $35 in the store, and I was like, the box is kind of like crushed a little bit, and he was like, okay, like $20, and the box wasn't crushed like really at all. So
I had that happen to me the other day, except I didn't even have to put the thing in his mind. Like I was just looking at some stuff he had. You probably saw the posting. I did the complete box Mattel action set.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, and I've upgraded my box about 4 times at home here. So it's a decent box. His is better than mine. And I'm looking at it. He's like, yeah, the box really sucks, so I don't really want much for it. And I'm like, all right. And then he's like, yeah, I looked up things on eBay. I'm like, oh, no. He looked up on eBay, and he's like, and they only sell for like $20 there. So I'm like, what the heck kind of eBay are you looking at? Like, the guy was just weird, but it worked out in my favor.
He's looking at like ebay.tumblr.com.
I don't know.
That reminds me, oh my gosh, I've got to say this, because I was looking at Craigslist, of course you're looking at Craigslist, which is, mine is garbage. But somebody has a quote unquote brand new, that's the NES set that had the satellite or whatever in it,
Yep. Mm-hmm. Was that the sports set?
I don't remember what set it is, but they said, quote unquote, it's brand new, right? Because it's sealed. Those things never came like in plastic wrap or anything, but it's sealed.
Wrap it in saran.
$1,300 is what they want for it.
You should trade him your sealed Earthbound for it.
Right.
I'm getting tired of people who like will say like complete Nintendo or complete Genesis, and you go in there and it's just like complete means like it has the power cable and the controllers. Like it's complete. You can plug it in and you have everything you need to play it.
I kind of almost deep down hope that this collecting market crashes really soon, so everybody else will go away and leave me alone.
I've actually stopped looking. I've stopped a lot of like I don't stop at I stop at Savers once in a while because they actually have some good stuff from time to time, but no Goodwill. I'm only checking Craigslist like once every other week.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Just because it's so garbagey. But yeah, I'm like in hiatus almost.
Yeah, because it's like, I'm just so tired of this. People, just go away, people. Right? I'm not gonna be that. I'm gonna be that old man. Just get off my lawn, you stupid kids.
I'm loving it. I'm thriving right now.
Yeah, I'm hoping they'll get sick of it, except for in Prince George.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm hoping that everyone gets sick of it, just decides to dump all their stuff back in the market.
We are kind of like the Iraq of Canada, so we're like 10 years behind everyone else. So if it dies down there, we'll still have it up here for a little while.
Well, no, I don't think, I don't actually care about the shops. It's these goofballs on Craigslist that think everything's worth $1 million.
That's what I mean. They make my prices look amazing.
Yeah, they probably
People
do,
come in, they're like, oh, I saw this for $400. You got it for 50? Like, give me 10.
Yeah, and the problem with us, like we have a shop that's the opposite. We have a shop in Poughkeepsie, New York, that is terrible with prices. So everyone on Craigslist has their prices like based off of that shop. So whether it's plus or minus 20%, it's still bad. And like everyone in their Craigslist ads will say, well, like don't like my price. Like no, they say like check out blah 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 store. They have it for X amount. I'm like, yeah, but that's already way too high.
Yeah, and you notice they're not selling theirs either.
Yeah, I've told you before, like Link to the Adventure of Link, $24.99. Mario 3 Kart, $29.99. Symphony of the Night Greatest Hits, $59.99. Like they literally never sell a game. Like I stop in there for like they do like dollar sports cards, which is where I got my Blades of Steel red label. But anything that's not like $1 to $5, cheapy deal, they have like 3 times what they should be.
Well, eventually the market will take care of those people. So
I hope so.
That's the good.
The thing is, they make so much money on like comics and tabletop that I don't know if they care about the video game stuff really.
Yeah, a couple of years back, one of the biggest ones in my state crashed, and now my local store, they bought all their inventory out, so now it's at decent prices. So,
awesome.
It happens.
I'm hoping.
Gotta wait it out.
There you go. And kind of back to it, though. So, Stinger, which is really the Twin Bee games. I think that's interesting, right? Because, like, did they think when they were bringing to, like, oh, Twin Bee? Oh, that's not tough enough for American kids. We got Stinger. America. Yeah, because, like, Twin Bee. Stinger. I don't know. Whoever came up with that.
What was it called?
It's like a missile.
What was it called? Was it Twin Bee Everywhere?
In Japan, it's Twin Bee. That's what you call it. I don't know what it is in Europe. I have no idea. It might be Twin Bee.
Okay, yeah, because I always find it interesting to see like Probotector and stuff like that, and think like you get 2 rando words that mean nothing, but like no Contra, Europe won't understand that.
Oh no, it was violence issue. Can't kill people. Robots you can kill all day long, but can't kill people.
So you're a Probotector.
Yes, and you're killing the evil robot army. Everybody's robots.
They do explode when you shoot them.
They do.
Yeah, you're right. The guys do disintegrate.
Could just be your awesome ammunition, though. Just.
I was actually that's one of the PAL games looking was a Super Turrican. I'm like, I think I might want to get a copy of Super Turrican at some point.
Yeah. Wasn't Mega Turrican a Genesis?
There was a Mega Turrican. There was I think a Super Turrican 2 on Super Nintendo. We never got Super Turrican on the NES here, but anyway. Getting back to the theme, he picked up Resident Evil 2, right? Fakakis?
Resident Evil.
The best one?
2.
That is the best
one.
I love that title screen, like Resident Evil 2.
They set up the title screens for the rest of the series. Yeah.
It is. That's pretty awesome.
The Reckoning.
Electric Boogaloo. And then on to Mech Blue. What? He's back? How did that happen?
Oh, looks like someone didn't see that he already had a spot.
That's all right. That's all right.
At least
know
I
it's-
spelled everything right.
And we know it's not Krabby because he doesn't put page numbers on everything.
There's a page number
all
on
right.
there for you.
Yeah, but were
I'm-
you this one or you were the previous one?
I'm masquerading. I must have been the previous one. I just set you up to fail.
It's all right. Looks like he found a nice blue N64. I think somebody else had found one of those before too, right? So
Yeah, we talked about the ice blue. Yeah, it's a good color.
Those are pretty
And
sleek,
then,
yeah.
a big console lot.
Yeah, do you guys see that picture?
No, I don't
It's
remember what that is.
It's like a stack of 20 PlayStation 1s and
Oh,
there's like
yeah!
a whole
Yes.
bunch of GameCubes and yeah.
I thought that was. I didn't see the name at first, and I thought that was like inventory you picked up for your store.
No, it's just something he picked up for like $80.
So did you PM him like, hey, I'll buy all that stuff?
Send it to me. No, I didn't. That's
Also, that N64 is not ice blue. It's like a raspberry color.
Oh.
no,
So I don't
that's
know
a
what-
different post. The ice
Oh,
blue
sorry.
one's an earlier one.
So there's the different post. Okay, but yeah, there's like also like a raspberry kind of colored, and you can
I
see
think
the
it's like
Game Boy
fire
players
red.
in there.
You're trying to make it sound really girly, but I'm pretty sure it's like fire red. Man,
I'm
like
pretty sure it's raspberry.
salmon pink.
I think actually in
Rose.
Japan there was a watermelon in
Yes,
64.
there was.
So there you go. It's not America. Watermelon.
Yeah, if it was America, it would be seedless watermelon.
All right. And then I don't know how you come up with a name like Carbag.
I think someone chooses it for you.
Is it anything like it's kind of like when you sign up for Xbox Live and it like suggests gamer tags for you?
Teabag was taken. Would you like car bag?
But Carbag.
No, but what choice do I have? And he's one of your countrymen too.
I see. Awesome.
There you go. So Carbag, or maybe it's Carbagger. I don't know. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it's something backwards. Would that be Gabrack? Okay, no. Okay, Carbag.
Yeah.
You picked up a copy of
Kirby said
Xenoblade.
that he is in the Iraq of Canada, so he's the No, I can't do it.
It's my alter ego if you just switch the R and the A around.
Oh yeah,
The
kinda
crab
like.
bag.
Oh, you didn't want to post. You were ashamed of
Yeah.
creating duplicate accounts for posts.
Because I was promoting EB Games about that Xenoblade.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Had to
That's what he
hide
picked
my
up, right?
identity.
Did he? Now I don't
Yeah.
know if he really put if he picked it up before or after the reprint or what the deal is with that.
Yeah,
but
I don't
just
remember.
saw a copy.
I mean,
doesn't
it
matter.
was-
It's a cool game. He got it.
Exactly. Yeah. I
Awesome.
mean, it was July 23rd, so it's kind of right in the time period where it could have happened. But regardless, great game.
Yeah, foreshadowing. Anyway, and then boy, I don't see enough out of Bad Enough Dude anymore.
He's slowed down.
He's not been bad enough lately. He's getting bad again.
But when he picks things up, he picks up cool things.
He did.
Hmm.
He picked up a pretty good Contra game, right?
Genesis one. I think
Yeah,
he said he
I guess,
got. I think he said he got the cardboard one too.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
This is one of the most disturbing print ads. Do you remember the print ad for this game?
Not at
No.
all.
It was a meat grinder. So it was like a super close up of like raw meat being like, crank ground, like, and like coming and like you were going into the meat grinder because this game was so hard that it was going to like not just kill you, but grind up your meat and like make a burger out of it.
That's awesome.
Sounds like a horror film waiting to happen.
Yeah. If someone can find this, and like we have a video game, like classic video game ad thread on RF. If someone can find that print ad and throw it in there, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, there
fun,
you go.
fun piece of trivia also. Bad Enough Dude was also the first person I ever bought anything off online on any site or any forum.
Really? Wow.
I don't know, like 2007 or whenever I joined RF Gen.
And
Yeah.
what was it?
N64 cables, like the AV cables. That was it.
Oh, I
Yeah.
always need those.
Exactly. Yeah, I needed them. He offered me a good price. Grabbed them right away, and then I was hooked on RF Gen after that.
Awesome.
Wait, N64 AV? Are they
yeah,
different?
no, they're the same ones you can use on like your Super Nintendo, your GameCube,
Oh, okay.
yeah, like whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Always in short supply of those things. Those and power supplies. Oy.
Yeah.
Always.
A friend of mine just gave me an old N64 that he wasn't using, and the yellow, like the video on the AV cable, looks like a car like drove over it. So I'm gonna have to like cut it off and just put a replacement on there. But they should work after that.
You know how I play a lot of NES games on my RF instead of the AV?
Yeah.
Right.
There's actually a reason for that, other than I just like it. Is I had the AV cables. I was playing one day. We were playing like Dr. Mario or something when my sister was up, and the doorbell rang, and one of my dogs bolted and it ran right through the cord and tore them both off in the machine.
Oh,
So both the ends are stuck in the AV spot right now.
Whoops.
Yeah.
What kind of dog is it?
He's not a big dog. He was like half pug, half something else.
He was just
puggle?
crazy excited. Well, moving back on to more Canadian.
And if you want to keep
Goodies.
that themed, my dog's
Yeah.
name is Wesker.
There you go, right? That's right.
Yeah.
So the ever popular Fleech picked up a
Fleech.
few odds and ends, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Don't
knew-
sound excited, Bill.
Well, I knew that Krabby wanted to talk about these games because they're creepy, so I'll let him talk about them.
Oh, no, I just got excited because Fleech has actually been messaging me about taking a trip to Prince George.
Scenic.
Yeah, get your life insurance renewed.
Kevlar underwear.
So, yeah, he might be coming down this way next year. It'll be pretty cool.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, definitely take that. I mean, I can't imagine a road trip across Canada would not be scenic and gorgeous. So yeah, that could be really cool.
Sounds like he's flying, actually. He's missing all the scenery.
No, it's cool. Get a window seat then. Same thing.
Sounds like a good plan. If I had to go that far, I'd want to fly.
Yeah,
too.
like he's in Ontario, I'm in BC. It would be like a 3-day drive if he drove. And that's like
Yeah.
driving all day.
Yeah, that's not too much farther than if it was for me to try to do it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Add another day
Yeah.
on for you, probably.
yeah, but picked up a couple games, Krabby.
Yeah, some Fragile Dreams and Cursed Mountain, both on the Wii. Yeah, I'm like Bill said, really, both of them very atmospheric, very creepy, like survival horror type games. I don't hear many people talk about either one of them, but they are really cool.
Now, if memory serves, you used to do a blog about games, and wasn't one of those Cursed Mountain?
Yes, it was.
That's what I thought.
That-
And what happened? What happened to that blog, Krabby?
I don't know. Yeah, Zeg Norwich keeps bugging me. I'll do another one eventually.
Yeah, because it was the basically these unloved games, right?
Yeah, games I felt didn't get enough attention. Cursed Mountain was the one I wrote about. I
Yeah,
thought
I
it
remember
was just cool how like the whole game there's like no characters to meet barely at all. Like you're just alone the whole time. It's really creepy.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
All right, well, pretty cool. Maybe I'll get a chance to play those and
Yeah. Neither of them are very expensive now that the Wii's kind of on the way out. They're pretty cheap, like $10.
There you go.
Yeah.
And up next we had Gamer Nick. Now, anybody listening to the show probably knows Gamer Nick usually gets a lot of stuff. But we had a problem with Gamer Nick this time around, didn't we?
A big one.
Yeah. Gamer Nick has a photo bucket account. he's using for his hosting of his photos, and he is so popular that he used up his bandwidth allotment from PhotoBucket for the month.
Which
and so
I didn't even know was a thing that was possible to do.
I didn't either. So we couldn't really talk about huge amounts of stuff that Gamer Nick got.
Yeah.
But we were able to see a few odds and ends they got, and boy, I don't know if these first ones, maybe I didn't need to see the picture of these, but go play interesting Atari 2600 games, right?
Yeah. Some
you
of
got,
Banana's favorites.
Right. One is Notorious, right? Custer's Revenge.
Everyone knows that one, yeah.
And then the next one,
I like the cover on the next one. It's silly looking.
a girl licking on an ice cream cone, right?
Yeah. That's the one.
That's not ice cream, baby. It's beat 'em and eat 'em, right? Why? Just why? Why?
Did Banana get this as like a Father's Day present or something?
I think it was
His wife got
Valentine's
him,
Day. Like it was a really ironic gift. It was awesome.
Maybe it was a really good Valentine's Day.
Oh.
But let's move on, shall we? He picked up
See,
Karate Kid.
Yeah. Equally inappropriate Karate Kid, yes.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This is I actually always really liked the. Speaking of earlier, we were talking about like Krabby, how you used to like force Blades of Steel to tie so you could go to the shootout.
Yeah.
I used to really only want to play the like
chop the
ice
wood
chopping,
mini games and stuff.
Yeah, like the ice chopping mini game and the
Catch the flies
chopsticks.
with the chopsticks.
Yeah,
That's
chopsticks
awesome.
fly. I wasn't really good at the rest of the game because I'm not great at games and it was difficult to me.
Oh, it's
but
LJN.
I would
That's
I would just reset it and just go back to and I could never figure out to this day, and I don't want to look it up because I want to figure it out. I could never figure out how to do the like the swinging pendulum thing that knocks you in the
That-
water.
I only
yeah.
did that once ever. Like that one's tricky, and I don't even know how I got past it the one time.
Just random, I have no doubt. Just random. But you got that. Very nice. And then a couple other games, right? And these are complete. King's Knight. Now, Krabby, you said you liked that one, right?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I enjoy it. Kind of a neat take on the shoot 'em up type genre.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. And
Squaresoft game too.
yeah,
It's got a really
back when they-
awesome label too. Like it just looks like Zelda almost. Like it's so gold and there's like knights and dragons on it. Like it's pretty cool looking.
yeah. And then you picked up Skate or Die. Gosh,
I don't know if I mentioned it on the show or not, but I know a guy that looks exactly like the shop owner in Skate or Die.
You definitely have because I remember it.
He cut his hair a while ago for like a job interview, but he's got the colored mohawk back. I just saw
You
him.
need to take a picture.
Yeah, I just saw him yesterday. Next time I see him, I'm gonna remember I have my camera phone on me, and I'm gonna ask him if I can take his picture and post it on our chat.
What I want you to do is look at the screenshot of that guy in there and make him pose like in that exact same pose.
Right.
I will do my best.
And then it's going to be like an episode of Seinfeld where like he has no idea what this game or who this guy is.
Oh, no,
and
he
then he's
knows.
gonna
I mentioned
try
it
to
to
sue
him.
them. Oh, really?
Yeah.
And he's like, I get that all the time.
Well, no doubt, I'm sure next month, once Gamer Nick gets these things straightened out, we'll be talking more about them. But hey, we'll have to move on.
It looks like he fixed it because early in the month it was all like, oh, like Photo Bucket, like too popular, you got to upgrade your stuff. And then towards the very end of the month, it looks like his photos were hosted by Imgur, which is the correct hosting image service. So it looks like we probably won't have this again, but I apologize. I went to the text to try to see if I could, see some lists, but not everyone writes out individually what they get. Sometimes they just use pictures, which, is fine, except for when you're as popular as he is, and then the pictures go away. So,
Well, up next, Crazy the Possum picks a couple odds and ends up, right?
Best album of the
this
month.
is all Krabby. Yeah.
So what's that awesome album he picked up?
That's a Weird Al in 3D.
That's a pretty good, awesome. That's a pretty awesome album.
I could listen.
You got another one that was pretty cool too, though, right?
Which one was that?
Twisted Sister.
That's all right. That's one everyone has.
Yeah, but still pretty cool.
Come on, you got Nature Trail to Hell and Mr. Popeil.
It is probably one of the best albums.
So good.
Not the best album from Weird Al, I think, but
Oh.
still really good.
No contest. That's the best one. Even S Banana, he agrees with me.
Eat It was pretty good.
They're all pretty good, but this was the best one.
I really liked Eat It. I even liked Polka Party. Not a lot of people like Polka Party.
Party's solid. Did you ever listen
like it.
to he did Peter and the Wolf? He like narrated the whole story, but like Weird Al style
No.
on vinyl. It is really funny.
Huh. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
And he also seemed to find a Mattel Aquarius system, right?
Tell me about that. I've never seen one.
I'll be honest, I don't really know much about it. It was, I think it was kind of came out after the Intellivision, and obviously it just failed terribly. So
It looks like a home computer, like a Commodore or something. Like it's just bizarre looking.
yeah, I'm not really sure what the deal was with that. Because Mattel kind of messed around with a lot of this. Because remember, like the Intellivision 2 had like the keyboard attachment and all that stuff that you could get for it. So obviously they wanted to break into the market. And after the big video game crash in '83, home computers were seen as that's the big thing. So everybody wanted to convert over to that. And, you had like the Coleco Atom, and you had, all these companies just trying to get in with it. But very interesting. I'd like to know more about it. Honestly, I've not had a chance to run into one, so I'd like to see.
I did a little research, and apparently there was actually an Aquarius 2.
Really?
That actually there's evidence that it was actually released in small markets, but not commercially successful. So it's extremely rare, but they're out there. But yeah, it was early 80s, like 83, 84, and it just didn't take off and just kind of went away very quickly.
Yeah, post-crash was crazy, and then the Commodore 64 took off and then just buried everything else. So,
right.
Once that thing went, forget about it.
Yeah, it buried everything else, and then it jumped in that hole and pulled all the dirt on itself.
No, it took a long time to do that, though, man. The Commodore 64 was hot.
You had a lot of bodies to get rid of.
He was tired.
And then up next we have Mr. Noise Redux.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to see him posting still.
God, man.
Definitely.
Got some great games for the price.
Yeah, a nice yard sale find.
Man.
$10.
Yeah,
What did he get?
Good stuff.
He got most of the Super Nintendo games that when people start collecting Super Nintendo, it's like the first 5 they go to get. He got like all of them in the same bundle.
Yeah, like Turtles in Time.
Yeah. Super Castlevania 4. I know you're a big fan of that one.
Mm-hmm. Not the best one, but good.
Donkey Kong Country.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I saw you're going to have a fight with somebody in the forum. Someone just was talking about how 4 is the best. So get ready for a fight.
Oh, you're going down. I was just playing the best Castlevania game right before we started recording tonight, so...
Oh, nice.
Check
RGB?
the Twitter.
Lament
check
of
the Twitter
Innocence.
feed, baby.
Awesome.
What's wrong with you?
So good.
Portrait of Ruin?
What are you gonna...
Symphony of the Night. Like, what are you playing now? 3?
Yeah,
3.
I swear
It's
to
3,
3.
right? Yeah.
Is the best.
That's not even top 5. Come on.
Japanese 3. You're wrong. Just hands down. I know Castlevania. You're wrong.
I'd rather play Simon's Quest.
You know Bob Castlevania?
What?
You know Bob Castlevania?
Bob? I've not bet Bob.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Sounds like he'd be an alright fella. But good job. Let's move on to another happy Canadian. Man, where all these Canadians come from? Tech Wizard.
I could tell you where.
Canada.
Yeah, you got it.
I may be joining you here soon. I think if my company keeps going the way it's going.
Come on down. Cheap housing prices up here right now.
Are you gonna put me to work in the shop, Krabby?
You got a hospital. You work at a hospital, right?
Yeah. I could work part time. Sell
Find you
some
a
games.
job. Yeah.
But he
Why
found
are so many Commodore 64s up here?
he found one that's again foreshadowing. A little later in the episode, Ryan. He found Pikmin 2 for the GameCube.
Great. I mean, we talk about every time we mention it. I mention the multiplayer and how I feel like there's so few people who've actually played it. It's a phenomenal multiplayer that's not like most other multiplayers, and every game seems to come down to like the last like 10 seconds to who wins or not.
And then he secured, finally, because he had the ordeal kind of going on for a while, right? So he finally secured a copy of Sculptor's Cut, right?
Yeah, because he had iWins originally, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. we
That's
kinda talked
right.
about
Yeah,
that
and it
before.
was like hadn't had a problem with it.
Yeah, it didn't work. Where's that one at, Krabby?
Hopefully at the post office in the morning.
Rock and roll,
It's on
man. I
its
hope you
way.
can get it running.
Yeah.
If nothing else, hey, you got a nice cart case. Maybe you can do something with that.
Sweet paperweight.
Very nice. He also picked up Dragon Leap. So it's the re-release version, not the cool one we've got, Bill.
Oh,
right?
yeah, it's the pretend version.
So it's the colored case. But still, it was an interesting game. If you go back and listen to our Too Many Games episode, hear more about that one.
You can even watch that episode.
You can, if you really want to be frightened out of your wits. You can certainly. Well, for me, I mean, Bill's an attractive guy. Me, just you can look past it. It's okay.
I don't know. I watched that video when I got home and I was like, oh, I look terrible.
It's lighting. It's what? Fluorescent lighting.
Be.
Fluorescent lighting is terrible. I do video. Trust me, you don't ever use fluorescent lighting for video. Not overhead fluorescent. Anyway, again, foreshadowing. A little later on, he picked up an Ikaruga.
Ikaruga.
Good game.
I hear that's a solid shooter for the GameCube.
You hear
You
correctly.
heard correctly, kind sir.
Would you guys argue the best shooter on the GameCube?
Doesn't have a lot of competition.
Yeah,
So is that a
played
yes?
a lot of the other ones.
Yeah.
So
what else you got? Like Chaos Field. I think there was like a Star Soldier on like one of the Midway things. Like
Was Bango?
Are there any like Japan only games that people import
Oh, I
for
bet
GameCube?
there
Oh,
are.
probably. Yeah, there's like Raider G. That's a decent one. I still think
Is
Igor is better. Bango
is
is not on
Bango?
like GameCube. No,
It's not?
no,
Why am I thinking there was a GameCube version of that?
no. There wasn't there like a import N64 Bango.
I think so, but I was thinking there was maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was a GameCube one, but I could definitely be wrong with
I
that
think
one.
you're wrong.
And then Call. That's America. This is an American game. I don't know why it's going to Canada.
Yep.
It's the Call of Duty.
That's what happens when you abbreviate it. We think it's Canadian on duty. Often confused with the RCMP game.
Got a guy on a horse,
Mounted Warfare.
red clothes. Mounted
I
warfare.
actually really like this game. The campaign in this, like, I know the multiplayer is where these games live, but the campaign in Modern Warfare I enjoyed a lot.
Yeah, so he picked up the collector's edition of Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, right?
Yeah, and he's a Call of Duty guy.
There you go.
I believe that's a main staple of his collection.
Hey, that's cool. I've got a good friend, and he and his wife and a lot of other friends I know, they all play COD Blops a lot.
Well, yeah, I think with Call of Duty, it's easy to be a hater because it's just like, oh, another friggin' Call of Duty game. But, like, honestly, like, you know, if you like your game, you have fun with your friends and family, like, I got nothing against it.
Hey, no. Hey, man, rock on. I just, not my deal, but that's cool. Very cool. And then Mr. Sloman, right?
Yep, Irving's back.
All right, welcome back. He picked up a couple good deals, right?
Oh yeah, didn't he get PS3s for like $10-15 a piece? Like they were dirt cheap.
Yeah.
Were they non-working?
He said they were non-working, but he's like 2 of the 3 of them worked when he went home. Like,
so the guy like didn't have the power plug or something.
I don't know. Plugged into the wrong AV output or something when he was trying to check it out.
Good deal.
Well, when some of those start getting yellow light, don't they kind of off and on for a little bit until they eventually die, or do they just straight out die?
I thought they just straight out died.
Oh, maybe.
The one I've only dealt with one, and that's kind of what happened with ours.
There's enough people too, like, that I see on my random Craigslist searches that offer to fix the yellow light. That I just don't feel like it's that, you know, big a deal anymore. Like there's always something you can do, it seems like, to fix it.
Yeah.
I think honestly, I've got, like, you know, the original guy. I think if it died, I may pay to send it to Sony to fix, I think.
I my PS2 years ago, like when I was living down in Florida, my PS2 broke, and I was like in the middle of like loving PS2 for like a year, and I called them up and I was like, hey, is this thing under warranty or what's the deal? And they were like, it's not, and we do repair service for $149. And this was when PlayStation 2s, I think, cost like about $150. And I said, I can buy one for $149. And they were like, oh yeah, you could do that too. So, and I said to the person on the phone, I was like, okay, like, you can talk to me like a real like, I really don't care one way or the other. I'm just a regular person. Do you guys just really not want to be repairing these? And they're like, yeah, we just would. They're really hard. Our engineers don't want to solder things that small. Like, just buy another one.
Right. My launch PS2 still runs like a champ. Still a good system.
I don't know if I don't have a fat. I have a slim that I got when it first came out that still runs great.
I love the fat ones. I've held on to mine too. I didn't get it at launch, but it's been very reliable.
Yeah, I waited in line for that sucker.
You played some Fat Division when you got home?
No, I played Tekken Tag Tournament, man. I'm a real man.
I didn't
America.
get one until the Gran Turismo 3 bundle, which I played endlessly.
Well, good job. He picked up some PS3s and then a bunch of GBA SPs. I did see like a big bunch of them.
A dozen of them, yeah. Like a big. That was a cool photo.
Yeah, and like all of them like flipped on and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, does he collect colors? I think he said like, oh, well, I already have this color, but this one's nicer, so this will get added to the lineup.
Maybe. That's such a great system, though. I really love the SP. I used to carry one in my pocket
everyone
forever.
I was always the advanced. I like bought it, and then the SP came out like a month or two later. So I was stuck with my just Game Boy Advance.
I bought the Advance and like fought with like angles you had to sit in to play it, and I think I got rid of it pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, good stuff. SPs are beautiful. especially if you get the right, correctly backlit one, right, instead of the front lit. But anyway, up next we have Jan Soleil.
Jan Soleil.
He,
Mario Lemieux.
He picked up a couple really awesome titles, right?
Well, if you ask you.
Well, yeah, I am asking me. Duh.
I mean, you say so. I haven't played...
He just pretends we're not here the whole podcast. Haven't you noticed? He's talking to himself the whole time.
You guys are just filler.
Pretty good games.
Don't you know
pretty
that?
good games, Duke. Yeah, second Duke. These are some pretty good games.
Okay, one of them. You guys can definitely speak to one of them, right?
Yes, the D&D game, yes.
Yeah. Hillsfar is the tough one to find.
Yeah, I still don't have that one either.
Oh!
I think I had a cart, and then during my decision to go complete, I was making decisions either to just buy the parts to complete or sell or trade, and somebody really wanted this cart, so I sold it to him.
And you didn't sell it to Krabby?
I don't remember if he jumped on it quick enough.
No, I'm often broke when the cool things come up.
And you know what I did? I think I sent a PM to a few of the close guys who I had done some deals with before, and I think Banana was the first one to hit me back. And I know Duke asked me, he's like, "Oh, is this still there?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
I found one eventually. And the other game I'm referring to, which I'll be talking a little bit more about later, is the awesome Power Strike.
Now, that sounds pretty American to me.
Yeah, Power Strike. Well, of course, because do you know what the original title is?
What?
Aleste.
Oh, that's very very feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a slow concerto.
Yeah, and I think there's like on the Japanese, I want to say it's like a female pilot too. So it's an American. It's Power Strike.
Yeah.
But did they just like draw a handlebar mustache on the girl for the American?
You don't even see it. It's got that terrible Sega Master
on there.
System. It's got that horrible Sega Master System art where like somebody that was in the office, they just like let their kid, here, I need some cover art.
Here's a piece of grid paper. Draw me something.
Yep.
The Power Strike sounds like one of Shatterhand's special moves.
Oh,
it's terrible. Oh my gosh, it's that blue. It's not even in color. It's like the mail away. So it didn't even bother.
It was like what was that game? The game with Okami on PS2. When it was re-released for the Wii, like no one had the cover art. So
right.
They downloaded it from IGN and sent it to like the printer, but it has like an IGN watermark on it for the.
I applied for that. They had that like special offer for a while where you could send in your UPC or whatever.
The exchange, right?
And they would send you one of two different alternate arts, and I never received my alternate arts.
It's probably at customs.
Those jerks. I think you should write them a strongly worded letter.
With an IGN watermark on it.
Dear Sir or Madam. So very good. Power Strike. Play it. Awesome. Because that's another compile shooter. So Krabby, put that one on your list.
I need a Master System first.
Master System? What kind of man are you?
Oh, I'm not American.
Do you have a power base converter?
I do not. Nope. I got no way to play my Master System games.
You're making me feel ill. Let's move on. We move
got
on
a
to
birthday coming up.
Hey, there we go. And let's move on to Wempster. Oh, I just put this in. There's no collectability to this one. But we talked about it before, man. Freaking Joe Montana Sports Talk Football.
Joe Montana Sports Talk Football. You'll never get an announcer in a video game.
Joe Montana Sports Talk Football.
Football.
Oh, I mean, I love that game. I played so much freaking Sports Talk Football.
I literally never heard of this until you guys just started blabbing about it this podcast.
Oh, man. I'm telling you. I just had to put that in because, I had because it really was just like Sports Talk, and then they had the next one was like 94 Sports Talk. But I don't have those anymore. I'm going to have to pick those up because they're no doubt dirt cheap. But if I find some nice copies, I'm doing it. We used to play so much.
It's like 1 or 2 loonies.
Yeah, I think I could handle that. And then really that gets us down to us, right?
All right, so before we get to our scores for the month, which I ended up with way more than I thought I did once I started writing all this down. Not showing off or anything, it's just the way it is.
Terrifying, isn't it?
I did just want to bring something up real quick. It's recently come to my attention that we maybe haven't given enough credit to one of our members who's been really awesome with the giveaways lately. We mentioned Techie a lot on this show, but and everyone knows about his play and trade buyout pretty much. And we've mentioned a handful of the things that he's given to other people. I think maybe we didn't realize how much of that was sent at little to no cost, to the buyer. Techie just threw stuff in boxes, hundreds and hundreds of games, and just sent them out to people. I think a few people paid shipping, did some trades, but we maybe didn't give that enough credit over the last couple of months as it's been happening. So I just wanted to call quick attention to that and make sure that the members on the site know what a great job he's been doing.
Fantastic. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize, Techie, that you'd been kind of doing that. So, man, that's really awesome. A, you buy out a store, and B, just say, hey, here's some gifts for my friends. So,
yeah,
man,
kudos.
Big props. That's awesome.
Kudos.
So, I guess I'll go first because I won the coin toss backstage, so I'm going to start.
I kind of rigged it, didn't I, though?
Yeah.
Screwed it up.
So I see. We're working the system here.
7 was a code number.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be one up from 7. So the first thing I got in was a pinball cart from Banana, who helped me out. I was looking for a Famicom adapter cart, just trying to get prepared for the NES cart adapter that shows up for my Play Choice in a few weeks. And I thought it'd be cool.
Hear about that.
Yeah, I thought it'd be really cool because I have a Gradius 2 cart. So I kind of thought it'd be cool just to have a Famicom compatibility on the Play Choice. So I think Banana actually either called a buddy of his or went to his buddy's store and he searched through a whole box of black box games and found one. So that was really cool of him. He shipped it right over to me. So I've got my Famicom adapter waiting. Also on the keep an eye out for me thread, Sir Psycho noticed that I needed a Grandia 2 disc because I have a complete case. I even had the soundtrack CD, but no disc. So he hooked me up with that. So that was awesome of him. And then from Gamer Nick, I got an X-Men cart and manual, which I ended up completing later in the month, which I think is still foreshadowing. It might just be spoiler.
Yeah, no, you're still foreshadowing.
Okay. And then at the flea market, I picked up a NHL 97 and 98 for the Saturn. 97 was a condition upgrade, and 98 I had never seen for Saturn before.
It's possibly the only sports condition upgrade ever.
It's it's they're super common. NHL 97 for the Saturn. I've mentioned this. I don't know if on the air or not. NHL 98 for the Sega Saturn is probably the worst port I've ever played of any game.
Pretty sure that's the third time we've heard it this episode.
Yeah, for sure.
So really bad. I would love to do a side by because I was thinking as I'm playing it, I was like, wow. I remember this game being so awesome, but I had played it on the PlayStation. And then I actually fired up my PlayStation version in my PS3. And I was like, okay, it wasn't just me. The Saturn port is atrocious. Okay, so moving on. A handful of cheapy eBay things to kind of help me complete things this month. So I got a Gunsmoke cart and box. I already had the manual, so that's complete.
Which cover art?
The cartoony one.
Oh, okay, all right.
I like that one.
The cowboy one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a big rarity or value difference?
Value difference? I don't know. I don't think there's much.
I don't think there's a value.
Rarity, I have no idea.
I like the Outlaw Josie Wales kind of art better, but they're both cool.
Okay. And Krabby a while ago got me a couple of awesome rare boxes, one of them being Motor City Patrol. So I ended up picking up a Motor City Patrol cart at Retro Games. So just got to find the manual. The only one on eBay right now is $39.99. So I think I'll be waiting. Also got a couple of Punch-Out carts. Those are, that's one of those games that I just find a lot around me. So if anyone needs a Punch-Out cart, let me know. I finally got my one step closer on the Konami Silver boxes. I got a complete Gradius, a very nice quality Gradius.
Nice.
So that just leaves Laser Invasion for the last, kind of official Silver box title. I'm kind of sneaking in Ninja Turtles 3 on this one, though. Even though the cover isn't that Silver box style, the spine is straight up Silver box, so it's going to look pretty next to the rest. So
I expect you to go PAL Silverbox next.
I'm not going complete PAL, but I definitely
just grabbing
want
the silent service.
I want Probotector. I want Silent Service. I want Roller Games.
Metal Gear.
Yeah, Metal Gear is another silver one. It'll just keep expanding. I have no problem with that subset never ending, and just continuing to grow silver into my collection. So that was a thrill. Got a Donkey Kong Jr. complete for the NES.
That's wow.
That's a good one, yeah.
I got it real cheap in not the best condition. But it's one of those weird things like where. Remember I talked a while ago about my Mystery Quest being like embarrassingly bad, not even want it.
Yeah.
All together, the box looks like someone like crushed it and then like tried to uncrush it, like crumpled it up as if it were a piece of paper, and then uncrumpled it up and was like, oh no, it's still a box. So that's why that one's embarrassing. This Donkey Kong Jr., it's missing the top flaps. And it's kind of got some tearing where the hang tab is. Now, this doesn't really bother me that much for two reasons. The first one being like it doesn't really show when it's displayed or on the front of the box when you look at it head on. The other reason it doesn't make me upset is because the people who are really into these games really care. The black boxes in particular, they really care about condition. Yeah. So this really makes them affordable for me. So I actually saw a stack up go for less than like $150 not too long ago that wasn't in great condition, but it was acceptable. So this might be how I end up finishing mine.
Small box or big box?
It was a small box.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, whoa.
So also another flea market, good flea market day, picked up a loose Miracle keyboard with the power adapter and a big box Half-Life. Now the Miracle... had the power adapter, which is great, so you can just plug it in and play, whatever you want. But it didn't have the Miracle cable. Did a little research, bought some parts, and figured out how to make them. So reproduction Miracle piano cables are now something that I offer in my shop. If anyone needs one of those, and as I've mentioned before, I have no problem trading parts or services for games.
Absolutely.
So my first Goodwill find in forever. I happened to stop at one while I was at work, and I found Ocarina of Time Special Edition for the GameCube, complete and very nice. So I saw it, and like for a split second, I thought it was the collector edition. So wasn't quite that lucky. I would have really liked the collector edition, but Ocarina is still cool.
Yeah.
And then here comes one of the big ones. So this is a combination of Duke and Gamer Nick. Got a whole bunch of box games, and the stuff that Duke found, that whole boxed NES with all the box games. These things are beautiful, and it's Duke was mentioning before because he's selling some stuff to Krabby. He said it's always so hard coming up with prices for like friends and people who are. Regular buddies of yours online, because like you want to give them a good deal, but you want to get your money's worth. So
yeah,
I remember I shot Duke an offer, and he was like, normally I'd say yes, but these things are beautiful, so I got to go a little bit higher. So I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. I trust your judgment. And then they showed up, and I was like, oh yeah, these are gorgeous. Like they had the plastic baggies still. Like the boxes were nice. I'm not super crazy. It's weird. I'm not crazy about condition, but when you get something that's really nice,
it just stands out. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
When I was taking some of them and open and looking in them, the pins look like they haven't even been played.
Yeah.
They are, wow.
I normally open every game and clean the contacts. I ended up opening, I think, every single one of the carts that came from you and just looking at them and saying, nope, we're good. And I just screwed it back together.
I've done that with some carts from Duke, too.
Yeah. It's like, nope, we are all set over here. So on to the actual games. So I apologize. I ended up mixing because Duke and Gamer Nick stuff showed up on the same day. So I ended up mixing them all together in the same post. So it's Flying Warriors, a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde,
Scheherazade,
Scheherazade. So I wrote it phonetically so I could say it. The Magic of Scheherazade. Pirates, which was renamed from the full title Sid Meier's Pirates, which is a great game. I haven't played it on PC yet, so I'll have to find out if it's good there. Stealth. Got a Classic Punch-Out, which is a variant for me. I had the one that doesn't have the Classics banner. So now I have the one with the Classics banner and without. Got a really nice Joust. I bought a Major League Baseball from Gamer Nick, not thinking that I had already purchased one. So, and Shadow pointed out, he's like, hey, don't complain, it's a variant. So he's right. I had the round seal and the oval seal now. Vindicators, Here's a big one. As cool as the stuff that Duke sent me I was able to procure a Batman Return of the Joker cart from Gamer Nick, so now that piece is complete. Because Duke, as a partial payment / thank you for his little Samson, had got me the box and manual for Return of the Joker, so now that comes together.
Very good, very
Beautiful.
good.
And then he threw in a Clash at Demon Head box, which was free because someone had given it to him at a meetup. It was in such bad shape, they were like, listen, I'll just give this to you.
Yeah, so I passed on the love because I'm like, I don't want this. And it's a little beat up, but it's a box.
Yeah, it is a box, and I have no problems with a free Crash at Demon Head.
It's intact.
Yeah, it's not disintegrating at the corners, so I count it as a box still. All right, so just so everyone's aware, we're about halfway through.
Yours, of course.
Correct, mine. I'm going to try to speed it up a little bit. I know I talk a lot.
It's okay. It's okay. I like hearing these.
So I went up to Buffalo with my wife. That's where her grandparents live. Both sides. One side's on the U.S. side, and the other grandparent is in Canada on the Niagara Falls, Canada. So when I was up there, I asked if there was any flea markets, and they said, "Oh yeah, there's a big one." So one of the first things I grabbed there, one of the first sellers, they had a whole table full of PlayStation games. They were all $1 each. Wow. So I looked through most of the standard size case stuff was pretty common, but then there were a handful of long box games, and I'm not particularly knowledgeable on PlayStation stuff, but I know there's always people looking for long box stuff, so I figured a buck a piece. So I grabbed 2 copies of Wipeout, one of them that has this kind of sleeve that goes over it, which I would imagine is probably not that valuable, but also not that common because they probably got thrown out a lot.
Yeah, I would think a lot of collectors probably looking.
Yeah, and a copy of Descent. So you're not going to get them from me for $1, but I'm not, probably like $3 or $4. Like, if anybody wants them, just let me know. I'm easy. Also picked up a Platoon cart, which oddly enough, I've had a Platoon box and manual forever, and I've just never gone after a Platoon cart because they're so common. I figure I'd come across it. And that was like a year ago. So finally got a Platoon cart for a couple bucks to complete that. And also at that same flea market, there was a guy selling trading cards, and he had thousands. They were all laid out on blankets. So I walked up and I saw the Ninja Turtle trading cards. I texted Krabby and I was like, "Hey, do you have any interest in like a box, like a full box of the trading cards?" And I got a text back from him like right before I left the flea market that says, "Yes, please. Yes, please." So I went back to the guy and I asked him, I was like, "So do you collect these cards, or do you just buy them to resell?" And he said yes and yes. He said when he buys, he kind of does what we do, or what some of us try to do. He says he tries to buy like a case, keeps one for himself, and he sells the rest. So I guess he's been doing that for years. Now he's kind of unloading some of the extra stuff he's had. So those are
really looking
outbound
forward to
Krabby
those.
pretty soon. Yeah, I had the whole set when I was a kid, and I told Krabby I had like before I knew how to use Excel, I was using Microsoft Word, and I just made this document. It was like number 1, enter, 2, enter, 3, enter, all the way to 88. And I printed these things out. I called a family meeting. I handed them out to my family members, and I said, "Thank you all for coming. There are 88 cards in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles trading card set. These are the and I would delete the ones that I got because I would get cards like every week. So I had everyone on the lookout for whichever cards. I don't know if I knew how the world worked back then, if I thought everyone got Ninja Turtle cards, but that's what I did. So after Ninja Turtle cards, there was a dude on Nintendo Age who was selling a Tempest 2000 Jaguar box and manual for a pretty good price, and I know that's the jewel of that system. I've loved that game for a long time, and I still don't have it. So I bought the box and manual, knowing that I'll get that cart someday. So that's one step closer.
So close.
And then Duke's probably proudest moment for me. He was nice enough to give me and he could have lied to me. He could have told me, "Yeah, the work sold me these for $100." But at Duke's work, where they used to use these professional RGB monitors with BNC connections. He was able to get a couple of them as they were clearing house. So he brought one to me, as you might remember, in Philadelphia a while ago. So I finally got around to buying the SCART to BNC cable for the TV, or for the monitor, and the Nintendo to SCART cable. So I've actually been going a little crazy with RGB stuff lately, because it's one of those things like, it's cool, you've heard it's cool, but once you actually like plug your stuff into it, you have to show everyone you know.
Yeah,
so,
once you see it, you can't unsee it, right?
So now I've got like my mom's birthday is on the 25th, just like a week or two ago. So we have like my brother and sister over, like his wife, her boyfriend. So I grab Mike and my brother. I'm like, hey, you guys got to come downstairs right now. So we go downstairs, and I fire up Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the Super. And we're down there for maybe a half hour, and my sister sneaks down and takes a picture of us playing and just labels it nerds and puts it on, like, on Facebook or something.
That was great.
And yeah, it was so awesome. It's just great stuff. So now I'm getting like, what else can I do RGB with? So I'm getting my mod tools to it, and trying to figure out what cables I need. But yeah, RGB, it's where it's at.
Oh yeah, so pretty.
So after that, I Resident Evil, which Krabby has been not bugging me, but like telling me I should play for a long time. Found
so
it.
Good.
I can't. I think it was at Savers. I think I found a Resident Evil and a Fear Effect for just a couple bucks each, which was nice. And then a long. Well, I shouldn't say overdue. A long-standing, like, pending trade that I've had with Bickman for months.
Wow.
Came through earlier, and I had the what's it called? Slalom finally came through. But he was so awesome that he also threw me like, since this trade's taken so long to kind of like come to pass, he just threw in a whole bunch of stuff because he felt bad about this thing dragging on, which is both of our faults, but. He threw me like an NES, like a wallet shaped like an NES controller, some keychains with like some Nintendo carts and like PlayStation stuff on it. So just a bunch of cool stuff. So that was really cool. And one black box closer. So I'm like six away from the black box set.
Very nice. Very nice.
Which it's
getting pricey.
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great when you get one, but it just makes you realize how much more the next one's going to cost.
Yeah.
So I got a Young Indiana Jones carton manual a while ago. I grabbed the box off eBay. There was like a cheap buy it now. Like it's I have like a notification on my phone that tells me when new things are listed. So I'm like sitting with my with my wife's grandparents like at their house, and my phone buzzes, and I look at it, and it's like Young Indie box for like next to nothing, like $15-20 shipped. So nice. I hit buy it now. I do the whole checkout. And Sarah's kind of like elbowing me, and I'm like, dude, it's a Young Indiana Jones box. So calm down. So, and then again at the flea market, there was a seller who had all these Nintendo games that were from a closed video store because they had all like the stickers and stuff on them. So yeah. I have a Rygar manual, and this guy had a Rygar box and cart. So it's just how things work out sometimes. And a complete in box Mega Man. So I had bought a cart and manual from Gamer Nick. And then I was able to find a complete copy for, a real good price.
Mega Man 1?
Oh, no, sorry, X-Men.
Okay.
Oh,
you got us all excited there.
Did I say Mega Man?
Mega Man.
That's my fault.
Man.
Sorry, guys.
Still X-Men. That's still cool.
But oddly enough, I did get my Mega Man 1 for $5 when I got it. So
complete?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it was in a lot. I paid about $130 for like 25, 30 games. So like it averaged about $5 a game, and there was a complete round seal Mega Man in there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So which I didn't know how lucky I was at the time, but I've probably never see that deal again.
No.
So and then another Banana deal. Banana shot me he picked up some cardboard, or he picked up some complete games, and he's not into the cardboard, so he asked me if I'd be into the box, and I said, "Who are you talking to?" So he shot me the I bought it from him, but the Battleship box, which is beautiful, and also a Taboo box. So now I'm on the cart manual lookout for those. And the last things that I picked up, the very last. I've been on the lookout for this At Games Genesis. This I don't know if you'd call it a hardware clone because it's licensed. I guess it's kind of a hardware clone still.
It's almost like a Genesis 4, right?
Yeah. I was talking to someone about it who's like not into collecting stuff, and I said, so it says Sega Genesis on it. Like, I know it's made by another company and it's licensed, but it says Sega Genesis. Like, I kind of feel like this should be considered an official 4, but then I think you get into that same argument that people have with Cheetah Men 2. Like, well,
it's official.
It's kind of official, but exactly. Like, I feel like both
Yeah.
Cheetah Men and the Genesis. Like, this is a Genesis 4.
Sure.
So my Genesis 4, I saw it at Savers, and I saw a little marker on it that says, like, brand new, not open. So I asked the guy if I could see it, so he got it for me, and he started asking me about it. He's like, so what is this? I was like, well, it's not made by Sega, but it's licensed by them, so it has a lot of their games on it, and it's like the official thing. And he said, is that a good price? And I said, yeah, you got it marked for, I mean, and I had already, it's already marked. He's not going to haggle or anything. So I said, yeah, you're selling it for about half of what it retails, so it's a good price. They had it marked at $24.99, and I think they retail at $50, but a lot of places mark them up. Like, I saw one of all places that Urban Outfitters had one. Exactly. They had this whole, because retro is kind of in now, so they have like all the Atari
Hipsters,
T-shirts.
man.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hipsters.
So we were in Buffalo, and my wife calls me and says, "Yo, come to Urban Outfitters." And I said, "No, I think I'm good." And she said, "No, you have to come over here." So I went over there, and they had like the Atari Flashback and the Genesis. They even had the portable Genesis, the At Games one with the LCD screen, kind of like the Nomad 2.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They were asking $80 for the Genesis and $100 for the portable.
Oh, yeah, no.
And I said, yeah, that's. I mean, I did a quick double check on eBay just to make sure, and they're selling for $40. So I was like, yeah, I don't know who Urban Outfitters thinks they're kidding. I'm probably hipsters, but
Hipsters.
yeah, I didn't go for it. So yeah, I ended up getting my At Games Genesis, brand new, and they had a Donkey Kong Country Returns for the Wii in pretty good shape for like $7. So
Fun.
I grabbed. So yeah, isn't it weird how like when you start to think about like, I haven't had a great month, then you actually start writing it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know where I got the money for all this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, it's probably more closer to 2 months by now, but
Yeah, you're
still.
right. It's been a little while since we did some stuff, but and again, like it's the only way I can afford to be a collector, especially now that I'm finding less and less on Craigslist. Like I go to a lot of places and don't buy anything, and I look at a lot of ads and don't buy anything. So the only things I get are things that I can make work either financially or be able to flip a part of it. So for a long time I haven't had great luck at that, but the last couple of months it's been decent.
Yeah. Sounds like you did really well.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
really well.
Impressive.
Yeah, I did okay,
Impressive.
and now I'm just been playing my stuff the last couple of weeks, and that's
Hey.
just been a pleasure.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's always a lot of fun when you can break out and kind of spend some time doing it.
Yeah, I decided I was going to do some playthrough videos. So I
Cool.
started with Mylan's Secret Castle,
Oh, boy.
and then I gave up. There's not going to be any playthrough videos.
I don't blame you. That thing's a monster, isn't it?
My buddy was over and he was like, I bet you can't get 20 minutes into this game. And I was like, yeah, we can do this. My computer's right near the TV. So I was like, let's record this just for fun. And no, this game,
It's a beast.
it's similar to like, there's some games where like, just walking across a space and then like something will appear. So like there's some stuff like that happens, but more than anything, it's like, okay, you have to throw a bubble into every square inch of this stage to find that extra dollar so you can buy the next item. So yeah,
that's crazy.
I'd love to watch someone else's playthrough video of it.
I'm sure there's plenty on YouTube, but man, that game is painful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good. Sound like you had a great month.
Yeah, pretty good.
Boy, I think I did pretty good too. I think I've got a lot to talk about. And again, like you were telling, I don't realize quite. I kind of think, oh, I've really not got very much, and then I sit down, and you start putting the stuff down. And you go, okay, wow, there's been a lot that's happened. So, I kind of before I get into this, I want to kind of give some thanks and some shout outs for a minute. John White, who we had on and interviewed before, every year he puts together a big Nintendo Age meetup called the Midwest Meetup, and he does it here in Indianapolis, close to home. So I went last year, I went this year. It's a lot of fun. It usually consists of the days are a lot of let's take a shopping day, and you just tear up everything across the central Indiana. I mean, everywhere. And then there's a lot of just playing games at night and just hanging out and having a good time. So it's a lot of fun. There was a lot of people there from Nintendo Age. I'm going to hope I don't forget anybody, but Lord knows I'm trying to do my best. So just a couple of guys that were there that I had a lot of time, a lot of fun with. It was Matt, who's Extreme Gamer. There's Jeff, who's Jobber. There's another Jeff that actually runs a video game store down in Tennessee. So some of the stuff that he was picking up was for his store, which is crazy because it's in the same town where my uncle lives. I didn't know that. So I told him, hey, next time I'm down there, I'll definitely come in the store and check it out. But there was also Paul. So those of you that are familiar with Nintendo Age, you probably know it's
See the dirty
Paul.
cart collector?
Yeah, it's the Paul.
Nice.
So, yeah, with the terrible, he's got the VGA
Lowest
grade 10
grade, yeah.
Super Mario Brothers. He is hilarious. He's a fun guy, boy, and like a larger than life guy. So he was really cool. He does he's the one that kind of coordinates when they have the camp out. So
Right.
It was kind of fun to see him. They didn't do camp out this year. Next time they have one, I'm going to try to make it. It was fun. But there's also Tom, there was Brian, there was Andy, who I thought was going to buy everything. This guy was just, he was just gobbling it up. I was like, wow, you are really, but he was knocking it out. He'd gotten him a new job. He's a single guy, no kids. He got a nice job, and he was just having a lot of fun. So it was really fun to see that. There was a Chris that was there. There's two Joes that I want to say hey to. John. There was also Charlie, who goes by Shipwreck over on the site, for those you know. And I don't know everybody else's username that's over there. I know Mega Man fans, Andy. I have probably left a few people out, but there was just so many folks that were there. But I wanted to just really say thanks to everybody for kind of spending the time with me. I know a couple of you might listen to the show. Jeff Jobber, I think he was saying he was listening to the show all the way on the trip up to Indy. So thanks for that. You guys, we had a great time. I really enjoyed running around and hitting all the shops. A crazy amount of stuff that we hit. So it was really cool. And in that same time, we were out and about to the local. I took them up to my kind of some of the stores that I hit around here, which are some of the game exchanges, and there's like a pawn shop and whatnot. But I always go to these game exchanges. I really like the guys that are there, and they treated me really well. So we had a great time. Of course, guys came in, they bought a ton of stuff, but I want to specifically say big thanks to Dustin, who runs the Muncie Game Exchange in Muncie, Indiana. He used to run the one close to me, and he took over that store over there. He came in, it was his day off. We all rolled into the store. I said, hey, is Dustin around here? The guys working were like, no, he's not here. There was some stuff they had that wasn't priced. They're like, hey, we'll give him a call. Dude just came right over and was just awesome about it. He just started grabbing stuff out of the back room that wasn't priced yet. Really just hooked it up. I had like a big box full of Nintendo Powers that somebody had traded in. Did a deal with that. it's all kinds of crazy stuff. And specifically, he gave me, I think I talked last year at the Nintendo Age meetup, I had picked up a ColecoVision Atom setup for like $10, which had everything except for the printer. And you have to have the printer for an Atom because the printer has the power supply for the whole thing in it. So it won't work without it. And so I come in, he goes, hey, I got something for you. And he goes, I've got a partial Atom setup if you're interested. And I said, I just need the printer. And he goes, I got the printer. So he goes back and he grabs it, and he had a few other odds and ends he threw in as well. Made me a fantastic deal on it. So it was awesome. I take home this big, the other part of the Atom set. Plus he threw in some other stuff as well to go with that. He also threw in, which he promised to make me play and talk about on the show at some point. So I promise I will get to it. I haven't yet. But it's this, it's boxed Sega game, but what it is, it's like a VHS tape, and it's got like this car that's on this like guide that you set up by the TV, and it has like a little steering wheel for kids. So it's like you would try to race by turning the steering wheel, it moves this little car thing in front of the TV, and you have to play it with the videotape that goes with it.
That sounds amazing.
Craziest thing. So I promised I would play it and talk about it. I will see if I can dig a VCR out and try it out and report back. But he just threw that and he's like, here, just take this. I want you to talk about it. He's really awesome because he plays our show in the store. So Dustin's great. I really appreciate that.
He wants some more F-bombs, right?
Yeah, no, we stay away from that. So he can play in the store. So thanks. And also I want to thank at the Anderson store, Frenchie and Ken. They always do a fantastic job. You heard a little bit about some of it with Bill, some of those NES games. That was Frenchie that's there. Frenchie, that's his nickname, as you probably can guess. He's worked there for a long time, good guy, and as soon as this big lot of all these NES games came in, he just got a hold of me right away, let me have first crack at it. So it was, an NES power set in this beautiful box, and I don't know how many complete in box games. It looked basically brand new, because I don't know, Bill, there's probably 4 or 5 of them that you took.
Yeah, it was like a half dozen that I got, and I remember the picture that you posted of them. It was like a good 15, 20 games, and they were all gorgeous.
Glad to help some people out, so glad to help you out, Bill, with those. I know you appreciate that way more than I do.
Oof, so great.
So much thanks to Frenchie for that. And then Ken is the guy I just always see all there, and so he's also very quick when things come in to send me a message or something. And Ken's probably the greatest guy. He's such a nice guy, so just want to give him thanks as well. So I know that's a lot of starting out with a lot of thanks, but you can't do this hobby without good friends and good acquaintances and
Right.
good community, right? We've said it before.
Right.
It's about relationships.
And if you do, you're going to find that it's a lot more difficult when you don't have lots of awesome people looking out for you, and when you're trying to help out lots of other people. There's a Facebook group that recently sprouted up around here, like a classic game collector Facebook group, and you can kind of tell like there's like a handful of people who are just kind of like waiting for like something to come up so they can like snap it and like
Brag about it.
I don't know, like yeah, it just doesn't seem like the vibes are really there. So but yeah, it's when you have a good group, there's nothing better than that.
Yeah, and I've always felt like RF Gen is that kind of community, right? Where it's just
Yeah.
good people. And that's one thing I really like about going to these game exchanges. These guys they're just great people. They're running their business, but they're also running it in the best way they can. So, kudos to those guys. And if anybody's close to the central Indiana area, I would highly recommend the Game Exchange in Anderson, Indiana, and Muncie, Indiana. There's also one in Noblesville. I think they're getting ready to open another one as well. I mean, I'm not trying to sit and just plug people to plug people. They're just good people.
Yeah, I heard I heard Game Exchange is doing well.
It seems to be a really good franchise.
Yeah. Someone just told me that I don't know if it's true or not, but someone just told me that there's supposed to be 6 new stores opening in Connecticut. And I think there's only like 90 game exchanges nationwide or something like that. So to put 6 of them in this, this market over here, like it either seems like they're either rapidly expanding or like they see something in this area. So,
well, they're all franchise, so
yeah.
somebody's getting in, right?
Could be, yeah. Just could, somebody's just gonna, pop down and make a whole bunch of them.
Sure. I also want to give a quick shout out to a Twitter follower.
Shout out to Krabby for sitting patiently.
Yeah, he's got to wait. I've got a lot of crud. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
I just want to give I had to give a quick shout out to Video Game Porn on Twitter, just because he said he's going to be mad if I don't give a shout out to him.
Also, he's a really great guy with an awesome collection.
He is, yeah. I'm kidding, but he did. We were kind of back and forth a little bit. So, hey, here's your shout out, Video Game Porn.
I saw that.
Awesome stuff on Twitter, though. Great stuff. Now, getting into just the details of what I picked up. Boy, there was a bit. I picked up Dragon Crystal for the Sega Master System Complete. A buddy of mine was selling a couple really nice, hard-to-find Master System games. Dragon Crystal is a PAL game, so you can't really find that over here, and it's in great shape. And also, I finally
yeah.
bought a copy of him already of Power Strike.
Power
Strike, beautiful.
So happy to see you post that one.
Yeah, and it's gorgeous, beautiful copy. And he made me a very fair deal with those. He's a great guy. I bought some other odds and some consoles and stuff off of him, but really appreciate that. He's a fantastic guy. I already mentioned my Power set, which is, and all those box games, which were amazing. A couple modern games I picked up. after our last blowout, I had mentioned about BioShock Infinite. I had borrowed it from a friend to play through for our spoiler cast. So I finally got a good deal on a copy of that. So I picked that up so I can get ready to play the DLC for that. Also scored a pretty cheap copy, I think, of Dishonored, which I'm kind of interested. A lot of people have talked about it. I want to give that one a shot. From that big Nintendo age thing, a few other odds and ends. Boy, again, Dustin over at Game Exchange, I found that he had 2 sealed copies of Cosmic Fantasy 2 for Turbo CD, brand new in box, sealed, which is pretty crazy. So one of the other guys bought one, I bought one, which is pretty cool. Dustin sold me just a bunch of Lynx games and Jaguar games. He just basically like gave them to me for next to nothing. I was like, hey, are you happy? He's like, here, just, give me a nice price on these. And he did. He gave me a very fair price for a bunch of loose games for those systems. I had a Lynx that with only one box game, so now I've got games to play on the Lynx, so I appreciate that. As I mentioned, he threw the Atom Printer in, the driving game. I also, while we were out and about, I found a copy of Gradius 3 and 4 on PS2, which I've been looking for a while. I still have not found Gradius 5. One of these days, I will be mine. And I also found a Rule of Rose for a very good price.
That's a cool one.
Yeah. And I had kind of gotten some messages back and forth from Gregos, because first I knew he was looking for it, so I said, hey, I'm just throwing this out there. I got it. I'm going to probably flip it. Are you interested? And then first he was kind of like, nah. And he was like, well, maybe. And he threw me a couple offers. And I said, well, I appreciate the offers, but, I'm not trying to be mean. I just, I'm looking at the prices. I think I can get a little bit more. And if it could get a little closer, I think, but we were a little far off. Which is fine. I understand looking for a deal. Completely understand that. No problems. And then Krabby messaged me.
A little monkey wrench in there. Unintentionally.
We know which turned out to
for
work.
Both of you,
right?
Yeah.
Turned out really well. So Krabby, I think, mentioned to him that he heard that there's going to be a reprint. Right? Isn't that what you said of Rule of Rose?
Yep.
So the publisher, is Atlas or whatever, is going to do a reprint.
Or whatever. That's Atlas, man. Atlas or whatever.
Yeah. Which surprised me. And so Krabby sends me a message like, oh, I think I really messed your deal up. I'm really sorry. I told Grey Ghost about this reprint. I didn't know about it. So as soon as he said that, I basically just threw it right on eBay, like right away, and it sold very quickly. So I made a tidy profit, and I'm glad I got out of it.
And hopefully
before.
the reprint goes through, and Grey Ghost gets his copy for $20, still sealed.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. I'm hoping the best for him. I hope everybody
wins
except for that guy on eBay.
Except for that guy on eBay.
Which I don't know that guy on eBay, and hey, they clicked buy it now, so I don't know what to say.
Yep.
So, that worked out really well for all counts. So I really, I appreciate that on both ends, right? So it helped me out. I picked up Gradius 3 and Raiden Trad with a little trade with Charlie, who's Shipwreck, at that meetup. So I did a little trade for a game for him, got those two, which I used to have Gradius 3 on the Super. I traded it a long time ago. I shouldn't have. It was like $2 when I bought it. Now it's gotten up there a little bit more. Not crazy, but it's gone up. And I also, in that trade, got a copy of Wario's Woods for the NES to replace my torn label copy. Because the end label was ripped off mine, so it was nice to get a nice copy of that to go in my collection. Other couple odds and ends, again at Game Exchange, I picked up Viewpoint for the Genesis, which is pretty cool. I bought some 7800 games that I didn't have, so it was F-18 Hornet, Impossible Mission, Desert Falcon, Winter Games. I've never seen those as I've been out and about, so I snapped those up pretty quick. And again, they gave me fantastic prices on those. Smurf for the Coleco, I used to have that one, but I think I gave that one to John White, or traded it or did something a while back because he wanted that one. So got another copy of that one. I got from Bill. Bill was nice enough to hook me up with some generic NES controllers with turbo. He knows I'm a little bit of a nut for these goofy accessories. So sent me a message like, hey, you want these? Yes, absolutely. So sure. So he's just like, hey, don't worry about it. He just you dropped them in the mail. I really appreciate that.
I just thought they were weird. They had kind of like a Famicom shell.
Yeah, there's just some, and there's not even like a manufacturer's mark on it, so they're just, I don't know, some weird generic, but it was cool. I like them. And then the thing that I got that I can't really understand why no one else has bought.
Bioshock Infinite?
No, I mentioned that before. I think I just typed it in twice. Is Action 53. I posted a thread on RFGen. I don't think anybody bothered to say anything about it. I told these two guys, oh man, you really need to get this. I think you can still get copies of this.
But I'm just so burnt out on sequels. Why can't they come up with some original ideas? I mean, they've made 53 versions of this game.
Right. But for those of you that don't know, Action 53 is a new homebrew multi-cart for the NES.
It's supposed to be good too.
It's really good. It's technically, the name is Action 53 Function 16 Volume 1.
That might make it worth buying for me, actually.
Yeah, just to poke fun at the whole naming thing. But there's a bunch of homebrews on there. I mean, there's not really 53. There's probably 16, 17 games on there. One of them, the title, the kind of the marquee title on that is a game called Streamer.
Oh, sorry. Falling off my ladder. All right, we're good.
You're on top of a ladder?
Well, not anymore.
I'm that boring that he's falling asleep and falling off the ladder.
That wasn't the ladder. That was him snoring.
But the title game, Streamers, started off life as a Flash game, and it's basically kind of a parody thing on Bionic Commando. It has the same mechanic and is really fun. So I guess you can still play the Flash game out there, but it's on the NES. It is really fun, very challenging. Krabby, I think you would love it. It's really good.
I have a birthday coming up.
It has a great riff on Bionic Commando, and there's a bunch of other games. There's even like a lawnmower game that's really fun. It doesn't sound like it, but it's kind of like almost like a puzzle lawnmower game. I mean, there's just a bunch of them. I can't talk about all of them here, but
is there a box?
No, it's just a cart.
I'm sure if you contact Uncle Tusk, and, he'll make you a box shaped like a lawnmower for it.
He'll probably make you a box. But I highly recommend it. Get copies while you can. It's a totally remanufactured, no donor carts died to make it. Really pretty cool. So I'll stop harping. I'll be upset if you guys don't buy copies. And then I think the very last thing, boy, I've talked a lot. I'm really sorry. I recently just picked up a repro that was a limited edition repro from Nintendo Age of a Korean Nintendo game called Metal Force. And a while back, there was a limited run of this. I didn't get in on that, but there was a guy on Racket Boy that was selling one of those pretty cheap. So I bought that pretty quickly. Came in. It's beautiful. It's actually a really fun game. I was surprised. I kind of thought it would be some kind of crazy knockoff piece of junk, but it's really good. It's well made. It's a nice little fun action game. Played a little bit. It's a little hard, but I really get a kick out of it. So I would encourage you folks to go, if nothing else, try to find a ROM or something. I don't really encourage that, but nothing else, just try to play it for a minute. Maybe you'll want to track down a repro of Metal Force. So pretty cool. And I think I'll be quiet now because, boy, it's a lot. So
I'm looking at my list here, and it's a little pathetic in comparison to.
Wait! You got a store.
Yeah, you're all right. You're doing okay.
All right. Yeah. Most of the stuff I've been picking up is for the store, but every once in a while, I've been grabbing a little something for myself from the lots that I pick up. Like I picked up this huge lot of PlayStation, PS2 stuff, and he also had a really nice box, NES and Game Boy, and some games for them. So I grabbed the Game Boy. It's self-complete in boxes. It doesn't look like the guy ever played any of these. I don't know what he did with them.
Awesome.
That's
really awesome.
Yeah. And I grabbed a Link's Awakening for myself too from that lot because I've been wanting that one for a long time, and I don't want a loose copy. This is the first complete in box one I've run across in a long time.
Beautiful.
Also, like a year ago, I donated a little money to that Operation Rainfall to get those Wii games localized. And they were giving away, or at least they were saying, like, we're having these special sleeves made up to fit all 3 games in, and we'll send them out once we have them made up. And then it was like a year later, so I kind of thought this thing was never coming in. And then all of a sudden one day at my door, I finally got this cool little sleeve to keep all 3 of those games in.
So can I ask, does it fit the big box last story release, or is it just like the...
No, just the regular Wii case size.
Gotcha.
What else happened? Oh, I got a big box of stuff that Banana hooked me up with for the store. And in that box, he also sent a couple games he's been holding on to for me for quite a while. And he hooked me up, like you, I got a Wario Woods. And a Gold Medal Challenge 92.
I don't know if that's good or not.
It is a lot of button mashing. Holy cow. That's probably the worst game on the system for just mashing A.
Turbo.
Yeah.
Get turbo.
Yeah. You don't do turbo. You get the blisters. You earn that medal. But they are in fantastic shape. Like, they are some of the best condition games I have in my whole collection. I don't know how we found them like that, but they're awesome.
Cool.
Also, I had some stuff come into the store already that I scooped up a Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2 Plus for the GameCube, complete in box.
Crazy.
That is the only GameCube game that I've sold in the past and regretted. I didn't think I was going to find another one, especially locally. So both the copies I found locally now, so I was pretty psyched about that.
Awesome.
Yeah. And lastly, and biggestly, I got a Neo Geo MBS 4-slot.
I'm so jealous of that.
And this is a machine that I literally have been trying to buy for about 5 years, and it like disappeared for 3 years. Because there was this little place, it was kind of like a Chuck E. Cheese type place, but like locally owned. And I always asked the owner whenever we went in there, because my son liked to go play on the Jungle Gym stuff and things. We'd go hang out, and I'd say, I want to buy a couple of your machines, and I'd throw, like, I got $300 in my pocket, can I make an offer? No. Next time I bring 400 in, can I make an offer? No. He just wouldn't sell them, and then the place was shutting down. So I said, okay, now he's got to sell them, right? He's not going to take all these home. So I go in there and I said, okay, I've been trying to buy this for years, what can I give you to get this machine? And he says, no, they're all being given away to staff. We're not selling them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So my wife used her spy skills and did a little secret camera shot and got a few phone numbers that were posted on these machines for the staff to come pick them up.
Oh.
Yeah, and so we called the staff that had this Neo Geo and we said, we really want to buy this off you. I will give you a lot of money for it. And she said, no, I'm giving it to my brother. He's been wanting this thing for years since I worked here. So she wouldn't budge on it, and we gave her our info and said, let your brother know if he ever wants to sell it, give us a call. And then 3 years passed, and this machine just disappeared. And then all of a sudden it popped up on Kijiji. This guy's moving. He doesn't want to take it with him. Come pick it up. Oh. Yeah, and I sent him a message right away. I said, he had it listed for $850. I said, I can pay you half that much, but I can come and grab it today. I got a truck lined up and everything. And he was like, I don't know, let me think about it. And then he sent my wife a phone message back later that day saying, he's like, well, I'll take 400, but if he'll give me 500, I'll be happier. And so, so we still gave him 400. He was happy with me.
So he wasn't happy.
His happiness is not a concern.
No. But the weirdest thing is, after I picked it up and had it home, I had 2 other friends who scour Kijiji like I do in town here. They both messaged the guy. Both said they would pay, they just said, I'll pick it up. I'll pay the $800 that you want. And they messaged him before I did. And they got responses from him afterwards that it had already been paid for and picked up. I don't know why he didn't go with either of them. But he had 2 guys willing to pay twice as much as I did, and he just kind of blew them off.
So, do you think it's just because he happened to message you first?
No, I know that he messaged one of my buddies first. We're really all baffled, the 3 of us, as to how he went with my offer.
So did you tell him when you made your offer, hey, I'm the same guy that bugged you years ago about this?
No, because he never got bugged. It was his sister that gave it to him, and I was hoping she would pass along my info to him, so he didn't know it was me.
Man, maybe it's just karma.
I don't know. Don't know what happened there, but I'm happy how it worked out. And I'm really looking forward to sticking a couple more games in those 4 slots, because it just came with Metal Slug 3, which is awesome. Yeah, but I want to get a few more to throw in there. Some Windjammers, or I forget what the name of this game was. It was a Bubble Bobble clone. It's Nightmare. Nightmare and something, and it looks like Bubble Bobble, like from hell, though. I really want to get it.
Well, you could just get Puzzle Bobble.
I could.
Stick
That's
that
a good
in
one. I might do that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we are on the lookout officially for Neo Geo carts for you.
Oh yeah, send them all this way. AES
Okay.
or MVS now. I'm good both ways. I gotta get a memory card so I can save my game on one and move over to the other.
Oh man, so you guys are killing me. You got a play choice at one place, you got a MVS at the other place.
Where's your arcades, dude? Come on.
I got a pinball.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous of that. I don't have one of those yet.
Pinball.
Not yet.
And then you have a whole store
Got a whole store now. Yes.
it's doing really
few days
well,
into that,
right?
and it is blown away all my expectations. The people in this town have been amazing and just coming out of the woodworks.
So all we can say is get your Game Quest franchise soon before it blows up.
The month is over. We have no more this month. Thanks for coming by. We enjoyed having you over.
Can I use that?
Use it. That post it. Magic.
All right, well, we wanted to take a little time on the show to discuss really a big thing that's been brewing around in the collector circles here lately, really getting a lot of people's their dander up. It's really making a lot of people angry. And that is dealing with the whole topic of re-releasing of games
And how that affects
after their initial run, right?
Right. I mean, the reason these companies do it is the reason why companies do anything.
Sure.
So it's. I mean, they disguise it behind. Oh, the fans really want to do this, so we want to do it for the fans. When the reality is, they're doing it so they can make some more money, so they can, do more things. But yeah, I mean, it's I've seen it from both ends of the spectrum. Where as a fan of, let's say, the upcoming Kingdom Hearts re-release next month, I'm totally looking forward to having an HD collection of the first handful of Kingdom Hearts games that'll work on the PS3. I'm not really worried about the collectability of the original games, partially because I already own them, but also because they're so common and abundant.
They've got a really low value already.
Yeah, I really don't think you're really doing anything to that market. There are a lot of other games, however, that the re-releases, whether digital or physical, can have a bigger effect.
Right, and I think there's this this feeling, I think, for some reason that a lot of collectors get that once there's some sort of a re-release or something that is just terrible for the market of value of whatever they own, right? And that's not always true.
No, it's all over the
Correct.
place. Yeah, it has all sorts of weird effects sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes
And no effect.
effect at all, right? I mean,
Yeah.
no effect at all.
Yeah, I mean, we've had private conversations and random stuff on Twitter and Facebook with different people. Just a couple of days ago, I was chatting with one of our followers who lives over in Oregon, who was asking a question on Twitter. Do re-releases affect the prices of games? And we didn't get in a heated argument, but her stance was, well, if prices are fluctuating at all, it's just a regular fluctuation that has nothing to do with the re-release. And I was kind of saying, well, I mean, when you look really closely at it, the average price is down like $40 since it was re-released. So, I mean, I didn't say it's a definite, but there can be an effect on the price of the physical unit. Even though, wouldn't you imagine most collectors, if you're collecting for the sake of collecting, it's not just so you can play that thing, it's so that you can have it.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a big thing that gets to me. It's like, well, I collected to keep it, not to sell it.
Right. I mean, just because you can play Earthbound for $10, that doesn't, mean that the collector who was going after that before doesn't want that any less, right?
Right. I think sometimes there's this confusion over the two different markets I think that exist, right? Because you have people that are in the market to play games,
Right.
and then you have people that are in the market to collect games. Sometimes there's some little mingling in between, but
yeah, I was going to say, I think you could argue that there's a Venn diagram there.
yeah, I'm sure these circles overlap somewhere. Right?
Absolutely, yeah, because you've got your gamers, you've got your collectors, you've got your gamers who are totally cool with not owning a physical thing, who would just go onto their system, download things digitally, play them, and then never go back to them again, or go back to them if they wanted to, but not care that they didn't have a physical piece. And then you have the opposite end of the spectrum in somebody like Krabby, and probably not totally opposite, the other side of the spectrum where you have someone who's definitely into play but needs to have the physical and is totally outside that digital circle.
And then we have the far extreme where people in this big Nintendo age meetup that I mentioned kind of in small scores is they're picking up truckloads of games they never have any intention of playing at all.
Yep.
Right? So, I mean, yeah, there's a pretty broad spectrum that's here. So you have to really understand who's creating this market in the first place. So
that's what I'm the most afraid of. Is and nothing against those guys. A lot of cool guys do that. But when if I spend 2 or 3 months, if I have like a really good 2 or 3 months and I find a lot of really cool stuff, I tend to try to slow it down a little bit after that, because I really don't want to have 6 months go by where I've spent 3, 4, 5 hours a day either actively collecting or passively collecting and no gaming. Like it bothers me to look back at that time period and think, what am I doing? Am I just acquiring stuff to acquire it? Like, I want to play this stuff.
Yeah, and I'm going to imagine, I'm going to see how interesting it is, Krabby, when you get into this too, because you're going to be directly in this market, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, there's I don't think you guys really mentioned too, but yeah, there's just people that are buying literally to sell it again. They're not buying it to play it or to keep on the shelf at home.
Yeah, resellers, which you're going to be.
I will be joining them very shortly, yeah.
So, Crab, have you given any thought or laid out a policy? Like, I would imagine with the number of NES titles you need to complete your collection, if one comes in that you need, it's obviously going home with you. But have you given like rules or anything to, okay, even though this is my place, I have to be strong. I have to, not hold on to the crazy things that maybe don't, fit in my collection or my focus? Or do you think that desire to have that piece that comes in is going to overcome that?
While I was deciding what was going from my collection into my store stock, I cut out entire systems from my collection, and they're like Saturn in particular. I have a lot of really cool Saturn games that are kind of tough to give up, but they're going. And if another cool one comes in, it's staying in the store. Like, I'm gonna miss some of those like working design titles, or like the Shining Wisdom. I really love that game.
Ouch.
But worst comes to worst, I can buy it later on, even if it costs me a little more. I'm going to just stick to a few systems that I'm going to be interested in pulling for myself, and the rest has to go out the door, or I'm not going to be able to survive long.
Right. So let's talk about probably why this is up front, and then we can kind of peel apart some of these other pieces too. But, I mean, the real reason everybody's talking about this right at the beginning is... right now, because everybody's in a huff about GameStop and the reprints, right?
Xenoblade in particular, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So does anybody know particularly how this was found out? I mean, I think the issue was people just started noticing all of a sudden it's in the store, right?
Yeah, I mean, most of the stories I've read are exactly that. Like, all of a sudden this game that's been impossible to find, I mean, when they show up somewhere, people tend to realize it. So... when a whole bunch of, I think when one person found a whole bunch of copies one place, they were all marked used, they all looked totally new. I think people started calling around different GameStops and started realizing these things are kind of everywhere now. So I don't know if it was any one, but the thing that kind of did it was when someone at like a Games Press website contacted GameStop for comment, their response was very cryptic, which kind of said to them, "Oh, they're actually doing this."
And there was a couple sleuths too that noticed there was some case variants too that are different with the reprints than with the original release.
Jason Dvorak?
No, I think it's a Nintendo nerd, not a PlayStation nerd.
Ah.
A little history here. So I'm sure many of our listeners will know, but if not, so Xenoblade Chronicles was a limited release. You could only get it from Nintendo and through GameStop originally, right?
Correct.
Right. And I believe the original retail was $49.99, pretty standard MSRP for a new Wii title.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And stock sold out rather quickly, and this became a bit of a commodity because it was difficult to find if you didn't kind of lock it in and pre-order up front, right?
And in addition to that, this game in particular had a ton of hype behind it with that Operation Rainfall and it being like the last of, or no, was Pandora's Tower after that?
Yes.
Right. So it wasn't the last one. It was the second one to release out of the three games.
I would argue it might have been the highest profile. Definitely the biggest of those three games.
Yes.
Right,
like just gameplay and world wise.
Yeah, because people had pretty much thought, oh, we're never going to get this game, right?
Yep.
Even though there is a British copy, it's already translated.
Yeah.
People were importing it just to play it and got high marks. You played it, right, Bill?
I played a very big chunk of it, and I don't think I cracked the surface of that shell. It is there's no other way for me to describe how this game is enormous. Everything about it, the scale, the enormous areas you're exploring. I really enjoyed the time that I played with it. But I don't think there's any way to complete this game in less than maybe like 80 to 100 hours from most of what I've been reading. I don't know if you want me to get into my transaction on this game just yet or not.
Well, we'll talk about the price arc for a minute,
Okay.
and you can talk about where you came in that.
Sure.
I'm just going to let everybody know what we're looking at for this show. So if you want to go and dig this information up, certainly can. We're just going to price charting. We're going to take a look at the real prices and what's been going on. And in price charting, just looking at rough graphs that are here. Keep in mind the graphs we're going to be looking at are they graph loose prices. So obviously, like a complete price will be a little higher in some of these cases than what we're looking at. But again, it gives us a pretty rough idea of the cost curve and what's going on here. So looking at this, it looks like the hype train on this really didn't take off until the very beginning of this year. So the initial stock came into being and sold last year for a while and was fairly steady. And then everybody started realizing, okay, I can't hardly find these anymore because the initial run was sold out.
Yeah.
And then
everyone who
the
had
price
their
just
Christmas
started.
money went to find it, and they just weren't there anymore.
Right.
Yep, that's one thing that I was actually thinking too, is that because you start to see a bit of a spike in November, and I think that it's possible that a lot of kids had this on their Christmas list or their holiday shopping list, whatever they were doing, and then you see it actually kind of take a dramatic jump January, February. So I think same thing. A lot of people were looking for it.
Right. So in demand and people willing to pay high prices to get it because you just, it's difficult to find. And then collectors, I think, really coming in there thinking, oh, wow, this is going to be the next Stadium events and not quite that crazy, but you know what I mean?
Right.
It's the next
Little
little
Samson.
Samson.
Yeah, I think NBA Elite 11 is the new Stadium events.
Yeah, probably.
That's a better
Okay, so the
comparison.
next little Samson or
There
something,
we go.
right?
Right.
So a lot of people speculate, okay, well, I got to get in and I got to buy a copy. And some people, I'm going to probably guess where, I got to go buy multiple copies.
Yeah.
and I'm going to play the stock market, basically.
Sure.
So either way, we get up and then, as we just mentioned, so suddenly GameStop has more stock. And I think probably that is part of the equation, why that upsets people. But I don't think that's probably the big deal because Atlas has done re-releases. And I mean, this is not unheard of.
Right.
But I think the other piece of the pie is what really ticked people off,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah, it wasn't so much that a re-release or reprint happened, but it was the way that they went about it.
Yeah.
Right. Now, so Krabby, what happened
So instead of just doing like a reprint and selling them for the $50 again, they've done the reprint and they're selling them for like $85-$90 because they've opened them and they're used, so they can sell them at whatever used price they want instead of doing the suggested retail.
Right, which they're saying is market price.
Right.
Right.
Which was probably not far off.
I mean, it actually is selling for a little bit under what market value was before they came out. But there's been mixed reaction. There's a handful of people who I've seen comments on our threads on RFGen where they say, like, I'm not that upset about it. Like, I'm okay with them selling an opened copy of the game and marking it at used. And, if they want to price at market, they can price at market. I think most people's problem with that is, yeah, but I mean, like, we know these things. We know, we follow these sites. We do all this stuff. What about the person who walks in, picks up this thing and doesn't realize that this company just printed out this thing? I mean, the thing is, would anyone have cared at all if they printed out brand new copies, sealed them, marked them at $89.99, and said, well, that's market value?
I don't know, because everything else they sell is always MSRP, right?
I think it's frustrating for people because there's already a lot of hate against GameStop, and there's no other place to get this right now unless you want to go to eBay.
Right.
Yeah, no other store has the right sell. So they've got the whole market cornered, so they can price it whatever they want, and I think that's what's annoying most people.
I think you're right. At the same time, I don't see anyone thanking GameStop for bringing the market price down on this, because it has taken a substantial hit since this has been announced and they've hit the stores. And I think that might be what's upsetting the other side of people who might already have it, might have paid, 100, 120, 130 when it was at its peak. Just for people who aren't who haven't looked at the price graph, I'm just going to do a real quick 6-month back, just real quick. So you have September of last year, $34. We go into November, $63. So it's just about doubled in a couple months. Then you have January of this year, $85. March, $95. June, which was at its peak, $106. Since June, these copies have hit the stores. The the GameStop copies, the reprints happened. Current average is $79. So it's taken about a $26, $27 somewhere in there hit.
Right. So the price has dropped probably about a quarter.
Yeah.
Right.
In a relatively short period of time.
Right. But let me point this out too. Did you notice, and I think sometimes the collector community brings this on themselves, because
we sure do.
I noticed as soon as this hubbub started that people started trying to dump their copies as quickly as they could.
Yep.
And so the market got flooded very quickly online, right?
Yep.
And what does that do to price?
Oh,
when
there's too many, it just plummets.
Yep.
Exactly. Because
here's my favorite example. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just looking at completed auctions, and you're talking about people dumping their copies quickly.
Yeah.
Xenoblade Chronicle. Here's an auction, $200 sold for a complete copy of Xenoblade Chronicles and a complete copy of Metroid Prime Trilogy.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there are people that probably bought multiple copies, intending to kind of trickle them out and make money, which I've got no issue with that whatsoever. But people panic and they go, the market's going to crash. I'm going to get out as fast as I can.
Dump, sell.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, and that's exactly like that phraseology uses, exactly like that stock market floor panic, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where people just go, oh no, I'm going to lose money. Sell.
It was like,
and what causes them to lose money? Yeah. What causes them to lose money? Well, the market's flooded. I think that if everyone had steadied the course, then we would see this wave of re-releases come out and GameStop would sell through them and the price wouldn't take some crazy radical hit. Yeah. But that's it. People panic and they dump stock, and that's going to kill the price. at least temporarily. I still don't think that we're going to have some crazy huge supply of this game, because even with the second run, we're probably still not talking huge numbers at this point, right?
And do you think it's... I agree. Do you think it's possible that you might see something similar to the Saturn Netlink edition of Daytona, where one copy is not worth very much, but that, that original box variant is worth more?
No, it's my understanding you can't tell with opening them up. So I'm kind of curious if people will try and sell sealed ones for premium, but not be able to prove their first run or second run.
Mm.
Well, I think that's going to be, okay, if you want my 2 cents, the only ones that were sealed were original run, because all these reprints have been opened by GameStop.
So I'm wondering if someone somewhere has a second run sealed. Maybe that'll be the one you want.
Who knows? But I would say that if you're going to, and again, I'm one of those people, I do not condone collecting as an investment. I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly... There's a great article today. I've shared it on RFGem, but it was on Polygon, and it was like next 30
years of collecting.
Yeah, next 30 years of collecting, and they got some input from JJ Hendricks, who runs JJ Games and price charting and all that stuff. And he has a list of like a half dozen games that are kind of like the hang on to. It's like really hard to find, going for big money right now. But everyone says the same thing. Like the vast majority of your collection is worth more. The current gen stuff is worth more now than it ever will be again.
Yeah, he said unless you're willing to hold on to things for like 30 years, you should sell it now at its highest it's going to be in the next little while.
And I would agree with that.
Yeah.
It's a very logical statement. So again, collect if you like to do that for the hobby. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But trying to say this is going to be my kid's college fund,
You're gonna
maybe not a great idea.
You'll end up underwater on that bet.
Yeah, I would just say, again, understand it's a hobby. But hey, look, some people speculate and some people do well, just like anything else. So I'm not going to knock those people that can really make good money at it and whatnot. So again, in this situation, I would say that, at least the way I view it now, unless something changes, the most collectible version of the one that's most likely to hold on to value will be the sealed copies of this game.
Right.
Because those are the only ones that you can prove at this point in time were original run and are sealed. Right?
Yep, I'd have to agree.
Okay, so Xenoblade Chronicles. And then the other shoe falls with GameStop, right? And that is Metroid Prime Trilogy.
Now, where I'm not as familiar with this story, but where I'm a little confused is GameStop had the exclusive distribution rights, retail distribution for Xenoblade in the United States.
You could buy it through the Nintendo.com website as well.
Yes, that's where I bought mine. Yeah.
Right, I'm sorry, I was talking brick and mortar, but I guess if you went to a Nintendo store, they probably had it too. Okay, but Metroid Prime Trilogy, when it first came out, was available everywhere.
Yeah, I bought mine through Amazon.
So is this a story of them hoarding copies?
No, because it's a different case, isn't it?
From what I understand, it's not like the original one had like this nice plastic
extras
sleeve
and stuff for the two.
Yeah,
I think this is like a bare bones reprint.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I mean, to me that doesn't really affect my metal box copy if I'm a guy who has one, which I do. But that is kind of odd. Are they the only people who have this?
As far as I know.
The reprint.
The reprint one, yeah.
Yeah. And from what I understand, what happens is there's just these companies that you just go to them and say, hey, I want to buy more of this game, and they have minimum orders you have to place, and Nintendo's happy because, hey, look, we get a cut.
Yeah.
Right? So why they're not going to say no.
Exactly, yeah. Nintendo stays out of the heat because it's all GameStop doing it right, and they still get their cut, and yeah, it's golden.
Yeah, and GameStop has to front all the money for the run. So, I mean, Nintendo just cashes in. So, of course, they're going to go, sure, whatever you want to do, right? Yeah.
So, you know what strikes me as a little bit dishonest is, so you guys are saying it's a bare bones, like non-metal box plastic sleeve copy?
I've not seen it yet, but that's what I understand.
Too.
So, I'm on GameStop.com right now, and I'm on the Metroid Prime Trilogy page. It says, buy pre-owned, $84.99. They have a picture of the metal box with the plastic sleeve, but I'm sure there's whenever
It's
you look at any
GameStop.
exactly, they're going to have that small print that says, well, the box might look different, or
Right.
you might just get the disc, you might get this. I think,
Not guaranteed.
I think that knowing that the person is going to 100% get this new reprint you're doing and not showing a picture, I think that's openly dishonest.
They put their disclaimer on there. That's the way they've done it forever.
Yeah, but I know there's a disclaimer on there. They know there is a 0% chance of you getting what they're picturing.
Okay, well, that's not necessarily true because someone could actually bring in the old one and trade it in at a GameStop.
That's the president of GameStop answer.
Yes, I know.
I'm talking.
Playing devil's advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I know you are, and you're absolutely right.
So it's possible.
Right.
It's possible.
Right. It's also
Extremely unlikely.
Exactly. So how about this? Let's say there's two, versions floating around. You get the metal box, and you have the one that we just reprinted 80,000 copies of. Which one do you think is more likely someone's going to get? Put the picture of the one you just reprinted.
They're not going to do that.
Of course they're not.
Yeah.
Because they can't wait to get that angry email and then say, we put a disclaimer up.
Yep. They don't care. They got your money. That's all they want. So let's look. So Metroid Prime Trilogy, looking at the chart, right? Started off at printing and quickly started moving up. I mean, not like at a crazy pace, but just slowly climbing, but stayed around retail price. I think I paid, I want to say like $30 for mine when I bought it.
Yeah, you did well. I paid full retail. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was working at Best Buy at the time. I picked it up and I said, I don't know if I should spend full price on this. I'll wait till later. I checked the inventory system, discontinued. And it came out like a month before, and I was like, crap, I'm never going to see this again. So I bought it for, whatever my employee discount was, like 40-something bucks.
That's still a good price.
Not bad.
Krabby, when did you get yours?
I didn't believe Nintendo when they said it was going to be limited, so I didn't grab one.
Oh, so Krabby's going to GameStop.
Krabby,
Yeah.
I got good news for you. You like plastic? I hope you hate metal cases.
Yeah, their version of limited usually isn't that limited, so I was like, I'll grab it. 6 months down the road when it's at $30. So yeah, all of a sudden they were gone.
It's usually close to their definition of soon,
Yeah.
which is very
launch
loose.
window, which is apparently up to like 15 months after.
Right. So slowly gained some traction, and then looks like it really spiked towards the end of last year. I'm gonna guess somewhere again around probably like Christmas time ish, right?
Yeah, just before. So like October, you have a little spike to 115, all the way up from 70. And then another spike just after Christmas with all that Christmas money shopping to 120, and that was about as high as, and then it kind of settled back down around $90.
And then of course the announcement of the re-release, or at least the rumors of the re-release, right. And of course the prices started to go down again, right?
Yep. And this isn't as dramatic as I would say it's dramatic. It's not as noticeable when you look at the graph as Xenoblade, but also this is not a title that I wouldn't say that it has the same kind of weight around it that Xenoblade has. What with the whole Operation Rainfall, with like we never thought we'd see this here. I mean, Metroid Prime Trilogy was definitely like a Nintendo fans collector item that everyone wants to have in their collection, but it was a thing that like. It felt like it was attainable. Like Xenoblade Chronicles had this feeling around it that like I'm never gonna find one of these things.
Yeah.
Right. So, around all of this, I would say that if you are in it as a collectible, it's very easy, right? You can stay with the metal box or a sealed version, and that's going to have more long-term value than a newer version, which might be fine to play. And I don't discourage you from getting it and playing it, right? But again, the only way this thing tanks in price, again, is if everybody just dumps their stock, right?
That's why I like that the Metroid reprint is at least noticeably different.
And perhaps that's why the price hasn't tanked as much. I don't know.
I think most people would consider the first run like the superior, like the must-have version. and the second one's just kind of a placeholder almost. There
Sure.
will be that small market that just wants to play it, yeah, but
Right. And I have to
Do you guys
wonder.
go foreshadowing a little bit? Do you guys think that the people who like the people you're talking about, like the guys who or girls who just want to play the game, do you think those are the people who might be a little bit more likely to go after a digital re-release, which then you have less every person that does that, it's a little less demand for the physical copy, which could be why the price is affected a little bit on the physical copies when a digital re-release happens?
Well, I think we're going to get more into digital separately in a minute, right?
Foreshadowing.
Yeah. But that was I think probably one of the big reasons why this topic was suggested for us to dig into it first off. But we're going to take it a little bit farther because I do kind of hear like a lot of times there's this also common refrain that I hear, like especially like over at Nintendo Age and stuff, where when there's some sort of a, like Bill said, a digital version comes out or somebody repros a game, that suddenly, oh no, it's gonna, it's not, they shouldn't do that, that's bad, it's gonna kill the collectability or the price or something like that, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Isn't there and Duke, you're probably more into the repro scene, but isn't there kind of like an unwritten rule that you don't repro stuff that's kind of like still commercially like I know like the Sega guys, they won't repro like Outback Joey. Or like no one respectable will sell a repro of like a lot of those repro shops, they won't do like a mass Little Samson or whatever just because, of that reason. Is that something that exists or not really?
Yeah, there's a code of ethics for most stand-up repro makers, and the other ones just either try to stick them in retail shops and rip people off, or stick them on eBay and rip people off. And it happens quite often, unfortunately. If you trickle on to Nintendo Age, you'll see threads probably, I would say, about every day about fakes on eBay. So you find a fake stadium events or whatever. It's pretty common, unfortunately, but they're looking to rip people off, and there's enough money in it to make it worth their time and risk.
Sure.
Right? And even I've seen where they want to, like discussion with making a repro of a game that's slightly just tweaked or something. I mean, not even, that's a commercially released game. So let's say, for example, somebody wants to repro Final Fantasy 3 for the NES, but they're going to use a different language patch. Okay. So they're going to do Final Fantasy 6. Well, that was a retail game. We got it here, but usually as long as people put somewhere on the label or the labeling's different, most people are pretty happy with, okay, that's fine, go ahead and repro that, right?
Or same thing with the, or I guess similar with Earthbound for the NES. Sure.
Tons of people. Well, because technically that was never released.
Right. So it's now is that a translation, or it was the same?
There was
way
a
it
prototype.
Was
there was a prototype that was pretty much complete. I think the idea is, I mean, Nintendo had pretty much done all the work, but they just said, oh, the NES is just too long in the tooth, and we're not making money. Just forget it. Just shelve it. Kind of like Final Fantasy 2, right?
So, do you think that would have been the Operation Rainfall if the internet had existed back then?
Or
since we got it on the Super, do you think was? I'm sorry to get off track here. I just I think of these things.
Oh sure, yeah.
You got cool, unique role-playing game, released in another region. Yeah, I could see that following the same suit if we had the same setup back then.
I think it's hard to say because at that time RPGs weren't what they are now.
But that was after
in America.
But they were still after Dragon Warrior Final Fantasy took off, so there was obviously a market for them.
Yeah, but look at the sales numbers for like Dragon Warrior 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. I mean, is it any surprise that Final Fantasy 2 never came out here? Not really. Even though it was done. I mean, again, there's a prototype of that. It was done. There was an ad for it. And it's out there. I mean, it's just, again, they just went, it's going to cost us so much money to make these carts. They're probably not going to sell, and we're going to eat it. So just forget it. Even though they dump money into it. So Anyway, so let's kind of talk about. So again, you hear a lot of gripes and complaints about, oh, this game came out on Virtual Console or something, and oh no, it's gonna kill the pricing.
I wish I heard those complaints. I don't hear those. You hear those?
Yeah. You've never heard those?
Like, you know what? I'm just not. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not in the same threads as you guys. But like, I never really hear the conversation around like, oh, this game's being re-released. I wonder if it's gonna like. Lately, I've noticed it. But there's so many games that don't tank when that happens that I didn't realize there were so many people paying attention to. Like,
I can think of two in particular that really stand out to me, and that was Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Ikaruga. I remember a lot of talk about
2,
those
yeah.
when they got re-released, and how they were going to tank the original. Yeah.
Well, that's Marvel Capcom 2 is my single biggest example of like, yeah, oh, you don't think the digital re-release affects the value? Let me show you this line graph.
Mm-hmm.
The week it was announced, like it wasn't even out yet. It was coming out in months, and this thing dropped.
Okay. Well, since we're already on that one in particular and talking about it, you want me to give you my 2 cents on that?
Let's hear it.
On Marvel Capcom 2 by Duke.
Sega. Seriously,
Yeah.
no, I mean,
that's
seriously,
it?
there is not as big a collector market for Sega as there is for Nintendo.
I agree.
So,
Do you want to
Now, you're just
elaborate
talking
on what you
about
mean.
the Dreamcast version in that case, then, correct?
correct.
Okay, because it
I'm-
heard
yeah,
across
I'm
all
mostly-
platforms. I was particularly thinking PS2.
Me as well. The PlayStation 2 copy to me, besides it going for way more dollars, because at the time, were you guys Marvel Capcom 2 fans when it first came out
yeah.
on PS2 or Dreamcast?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was a huge fan of this game, and the reason I played it on Dreamcast was because I thought it to be the better port.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I played most of it. Also, being a 4-player game, my console didn't need to have like a multi-tap or extra controllers. I already had 4 Dreamcast controllers, whatever, that's why I bought it. So possibly because the PS2 one didn't sell quite as well, before this game was like back in 2009, for like a good 2-3 years, this game was right around the $100 mark.
I remember selling mine for about $85 back then.
Yeah, so at its peak, February of 2009, $109. Marvel Capcom 2 has announced that it's coming out digitally for I think they announced both major platforms. The what was it? 2 months later, $60.
Never recovered.
2 months later, $40. You flash forward 27, 23, 21, 20.
Well, and I think if you look at all the 3 major platforms that came out with, it did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Prices fell off by half quickly and then dwindled from there.
Yeah, this.
Very much so, yeah.
So I guess I was picking on the Sega version, but
I think this one's
just
just
in
nicer to
general.
look at because it was much higher numbers we're talking about.
Yeah, it's but yeah, you look at, I mean, the line looks the same. It's just the numbers are a lot higher on the, because you're talking about going from like $110 to $20. It's like an 80-something% drop. When you look at the Dreamcast version, it peaked around like $50, and now it's around like $20. So it's
yeah,
about
still
half.
fell in half. Yeah.
Yeah. So big drop.
All right, so maybe we can say something else then. Again, though.
So Krabby, were you saying you think it has to do with the Duke? You think it has to do with the less collectible nature of Sega and possibly Sony as opposed to Nintendo?
Okay, I guess I should probably broaden this a little bit more than if we're talking about all the versions. I think the issue you're running into there is that's not a mature collecting market yet. That's not old enough.
Right. You haven't hit the nostalgia hump yet.
No,
Now,
you haven't.
Is that
You're nowhere
game
close to it.
still available for download?
Good question. I know a lot of the licensing agreements expire and then they go away. As far as I know, it's still there.
Yeah, because it
but I
was
have to-
Xbox Live, right?
Yeah, I would have to check the marketplace just to make sure it's still available to be. Obviously, if you own it, you own it.
Yeah.
But I will check to see if it's still available for purchase.
I'm curious to know once they shut down the servers and everything, if the physical copy is going to regain some of its value. Probably not to the peak it was, but if it'll go back up after you can't play the online multiplayer part of it.
Right. It could be. That's something they talked about in that article on Polygon. Because one of the things is you have when the Xbox One and the PS4 come out, there's no like direct backwards compatibility with your downloadable purchases or your discs. So that market could exist for a little while on the 360 and PS3 as they kind of dwindle down as the new guys come up. So I don't know if that would happen immediately, but it could happen. I mean, they could definitely go back up once the digital ones aren't readily available.
You already got talk, though, of Gaikai on PlayStation, so they'll just virtualize it and sell it to you again.
Sure, they can sell it to you again, but if that online network is not viable, do you think that's going to still be viable?
Still purchasable. Just to answer that question, it is currently available on Xbox Live Marketplace. 1,200 points, so $15. Half as much as what Marvel Capcom 3 costs.
Okay. Again, I think, well, again, it's probably just, like we said, it just hasn't hit the collectability phase yet. I think what we saw there was probably pricing due to people actually wanting to play it.
Sure, yeah, because most of the time, the genres that hold their value the best are role-playing and fighting, right?
Absolutely.
Shooters, in some case, too.
Oh, no way.
And I don't mean first-person shooters. I
Well,
mean,
okay, you mean scrolling
space
shooters.
shooters.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
I
are
think
good.
you could safely add those into them. You talk about Gigawing, Ikaruga, those you could add those in.
And I would say a lot of those are due to these are very niche markets, and you don't see as many
You don't see big
copies
print
made.
runs, and you have really passionate cult fan bases. With these things. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So, the very recent one that also got a lot of attention around that, it was the very recent re-release of Earthbound for the Virtual Console, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And Earthbound had really gotten, I think,
It's been climbing, just weirdly.
almost
definitely.
to silly levels, I think, it's to a certain degree. Because looking at the chart for that one, it was pretty steady, relatively steady, up until towards the end of 2010. And then it started kind of doing some crazier stuff and climbing,
Big
right?
leaps, yeah.
Yeah, big ones.
And that was really just, I think, probably because the whole Super Nintendo market started heating up right about that time, right?
Yeah, in general,
Right.
It's been climbing. Yeah, everything Nintendo, not just Super Nintendo. Yeah.
Right. But it seems like Super Nintendo's caught fire where NES had already been doing pretty good for a little while, but like suddenly out of the woodwork, like everybody wants Super Nintendo collections, it seems like. So
Yeah.
I'd say
again, I think it's just that certain age that people are getting to, right?
I think N64 kind of jumped at the exact same time, though, didn't it?
I totally agree. I couldn't believe how, to me, out of nowhere, N64 became, and I started looking around at people thinking, oh, is this it? Is this the N64, the era it's starting to come in? Because I started to notice that too.
Yeah, and it seems to me that's been especially the last, just maybe the last year and a half on N64.
Mm.
At least that's what I've been feeling.
I feel like the N64 gives people hope because there aren't 900 games
smaller
for it.
set, under 300, yeah.
That's true. Easier to attain.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's seemingly. I mean, I get probably in reality. I mean, definitely, more easier than the Nintendo. But I mean, there's still like anything else. There's your super hard to find expensive titles. But yeah,
it's got everything a collector wants in it. It's got cool variants like the colored carts and stuff. It's got the not for resale carts. It's got the hard to find games like all the Blockbuster exclusives with the challenging boxes and manuals to find. It's a really fun set, and like you said, it's a more reasonable number than almost any other system to collect for.
Okay, so let's get back to Earthbound for a minute. So the Virtual Console release came out, and it did have an effect on price, right?
Yeah. I mean, you look at the so February of this year is when the copies were kind of at their peak. They were just over $200, and since February. They've it's come down to about 150, which the last time it was averaging 150 was August of last year, when it was slowly on the rise. So I mean, I guess it always could be regular fluctuations because back in 2011, late 2010, you had a spike to 164 and then a drop back down to 109. So I mean, this game does, yeah, exactly, yep. So this game does fluctuate a little bit, I really think that the big box strategy guide has a lot to do with the collectability of this piece being so high,
Sure.
because it's not just like any other thing. There's still going to be a ton of people who want that like marquee piece in their collection. But you can't doubt that it's had some impact on the physical
And
price.
I'm kind of surprised by that because of the relatively small this time user base of the Wii U. I didn't think it would affect sales almost at all because in addition to just having a small user base, you've got an even smaller group of people that really want Earthbound on that system, right?
I would have thought the same thing. Yeah. Now, is it only Wii U or is it the Wii Virtual Console as well?
I believe it's
Just
just the
Wii
Wii
U.
U, yeah.
Okay.
So do you want me to give you my 2 cents on that?
Absolutely.
Sega.
No. The same thing, right? People panic and they start dumping copies. So supply goes up. And once supply goes up, price goes
Supply's always been pretty high in that one, though. Do you think it was really noticeable?
down. For the price to change, I do, because to me, the only people buying copies even at $150 are not people that want to play the game for the most part.
Hey, there's some of us.
Yeah.
Well, if you have your true player, right, that just cares about playing the game, they could have played the ROM years ago.
But what about, let me just introduce another circle in the Venn. So let's say you have the person who wants to play the game once and doesn't want to, for 2 reasons, like doesn't want it to cost them any money, even if they have to pay the $10 on the, on the Virtual Console. Are there a noticeable group of people who will purchase this game, play it,
and then sell it back.
and then try to sell it back for about what they got it for?
I don't know if there's a big group that does that. There's definitely a group that does that, but I don't know if they'd be more than a couple percent out of 100.
So, and again, this is going to be obviously wild speculation, can't tell the future. Be interesting to look at this at some point in time, but I would expect that over time the price on this will go back up again.
How much time are you talking about?
Well, I think probably we're getting close to Christmas, and I think Christmas will at least stop the slide.
Okay, so you think this year already? I thought you might be talking about like when they discontinue the Wii U type down the road.
What? And here's my reason why I don't think this long term is going to make much difference, because you said it, right? There's not that many Wii U owners. I don't see the Wii U taking off.
Yet.
Yeah, they basically
yet.
got one more year to turn it around, and if they don't by then yeah.
And
then the Wii Us is announced.
Well, and if you want to play Earthbound, it's cheaper for you to buy a carton of Super Nintendo than it is to buy a Wii U and download it.
Right.
So again, it's going to come to this situation where the Wii U is just not very a practical option. So once people stop dumping, I would expect it. And again, demand will pick up around Christmas.
So if it were on the Wii, though, do you think we'd have a similar to Marvel vs. Capcom 2 effect on it?
I think if you would have seen this for 3DS,
sure, better example.
This price would be in big trouble.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because recently, do we have charts on Oracle of Ages and Seasons? Because they were both recently put on 3DS.
You can pull them up
Well,
pretty
we can
quick.
certainly check on that.
Yeah, we should pull those up. So Duke, not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Will Earthbound be back to 200 by the end of the year?
Probably not by the end of the year. But
Okay.
I think it will stop the decline, and then I would expect, again, probably a slow incline to start back up again, because I think the people that want this are the people that want it in their collection, and it's pure Nintendo. You know what I mean? Nothing says
Right.
Nintendo more than this game, I think, besides, your Mario, your Zelda. And people that want a Super Nintendo set, they want an Earthbound. So, I mean, that's me.
So it looks like Oracle of Ages and Seasons have been climbing slow and steady, like they should be.
Yeah, like slow and steady. You're talking like over the last 5 years, they've slowly made it from like just over 10 to just over 20. Yeah, they if I were to look at this chart, there's nothing to me that jumps out and says a digital copy just came out. This looks pretty steady.
And it's tough because...
Which is surprising, because don't 30 billion people have a 3DS?
Yeah, I think it's a different market. Handheld collectors are not as big as console collectors.
And again, too, you're not talking about massive prices either. If you can download it for $10. I'm assuming $6.
I think they're $5.99.
Oh, yeah, and you can buy it for $15. That's different than you can download for $10 and buy it for $150.
Right.
And these games got big print runs anyway.
Yes, there's a lot of these out there.
Yeah. So I think definitely a different story. I think not necessarily that it would have been warranted. I mean, there's a lot of copies of Earthbound out there. It's not a scarce game. It's just a desirable game.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times, and there's lots of games that I've never seen. So
I've seen 5 complete in box ones touching each other at the same time.
I remember seeing stacks of them at Best Buy.
Yeah,
when they were clearancing them.
Well, we didn't have a Best Buy back in the early '90s, so I've never seen that generation at a Best Buy.
I was talking about in the last 6 months too.
Yeah, I've only seen one complete in box one in one place at one time, but I've seen this cart half dozen times.
So I mean, again, it's desirable. That's why people want it, and it's not going to magically stop becoming desirable because of this.
No.
But I think if it had come out on 3DS, you would have seen a lot more people panic and sell.
So you think that, even seeing what, do you think that has to do more with the fact that Zelda Oracle had so many more copies in circulation?
And it's not, for the number of copies that are out there, it's not as desirable to own.
Oh, fair enough.
It's not a, Ocarina of Time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even though it just doesn't hold that same level.
Isn't it crazy how Ocarina does, kind of seem to hold its value and continue to be a desirable title, even though there's been 37 different physical re-releases of it?
If you're going to have a Nintendo 64 collection, you're going to have Ocarina of Time in it.
And not only that, you're going to have it early.
Yeah.
If you go to someone's house and they're like, "Oh, I'm collecting N64."
Where's the Ocarina?
Where's your Ocarina?
Yeah, where's your Mario Kart? Where's your Mario 64?
Yeah. Sorry, you're not actually collecting yet. Once you get one of those, you are.
Right. So let's pick a few other ones apart. So let's look at Shantae. So Shantae was, a big Game Boy Color expensive cart.
I
right?
love the spike in this chart. It's just amazing.
My favorite spike is coming up a little later.
Yeah. So Shantae got a late release in the Game Boy Color's life. I mean, the Game Boy Advance had already been out for a while. It is a fantastic game, well regarded, and a very small print run. Why
are there 2 ridiculous spikes?
So Shantae definitely took off with the collector crowd a few years back.
Yeah, right at the start.
There was a
2010.
Christmas where it went nuts, right?
Well, I mean, you look at this. So January of 2009,
Christmas.
$40.
Right, Christmas money.
February of 2009, $116.
Yeah, because not a lot of copies, right? So as soon as a few people want
then,
it.
Okay, yeah, and then March, $129, and then April, $50.
Christmas money was spent.
And then May, $90. And then back to August, $50.
Again.
October, $85. December, $61. And then people just lose their minds in February.
They do. Again, Christmas money.
$100.
Right? Yeah, well, it caught fire for good reasons. I mean, I've not played it. From everybody said, though, it's fantastic. I've thought about maybe getting it on 3DS just so I could play it. But yeah, it really took off. It went pretty crazy. And
it doesn't seem like it dropped off a little bit, but it's on the rise again.
Right. And it just got a very recent release on Virtual Console.
That didn't seem to phase it for a second, did it?
No, because since September of last year, when it was 125, it's been steadily on the rise. Currently 182. So this is kind of like a weird, like this is one of the examples of that digital version. It doesn't even look like, again, looking at this line, doesn't even look like it happened.
And I'll say even the interesting thing is, and I have watched a little dumping of this, right? I've seen some dumping of this game here recently, and it still hasn't messed up the price. That shows you how scarce this game is. So here we're talking about something that just, there's there's a real scarcity of this game. So
Right.
these things really can't impact the price nearly
Now,
as
do you-
much.
Something
How
something I think
Oh,
we
sorry, go ahead.
overlooked a few minutes ago too when we were talking about Marvel versus Capcom is they did something to make it like the superior definitive version when they released that, because fighting game enthusiasts want that online challenge so they can play and get better. Since there's no upgrade or change to these games at all, do you think that's why they're not affected as much as Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was?
I think games like this the game is collectible itself.
Right.
I think Marvel vs. Capcom was people want to play the best version of that game.
Okay, but even
And
like
once that's not
Ikaruga
anymore.
then, that one, like you got the online leaderboards, right? That's pretty much the only thing. But again, high score is a huge thing for shoot 'em up fans, and that one tanked after the re-release.
Yeah, it did. I don't know if it's just because Ikaruga or the original release is just so new. There's no nostalgia yet,
Right.
right? There's no big. I mean, the GameCube market hasn't gone crazy, right?
Not as crazy
It's
as some of the
slowly
others, yeah.
ratcheting up.
Agreed.
But like, I also feel like the shooter crowd is. I'm like, even though there's a lot of people in the shooter crowd, especially if you're in these video game circles and forums, I still feel like, like if I were to survey like 50 people that I knew in high school and say, ever heard of Marvel vs. Capcom, like the fighting video game, I think that way more of them would say yes than if I asked that same group, you ever hear of Ikaruga, that top-down shooter on the GameCube? Like, I can't imagine more than 5 or 10 people knowing what that is. So I feel like you're dealing, like, when you deal with a much smaller, like the Shantae market and the Ikaruga, like, I think the Ikaruga market is bigger than the Shantae market, but I still think you're dealing with way smaller quantities of people and volume than you are with Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
And I think shooter nuts will pay whatever they have to pay just to play that game. So I think where you have that combination of collector, but really player more. So as soon as the new shinier version comes along, I've got no problem dumping this one and
Right.
going right to it. Right?
And also, what do you think about the collectability of handheld versus console?
I just don't think overall there's as much draw to handheld collecting as there is to console
Agreed.
collecting.
So then why is Shantae still climbing if we feel like there's less collectors after it? You really think it's that scarce that even with less collectors after it, it's still hard to find?
Yes. Why is Little Samson worth what it's worth? It's scarce, right?
I've actually found this out a little bit looking at Play Choice 10 stuff. There's definitely a decent size arcade game collector market, but it's nowhere near the size of the console collector market. There's just physically
Obviously,
not as many of these things out there. But like, you'll go online and you look for something, and you either get really lucky or there's like the same thing that like there's only like 2 or 3 of you going after it, and it only comes out once in a while. So like you'll find yourself kind of fighting the same people for the same things. Like there could be a thing that is just nobody else in the collector market wants. It shows up for $20. You bid on it. No one else bids on it. Like, I can't believe I got this thing for $20. Then there'll be this other thing that comes out, and it's not more scarce than the other thing, like in the grand scheme of things, but you need it, and there's only like one of them out there. So like when you're dealing with a much smaller crowd, the prices can be erratic. Like you'll see like a Mario 3 go for $35 one week and $75 the next week.
Yeah.
So it's really erratic in that market.
Yeah. Well, when you have a very small pool of interested parties and a very small pool of supply,
Yeah, it
it's
just might not be someone's waiting for it on a paycheck, or they missed it this one time. Yeah, instead of having 1,200 people looking for it, you got the 4.
right.
Yeah, but yeah, so like I couldn't like, I feel like I see not a lot of people, but I've seen like a half dozen people dump entire game like boxed Game Boy collections, like in the past couple of years. Like this is the only real Game Boy Color kind of standout that I think most people know about.
Yeah, I think it's the Little Samson of the Game Boy line.
Yeah.
Okay, just kind of going back to shooters for a minute here. Look, I'm looking at Radiant Silvergun, right? And Radiant Silvergun forever was such a lauded title and was really desirable and commanded a high price. And then it got a re-release. And it's not killed it, but it's definitely slowly strangled it.
So do you think that now looking at this one, I mean, this is just kind of a slow decline. Do you feel like this is, this one I feel like could be the natural death of this game?
I think it'll eventually come back around because the Saturn, PlayStation 1 are going to become very collectible soon because those people that grew up with them are going to be old enough to want to collect it.
Okay.
So I would expect that, again, this is, for whatever it's worth, nothing. The advice made on the show is worth exactly what you paid for it, right? I've heard that on another show before, so I'm going to rip that off. But I would expect this price to turn around slowly and come back up. But that's my 2 cents. I would imagine those are things like Ikaruga eventually someday will turn around as well. Another shining example of this, another one that got a re-release was Guardian Heroes, right? Guardian Heroes was a very sought-after Saturn title for a long time, and then it came out on Xbox Live a little while ago. And if you look at its chart, you see the effects of that, right? But it's not.
I'm going to go again with that's got an added superior version to it with the online play again.
Yeah, I have a funny story with this one. There's been a kid trying to sell a complete copy of Guardian Heroes on Craigslist. Not really local, in the same state as me. And he had it for $80 for the longest time, and it's been $80. I would always, every time looking for Sega stuff, I would see him refresh this ad every week. I'm like, can somebody please just buy this from him or drop the price, something. So, but for I looked at the ad every week when he posted it, and it said, $80. It says, check eBay, check online, look what these things go for. It's a good price. And then after a month or two after the re-release, the ad was the same price, but he removed the check eBay,
check online. Right. But if you look at it, I mean, when it came out digitally, it took a big hit, right?
Yes.
But if you look at it over time, it's up and down, but it's slowly going up.
Yeah,
overall.
Several spiky rebounds and drop back downs, but it always seems to go higher when it spikes back up.
And I would relate that back to that collector market. I think is maturing more and more as we move along. So I would expect, on average, over time, I would think that it will go up, even though there's a digital version out there.
And I think something about the Saturn too is when you think about the Saturn is from a collectability standpoint, one of the big things you think of is that set of RPGs. Whether you're talking Panzer Dragoon, Guardian Heroes, Shining Force, all the we talked about it with Jason, all those great RPGs that Sega USA was so weird on, especially Stolar in particular. But yeah, I'd expect this one to come back slowly over time as well.
And to kind of throw a wrench in my theory of all these kind of superior versions hurting the original, one instance where that doesn't happen is Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo. When that reshelled version came out, it didn't touch the value at all.
And if I remember correctly, didn't that re-released version not get very warm reviews?
I can't remember. I didn't buy it or play into that.
I seem to remember that people were just not thrilled to death about
maybe
it.
That's why. Maybe it wasn't the superior version. Maybe they tried to make it better and just failed.
Yeah, but I think that's probably another part of that strong Nintendo collecting market and the Super Nintendo itself doing really well.
Because that one didn't move at all, and then it's been climbing since then even.
Yeah, and I think Super Nintendo overall is on the climb, so not too surprising. Sticking with Super Nintendo for a minute, let's talk about Mega Man X2 and Mega Man X3.
Gladly.
Very, very desirable Super Nintendo titles, right?
Oh yeah.
And it's been a few years now, but there was the Mega Man X collection that came out on disc for PS2 and Xbox, right?
And GameCube.
Right?
Yeah.
And so how did that affect the price?
I always forget about the GameCube with Mega Man collection anniversary games because of that tiny D-pad.
But it's a good D-pad.
Because that's I play Mega Man with a D-pad, and I remember like seeing it on the shelf for GameCube and Xbox, and I was like, well, sorry, Wavebird, that D-pad is just weak.
Oh, the Xbox one wasn't much better.
I played the PS2 one.
I don't know if it was better. It was bigger.
It was bigger, yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. X-Men.
Not X-Men.
No, it's X-Men. They were in there.
So, looking at that one, so what kind of effect did a re-release make on that one?
Almost none.
No, literally none, right?
Yep.
On
It's
either
funny
any of the titles included in the collections, yeah.
Right, and it was funny you mentioned that one. Sticking with Nintendo, one of the standouts to me, I remember when Mega Man 5 was released on Virtual Console. I think it was early 2011 on the Virtual Console. You look at the Mega Man 5 NES graph; it has done nothing but steadily climb since then. So
Yeah.
it's so weird. Like and I don't know if it's just the comparison between like Virtual Console versus like PSN or XBLA, because Earthbound was Virtual Console on the Wii U. But it does seem like it's not as likely. The marketplace on the Wii, the original Wii. Is that admittedly the weakest marketplace of the like sales wise of the consoles?
I don't know how it did sales-wise, but it was a clunky system, that's for sure.
It's the worst interface. It's got. It's.
I don't know,
online,
the PSN store is pretty bad on the PS3.
It is pretty. Well, I read a tweet from fake Kaz Harai that says, "We know gamers love challenging experiences. That's why we designed the PSN store the way we did."
I can see that, but we can see again. I think we've got. We're going to see this over and over, right? There's a very strong Nintendo collectible market.
Always.
I think some of that will be a little different as time goes forward, because I think people of our ages grew up as strong Nintendo kids.
That was the thing.
Eventually, this market is going to switch over.
Like, honestly, I think remember the console wars. Like, I really feel like most people emerged from some people switch sides. Like, oh well, I'll switch over to Nintendo. Like, I feel like so many more people switched over. Yeah. I feel like so many people either switched over from Sega to Nintendo, or just these Nintendo kids murdered these Sega kids, because there are just so many more Nintendo collectors, I feel, than Sega collectors.
Absolutely.
I think that, Nintendo at that time just seemed to have this magic about them, right?
Yep.
And I think people love to go back to that nostalgia. There was just this magic time where Nintendo could do no wrong, and they just produced fantastic stuff.
Well, they didn't. Yeah, no, I'm not going to nitpick, because you really can't argue that.
Right, but eventually we're going to get to the time when Sony ruled the world, and those people will be collecting at some point, and they won't care, probably, Nintendo on those. But anyway.
Yep. I don't know what's behind something in my gut, and I know that PlayStation and Sony collectors are going to not like to hear it, but just something in my gut tells me that Sony, I don't know if Sony has that
magic
as big of the collector magic as Nintendo does, or will.
I think there were so many PS1 kids at some point in time, it's going to hit.
Well, I'm wondering if a lot of those kids weren't kids, they were like young adults. So I'm wondering if we had all these things growing up. Nintendo was the thing you had as like a kid. So there's a strong nostalgia to it, whereas if you get something when you're 18 to 22, you don't quite have that same link to it as when you're 12.
There was a lot of kids with PlayStation.
Agreed. Yeah.
I agree. That's a fantastic point. We talked about a while ago, like, what's your favorite Final Fantasy, and Duke and Fleech and I talked about this. Was it's not necessarily the one that you thought was the best, but maybe the best one that you played when you were at the most impressionable age.
Yeah, that magic time.
Yeah, like the one that sticks with you. I think that there are some kids who Sony is like equals magic. I think there are kids that might like walk into a flea market or like a Game Quest location, any one of them, any one of the Game Quest locations, and see like a PS1 or a PS2 sitting on a shelf and like a copy of like Crash 1 or 2 or something, and just think,
need that.
I gotta have that again. Then they get it, and then they remember, remember Metal Gear? Remember and they really I think it's possible. There's a good amount of people that have that. there's just something about just when you look at Sony as a whole, as crazy successful as they were with the PlayStation 2 especially, I just don't know if that magic translates.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to bet on nostalgia, but that seems to be what the collector market's driven by.
Yeah, large.
But if you've got a smaller market of people that have that nostalgia and a wildly great, like almost every game on that system has, greatest hits version of it, I don't know if you're going to reach the same demand.
I think there were just literally more copies
exactly,
produced,
and so if you've got less people that are nostalgic for a greater amount of games, I don't know if you'll see the same prices as you do with Nintendo stuff.
But you know what that could do? That could make the barrier to entry to PlayStation collecting super low and easy. Like say, hey, I can get Atari right now. I can get 40 Atari games for $1 each. Sure, let's do this. So maybe you get enough people buying a big huge lot of PlayStation games, then that kind of kickstarts it a bit. So it'd definitely be interesting to watch.
Absolutely.
Well, I think if we revisit this topic, we're still doing this show 5 years from now,
30 years from now.
No, there's no doubt.
We'll revisit this, and I think we'll see, because by then that wave should have hit, if it's going to hit.
Yeah,
I think so. We'll see. So
I expect Duke to be something like out of Futurama, like the head in the jar floating around at that point.
Right, I am not a crook. I'll be like Nixon in there. But I just want to kind of quickly just wrap a couple of the Super Nintendo titles, because I think we're just going to see the same stuff in Super Nintendo, because it's hot right now, right? So Super Mario RPG, it's out on Virtual Console. Price-wise, has that made much of a difference?
Does it ever? No.
No, it hasn't really made much of a difference.
You know what else? You know what else? Another Super Nintendo one that's following pretty close to the Earthbound trend right now. You get Super Metroid. The cart was at an all-time high in like March, April of this year. It dropped to 31, but again, this has been on Virtual Console for a while. It's not like it just came out. So, but it's weird that this line kind of is almost exactly following Earthbound. So it might not be a knock on, or sorry, it might not be a cause of Earthbound being available digitally now. That could just be the trend for like the high profile Super Nintendo games.
With Super Metroid, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be. Wasn't there a resurgence in that one afterwards when there was those funny internet memes where kids couldn't figure out how to get past certain parts?
Metroid can't crawl.
I remember those. I remember those memes. I don't know. That's really interesting to see if those memes have an effect on the price of the game. Oh, that's amazing.
I think probably what happens, honestly, with some of that is some of the people that have held on to the stuff for a while finally go, oh, well, I could just get a digital version. They sell their copy. So, again, the market gets a little flooded for a small period of time, and then it recovers.
Right.
Because these are the go-to titles, right?
Duke's the classic. Whoa, calm down. Calm down and stop flooding the market with your copies.
There you go. Right?
Just keep it on the shelf.
Yeah. There you go. So let's take a look at some other Nintendo titles that did not do as well. And I think I'm going to relate this back to, again, it's not been long enough. So Pikmin 2, right?
Yep.
So Pikmin 2 got a new revised version, right? And what happened to the price for Pikmin 2?
Just barely over the revised version now, yeah.
Yeah, it tanked,
cut in half,
basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And just to clarify, we're not talking digital. We're talking that Nintendo Wii Selects
and
copy.
So it didn't come out remastered. It came out $20. Yeah.
Right. It came out in 1999. The major difference was the motion controls. So you had the option of GameCube controller or the Wii remote and the nunchuck,
which is actually a really awesome way to play it.
It really is. It's my favorite version of that game. The multiplayer is also phenomenal if you've never played it. But yeah, it definitely took a big hit.
Yeah, and I would probably say, again, it's not old enough to have nostalgia, so people that are buying it want to play it. That's it.
Now, with sometimes you see, when a new game in a series comes out, they start climbing again, right? Just people want to go grab back to the old ones. Pikmin 3 just came out, and the chart is slowly climbing up. Do you think that will continue for a couple months?
I would be surprised if we don't see this game hit,
Do you think it'll get back to 50 or higher?
I think I think definitely we'll get back to 50. If not this year, maybe that post-Christmas money. But I don't see it going, up to like 65, 70, 80.
Just because there's so many
soon.
selects out there too. If you want, there's a cheaper option.
There really is, yeah. I actually gave that Pikmin. Actually, I found another copy for cheap, and I sent it off as like a Secret Santa gift on RF last year. So I mean, they were abundant enough near me that I didn't, bat an eye at just
I've
shooting a
gone
copy
through
out
several
there.
myself too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm a little more pessimistic on it. I don't see it doing well for a while.
You think it averaging and like hanging at like 25, 30 for a while?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because people that want to play it, they can easily get the Wii Select version, and it'll play on their Wii U if they really are having nostalgia from
Yeah,
Pikmin
it's
3.
kind of an interesting one because with the backwards compatibility, there's actually 3 different systems you can play physical copy on.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Well, yeah. As long as you don't have that. Wasn't there a really late model of the Wii that lost the GameCube compatibility?
Yeah, they released them for $100. I don't know if it was Canada only, but I definitely saw a lot of them up here.
And the Wii Mini, right?
That's what I was referring to. Oh, right, Bill. Yeah, you're right too. I was referring to the Wii Mini.
There's that one that was Canada only. I could have sworn that there was.
Yeah, you're right. They dropped the GameCube so they could drop like $20 off the price or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like the light blue one at Walmart might have been like one of the first to. I can't remember.
I thought the blue one was a
that
Skylanders bundle.
There's another blue one.
Okay, so again, I don't know if we have to dig much farther into that, but to me, I think the reason GameCube prices can be so volatile because not long enough for nostalgia. People just want to play the games, right? So let's branch off into something else for a minute. Let's just take a couple other oddball titles that have had re-releases and kind of pick them apart. So, Rondo of Blood, right? Castlevania X Rondo of Blood. That was held in such high regard because, A, it is honestly a very fantastic game. It really is. And it didn't get a US release, and it was PC Engine CD only. So
quite the obscure, yeah.
At least over here. At least here.
This wasn't on a collection?
Eventually, it was on a collection. But
is this the one that was on the PSP compilation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was. So, again, this is a system that doesn't have as much collectability, right? It's not over here anyway. And so, really, I think...
talking about the Turbo or the PSP?
I'm talking about the PC Engine. PC Engine, right? So it commanded a high price for quite some time. Not a crazy price, but a pretty high price for a long time. Yeah. It was usually like around $100, maybe $150 tops. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the price, even after this PSP release, on average, hasn't changed a whole lot, has it?
It's held pretty steady.
I wouldn't say.
Yeah, a little up, a little down.
Yep.
But by and large, still hanging around the same price.
I think it looks there's a lot fewer ups and downs. I mean, presumably because not as many copies are selling. Because you'll see like very definitive. Okay, one sold here, instead of like all these ups and downs.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's really hovering around that line.
Yeah. Because people that want to play it have other outlets, right? The PSP or whatever. And the people that want to collect it here. Are not as strong. There's not as many PC Engine collectors over here.
I don't know any.
But so a game that again I think we're kind of going and say, all right, not a lot of nostalgia for it. It is a great game and it's limited to get. So those few oddball people that make up that market, they're going to dictate the price, and it's not going to change a whole lot. I don't see it changing a whole lot.
Yeah. I don't either. I don't see this one really, leaving that $100 give or take $10-15.
I think it's got nowhere to go but up. I don't see anything that could possibly bring it down. And I don't mean it'll spike. I mean it'll just $5-10 every year. Normal increase.
I just don't know if I don't know. I mean it's very possible that it could slowly rise. The thing is, there's been, over the last couple of years, it's every time it's gone up a tiny bit, it goes back down. I just don't see this as a slow rise, but it definitely could happen.
Again, small number of collectors, right? So, unless everybody suddenly starts holding on to their copies and not selling them, probably won't change it much over time. Okay, so let's go to another one that caused a lot of big nasty stir, and that was the Cheetahman 2 Kickstarter,
Yes, right? I was hoping that you were going to go to this one.
I loved listening to this. It was awesome.
This is, spoiler alert, this is my favorite spike.
Because it's quite honestly just ridiculous.
I mean that has to be. I mean, are they referring to like an actual loose copy that sold for that, or are they referring to like a reward tier on the Kickstarter with that $10,000?
I don't think they track Kickstarter sales on here.
Man. What I was saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean from the Kickstarter. I meant like one of the, like, if there was like a $10,000 tier on Kickstarter and someone sold that entire thing for what they paid for it.
You know,
because that just looks like it screams of this is a fake auction.
Yes, I agree. Something does not look right there.
Right, because there was two. I guess we should say for those that can't look at the chart. You had pretty steady sales with incremental ups and downs, but really the re-release didn't seem to do much to the price. I mean, it's a chunk.
Yeah, mostly slow ups.
Yeah, I mean, so the re-release came out and it took a bite out of it. So it went down from the height of around $1,300 down to around $1,000. Mm-hmm. And then there was two sales recently that were just idiotic, right? So it has to be. Yeah. I think this has to be a bug in their data because they have two sales listed at $9,999. So and if you look through their actual sales data that they have below, those sales don't exist.
So if someone like hits the buy it now but doesn't pay, does that show up in their data? Do you know?
That could be a part of what causes the glitch. Because when you look for completed sales in this time frame, they're just not there.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say. I mean, this is something that's just going to be hard to say. I think that did the Kickstarter and the re-release have an effect on the price? I think it did.
Slightly, yeah.
Well, probably 20% drop.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, about that.
But overall, I don't think this is going to be a huge deal long term.
Right. I mean, it was on. If you look at it from kind of like July of 2011, it was on a steady increase before that re-release happened. I don't think the Kickstarter made as it made a dent. I don't think it made as huge a dent as some people maybe were afraid it might make. I see this one slowly rebounding as well.
Sure, because there's going to be some of those people that want to be purists and say, I want this to have the full set, and this one has to be in there. It has to be the
first
original
one.
one. Right.
Now, Duke, as an unlicensed cart guy, is there talk in the cart community of if you have a Cheetahman 2, well, is it a real Cheetahman
Yes.
2?
Of course. Oh, it's
or
a re-release.
Oh, that's not real.
Yeah, there's kind of that, But that's it. People that have these rare things are always going to look down their nose at people that have something else. I mean, you know how this goes, right? Because
are you taking a stab at Shadow during the podcast here?
Hey, look, let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. I'm sure he was thinking that. But no, remember you just made me think of Steel Battalion.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Remember when they re-released that controller and the buttons were a different color?
Yeah.
It's even come in with that. Like, I've looked up this thing before, just, I think it'd be a cool thing to have, just to show people, like, look at this ridiculous thing that came out.
The green buttons, Bill.
Exactly, like, oh, those are the red buttons? Oh, no, oh, no, sorry, that's the green
Doesn't
button.
count.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Right. Again, it's going to be the same thing where people are like, oh, well, I've got a shrink wrap Xenoblade. Oh, I got the original.
I do.
That's how we all sound.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, here's another interesting one I want to get to is the new DuckTales re-release. I think it's actually spiking sales. I don't think it's dropping them. I think it's increasing interest in DuckTales and bringing it up.
I mean, it's hard to argue because, I mean, this is a game that sold for less than $10 for pretty much forever. And when it was announced, the first time I saw it was at PAX last year, which was like March. So if you look at the price then, I mean, the announcement didn't spike the interest, but now that we're, right before the game's about to come out, it's spiked, and that's on a steady rise.
Yeah, it's, people had probably a lot of folks out there had kind of forgotten, and honestly, $20 to satisfy a nostalgia urge is not that's an impulse buy for something on eBay.
So do you think price has a huge part to do with it then? If it was an $80 game, do you think it would have went the complete opposite direction?
I think what the low price does is it opens up the barrier for casual, just want to go check this thing out that I have when I was a kid fans. Like, growing up, myself, my brother, my sister, we all played Nintendo, a lot. My sister probably less than me and my brother, but she loved, certain games like DuckTales, Mario 2, of course, the Princess, the hovering over the platforms. But I remember, there's certain games you can mention to her that she'll be like, oh, I remember that game, to the point where, like, if she saw a copy of DuckTales for $15 in a store, I gave her a Nintendo for Christmas a couple years ago. So she'll grab random games. That's what she said. So
it was probably the only time I've heard that used, and it wasn't filthy.
And it was appropriate. But that is what she said. So so I don't know how many people out there who aren't, who are just casual, who have a Nintendo just hooked up to the TV, but she's one of them. And I'm sure if she just saw DuckTales in the store, or like saw an advertisement, oh, this is coming back out, I'm gonna go grab that from Game Exchange or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, that's it. I see that happen a lot. I mean, because I'm in and out of the local Game Exchange, and that's it. Somebody comes in and they go, oh my God, I haven't seen this in forever. And they buy a Nintendo and they buy 3 or 4 games. And, 6 months later, it's on Craigslist. It's,
And a small tip, Crab, for your store. This speaks volumes to the importance of facing great games out, so you don't have to dig through the spines to find the good ones.
Show them what they want.
Take the great ones.
Put all your Marios up front.
Right at eye level, right faced out.
All your Marios.
I'll get rid of all my paper boys.
Pip-Boy 2.
Yeah. So another one that was a big one was Ico, right? So for a long time, Ico was very desirable.
That one surprised me like crazy, because I used to flip those like nuts up here.
You guys both just refused to say the name of the game properly.
Okay,
yeah,
Ico. Sorry,
Ico.
It's Ico, I think.
It's not a dolphin, Bill.
It's not YCO. It's ICO.
Well, that game is Wise.
with an apostrophe.
But no, yeah. So getting where's the point? Oh, here it is. No, yeah, totally. This one, huge surprise. And do you guys honestly think this had something to do with that 2-game release?
I do.
Or do you think this was the natural?
Absolutely.
I think it was 100% the HD remake.
But the HD remake didn't come out, in 2009 or 2010 when this game really started tanking.
But as soon as it got announced,
it stayed there. Like, it could have been just that regular ebb and flow, right? But it never recovered.
And again, I will go back and say the reason this does not surprise me again is because it's not old enough to have nostalgia. The people that bought it were wanting to play it.
2011. Hang on. No, yeah, I guess I kind of forgot when it really I guess it really did come out that long ago. I didn't think it was that old, but yeah, it came out in early 2011, so I guess it was, once it kind of got out there, that it was a known quantity.
'Cause I used to buy them here for like $5 to $10 all the time, flip it for 40 really quick. Mm-hmm. I might upgrade my copy to a nicer one, and then I picked one up just a couple months ago, really excited to get another $30 out of it, and then I looked online, I'm like, wow, I can get maybe $2 or $3 out of this now.
Yeah,
but it's interesting that Shadow didn't follow as steep. It did have a decline, but it didn't follow as the price was lower because you could get a copy of Shadow.
That one was, greatest hits and huge acclaim. Like, everyone knew about that game. Nobody knew about Ico until they got Shadow and they were looking for other similar games.
Yeah, I can't believe how like $5 for Shadow of the Colossus. Go buy it. What's your
everyone
problem?
should have one of those. Agreed.
Man.
No thanks.
Really? You didn't like it?
I mean, yeah, buy the.
I never played it.
It's fantastic.
Then why no thanks? It's literally one of the best games on that system.
I would actually agree with Bill for once.
I don't know. Just really no desire.
Just play the first guy, which is like 10 minutes. And if you don't like it, by then you will know right away if you don't like the whole game.
I
Right.
did, actually, because I did play a demo.
And you didn't care for that first 10 minutes?
No, I didn't like it.
All right. Well,
Wow.
if you don't like it by then, yeah, you won't like it. But I'm surprised.
Yeah. So Duke, don't buy it. Don't play it.
If I find it dirt cheap, maybe, but other than that, no, probably.
Whoa! If you find it $5,
No,
is,
like
is
$1.
breaking
Like
breaking your
I'm
wallet.
going to send you
$1.
one. I've got like 5 of them here on my shelf. Next time
Okay.
I get a little care package, I'll shoot one your way.
Okay.
I'll send you my HD one. You can just play through it
Look,
on PS3.
I'm telling you, I looked at a sale the other day. Like, I like Xbox 360. I mean, I play a lot of Xbox. But I looked, there was a sale where I could pick up tons of games for like $3 the other day, and I still like, nah.
Aren't you the guy who bought like every disc at the pawn shop for like $1?
That's
Yeah,
the magic
what
number.
was it, like,
$1.
what, three years ago?
$1.
That was like 3 years ago or something.
It's
though,
just like a thrift shop, right? It was 99 cents.
right? Oh, okay. Well, the last thing I wanted to kind of talk about before we kind of branch off a little bit was Street Fighter 3, because Third Strike got a re-release recently on Xbox Live, I think last year, right?
Yes.
So, looking at Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, did it take a hit? I mean, it took some hit, but it looks like it's still kind of been not too far off the mark for where it had been in the past, right?
Yeah. I don't think it took a noticeable, or at least not that noticeable.
It stayed pretty steady.
Yeah. I mean,
And I actually thought this was going to be, because this is one of the ones that is still played by kind of the Street Fighter purist crowd, and I thought that the online aspect, or like Krabby said before with like the leaderboards, I thought that would be something they'd really kind of gravitate towards, but it doesn't seem to have had terrible influence on the price.
So why do you think that is? That's really odd to me.
Yeah, especially seeing where Marvel Capcom 2 a couple of years came from.
I would probably pin it on scarcity, right? It's more of a rare game than Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Sure.
I'd probably say that's true.
And because there was, 2 versions of Street Fighter 3 on Dreamcast?
Right, there was Double Impact and Third Strike.
And I think Third Strike probably had the smallest print run, right?
Well, yeah, it was the last one to come out, so I believe, that's probably true.
Right. So, I think that has to do with it. It's just, there's just not as many out there, so they're still going to command a decent price. And it seems strange to me that the Dreamcast seems to be a little bit more collectible than a lot of its peers.
Yeah,
I
think that's kind of like it's like the N64 of the Sega consoles. It's got the most manageable library, and there's lots of quirky, cool little gems in there.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of really, really good games on it too. There's a thread on RF right now talking about
how awesome Bangai-O is.
Exactly, yeah. Just asking like what's the best Dreamcast game, and almost no one can just put one game up there. Like I'd mentioned like 6 or 7.
I did it.
Yeah, you did it because you follow the rules, because you're from the second most crime-ridden place in Canada. But yeah, like it's, and I don't know if it's because of my personal love for that set. Like like 99.99. I remember that launch very well. It's my favorite. It's to this day, I think it's the best console launch ever. Especially considering the price of the thing was $200. It had a ton of great games at launch. This was a really, really big deal when it came out, and I don't know if that's something you can explain to people who kind of didn't experience that console cycle, but I really feel like the Dreamcast has this like Duke said, like more of a collectability factor to it than some of the other consoles of this time.
Sure. It seems to me, Dreamcast is newer, but it seems to have some more collectability right now, at least to me, more than PlayStation 1 does. So I don't know if it's just a function that just the Dreamcast gets a lot more love for what it is, or what. But
Do you think that the PlayStation might suffer a little bit from there are so many games on it, you know, kind of like Wii syndrome, like there's so much shovelware, you have to go through so much crap to find the good stuff, and that like on the Dreamcast there's a smaller ratio of, you know, bad games to good games?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
yeah, I don't think that's probably too far off, and it's a lot more appealing to think I'm going to go for a full Dreamcast set than a full PS1 set. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's like saying, like, I'm going to go hunting today, and I'm going to catch a unicorn.
Right. Yeah. Why do you think people love N64 collecting so much?
It's obtainable.
Exactly. It seems attainable.
Right. Very manageable.
Yeah, that's why Virtual Boy is the #1 set to collect for, right?
No,
Yeah.
that's expensive. That's expensive.
Well, loose. It's not out of control.
If you want a full set, including the Japanese rares,
No.
I'm talking about
no.
imports. Yeah, that gets a little
I'm talking
insane.
about like a loose U.S. cart only set wouldn't be that hard to assemble.
I guess not, because you got Jack Brothers, probably the worst, right?
Yeah, I think that one's jumped up there quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, and then like Waterworld and a couple others are like in the 50 to 60 range, but like, you know, it's not awful.
Yeah, and then you just got to learn how to repair your stinking Virtual Boy. Man, I just hear more and more that these things are dying, right?
I still have to when I first got mine, like one of the sides is a little bit screwy, but I still haven't done that thing where you open it up and just reseat that ribbon cable. So I still have to do that.
Yeah, I've heard about some people that are taking to just replacing that and just soldering. Just because it just keeps getting worse and worse, from what I understand.
Mine's starting to go now too. I'm gonna have to open it up here right away.
Yeah, I'm surprised that nobody stepped up with more of that in the mod services. I've not really seen a lot of that, but I've heard a lot of people try the baking trick, and I don't know how thrilled I am with that idea.
like people who it's kind of similar thing where when you want to take the stock heatsink off of your either like, you know, the chipset on your motherboard or like your graphics card, it's almost like a Charleston chew. They say, oh, we'll put it in the freezer for a while, and then when you go to like take the heatsink off, like it'll snap right off. I'm like, I don't know about putting my really expensive thing in a freezer and then snapping a piece off of it.
Doesn't give you the warm tinglies inside?
No, it gives me a frosty, snappy feeling.
Well, I kind of wanted to, unless you guys have any other specific examples, I wanted to try to wrap up with looking at some of these big titles that have not gotten re-releases and are probably not likely to ever get re-releases. I mean, to me, I think we've proven pretty well that re-releases don't impact price in terms of when they're collectibles, right? I mean, do you guys feel pretty comfortable with that?
So you're saying like the genuinely obscure games, it's not going to affect those
right.
much,
Things
if
that
at
are
all.
truly collectible,
Right.
and not just player copies, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. There are probably one or two exceptions, of course, but yeah, I think that's for the most part pretty accurate.
Sure. So maybe it's a little overhyped. People are a little overly worried about it, maybe. But let's look at a few that didn't get re-releases and compare. So, I mean, the first one I picked up right off, just thinking it was Panzer Dragoon Saga, just because what's the odds that thing ever gets a re-release, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's... I had a couple other examples I was thinking of as well on a different Sega system. But yeah, this is definitely the first one that jumps out at you, or one of the first one that jumps out on the Saturn. That's, I mean, I just can't see Sega or, you know, a third party coming in and saying to Sega, this is what we want to do. Let's get this done. I just don't see, as much as that, you know, physical, the physical complete Panzer Dragoon goes for, I just can't see that happening.
Yeah, I think it was an odd architecture. It wasn't a popular system. It didn't sell a lot of copies. and it would be very difficult to port.
I mean, when that game came out, was it winning Game of the Year awards? I know there's people who like it, but I mean, was it blowing people away?
Yeah, it was. It got really fantastic reviews. The problem was the Saturn was practically dead at the time. I mean,
do you think it's more likely that we'll see a new game, or let's say like a different game or reimagining in the Panzer Dragoon universe, or is that equally unlikely?
Well, aren't they
we've
doing
got
that Crimson Dragon? Yeah.
Yeah, Crimson Dragon's coming out for Xbox One. So,
I mean, I'm talking about like along the lines of Saga.
oh no,
Probably
I think it was
not,
just
yeah.
a one-off.
Yeah.
It was a very bold, risky move, and I mean they did a fantastic job. It just it was probably just too late. But looking at the pricing, right? It's probably what most people would expect it to do, right? It's
Slow and
been
steady.
on a slow, steady incline, right?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing. I see a few really oddball dips, but I mean, if you even it all out, it's always kind of slowly growing for the most part.
Yeah.
So I mean, as you would expect, right? So let's look at another one. This one I would think is much more likely to get a re-release in the future, and that's Suikoden 2.
Now the first one is definitely on PSN digitally. Is the second one not?
Not to my knowledge, it has
Okay.
not been re-released.
Yeah, I would tend to think that, yeah, I mean, especially considering the first one has already been put out there. A lot of digital releases seem to have kind of been, like upcoming ones have been kind of put on the back burner with like some of the new, console stuff happening this year. But once all the new stuff rolls out, I think you'll see, after a few months of, launch, you'll start to see, some more stuff hit the digital space. And I'd be surprised if this one doesn't hit relatively soon.
Yeah, I just don't see much barrier for this coming out. I mean, Sony has been more than happy to trot their old titles back out and make money, and Konami has done the same.
Yeah. And it's not a series they've completely forgotten about. There was a few like DS games with the Suikoden name on them, even though I think most of them were like spin-offs.
Yeah, I think they've managed to really beat that series down into worthlessness, but there's some really stinkers in there. I mean, some of the earlier games were fantastic. It just really, some of them went the wrong direction. But I mean, you look at this one, and again, for the most part, even to maybe slight growth, price-wise, right?
It's surprisingly hasn't grown all that much, eh? It's kind of
Right.
stayed steady for the last few years.
Yeah, but the PlayStation market itself has seemed to just kind of not really take off yet, right? I mean, at least to me.
Yeah.
So it kind of follows the trend?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It does seem like a lot of people, kind of make that same the same argument, like especially when a game is released in Japan on, let's say, Sony's PSN in Japan, and then not released over here for 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years, and it's like when it's not a translation issue, when it's like, okay, like Xenogears was out on the Japanese PSN long before they released it over here. Everyone seems to kind of make that observation that's like, do they not like money? I mean, they own this thing. They just they pay like a guy just to write a blurb for it for the PSN, and then it's out there. It just seems odd that some of these things that they just have on a hard drive in the office, don't make it out to a marketplace as quickly as they should.
It is. It makes me wonder if the publishers themselves on the PlayStation side have to pay for housing and serving it, and they
Right.
think maybe it's just not profitable enough to be worth putting on the service,
Right. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm sure there's intricacies that we're not privy to, but it does make you wonder about some of those things.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know that there was a lot of complaints about PS3 for quite some time because they wouldn't get as many demos because their services were free, and
Right.
so nobody
So
wanted to pony up the money to do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's if you wanted to, I remember when this story broke for the first time, is that if you're a publisher or developer and you want to put a free demo for anyone to download on the PlayStation Network, you had to pay for the server space, the bandwidth. So putting that free demo out could cost you a couple $100,000. Which, it's advertising, it's getting your name and your game out there, but it was surprising to a lot of people when they found that out.
Yeah, because Xbox obviously is supported through subscriptions, which, PlayStation will be here soon too.
Yes.
So, I
Yeah.
mean, it's the way that it's going to be. Krabby's he'll still opt out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the only way I could play multiplayer when the urge struck. And I got a pony up for it.
Yeah,
well, you can just write it off as a business expense now.
No.
It's market research.
There we go.
Here's my real question, Krabby. Now that you'll have to have like a PSN account or something, with those free games that come out, are you going to try to find some magic way to block those downloads? Like, no!
Take them back.
I think you can turn automatic downloads off, right?
I don't know. I don't have a PS4.
Oh, well, sorry. Yeah, I mean, on PS3, you can, automatic downloads is an option. So, I would imagine it will be on the 4, but I guess we'll see.
I did not know that the downloads were automatic. I thought you would have had to go in and actually click something.
Once it's a PSN Plus feature, I think. So, if you, you can see the option as a non-Plus member, but I think it's got that little gold, D-pad next to it,
right.
You know that, you can't do it unless it's Plus. But if you turn on automatic downloads, and I'm not a member, so I couldn't say for sure, but I believe that's
I don't know either.
I believe that's what turns on, once new stuff is available, it'll automatically, pull it to your system.
Right.
So who knows? I would probably say this one definitely has the biggest chance of taking a hit with a digital re-release in the future. So, we'll see what happens, of course. Right. Can I pull up one other crazy little thing? Since we're talking PlayStation Plus, that makes me kind of scratch my head.
Go for it.
Do you notice that the symbol for PlayStation Plus, like Bill just said, is like a gold D-pad?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a cross-style D-pad.
It's just a plus sign.
Not a... Is it just a plus sign? I was thinking it was like a D-pad. Am I wrong? Because I was thinking that the PlayStation controllers don't have a standard D-pad.
Right. No, you know what it is? It is a... Yeah, I just said D-pad. It is a plus. It's got the 4, obviously the 4 Sony PlayStation buttons on it.
Okay.
You know when you look at the buttons on a DualShock, and they actually are kind of outlined in a plus, and then there's like a circle around them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's...
Okay. No,
yeah.
I thought in my head it was a D-pad, so I was right there with you.
It appears as a D-pad, but which is why I said that, but it's actually just a plus.
So on the new PS4 controller, is it a D-pad or is it still that standard whatever crazy thing PlayStation does?
I think it's a D-pad. The DualShock 4, I think it's a D-pad. The only observation I've made from just kind of looking at it, I haven't held one so far, it looks noticeably bigger than the DS3.
I would hope so. Anyway,
back
to topic.
I like the PlayStation D-pads.
Ugh.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, looking at a picture right now, it looks very similar in that it looks like 4 kind of buttons that depress to like the surface with like a little bit of an indent in the center to kind of let you know where your thumb is, as opposed to before the buttons just kind of had the same height throughout. So it doesn't look too different.
I mean, Microsoft has at least finally figured out the D-pad. So, I mean, when's PlayStation going to figure it out, right?
Yeah, I really would like for PlayStation to figure out asymmetric analog sticks.
No.
Yeah, yes. I don't like the positioning either. But anyway, let's go, because we're gonna get hate. The last one I'm gonna look at was Magic Knight Rayearth, because it's another one of those games that's probably has no chance of getting any kind of re-release. And I've got a cat that he agrees with me. Seems to think I'm on the right track.
Don't say it. It's gonna happen.
He's holding out.
Yeah, it's actually had a pretty nice little spike recently.
Yeah. Well, last game released on the system, low print run. It's working designs and excellent packaging, and has multiple variants. Right, I think with art. So
yeah, working
it's got a lot going for it.
Always has that going for it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of going for it for collectability, so it's not surprising. And so I mean, I think some of the things that we've seen is that with re-releases, maybe it hasn't taken huge hits for most things, but maybe it's tempered the prices where they've stayed about the same. Where if we look at some of these that are probably never going to get re-releases, they show a rise, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe there is some effect with re-releases in terms of keeping the price from climbing, but
not just dropping.
right, it doesn't kill the price in most cases either. So I think we've done some good science for the world here, guys. I'm sure a lot of people will probably disagree with us and tell us that GameStop is evil and reprints are horrible and the world is coming to an end. But I don't see it. I saw a little earlier. I did finally see a picture of that Metroid Prime Trilogy re-release.
Yeah.
Yep, and just a white case
Yeah,
reprint.
just looks like a regular old Wii game now.
Yeah. So no worries, right? You're not getting ripped off. You know what you're getting.
As long as that's the picture.
Wait, that's GameStop's not going to show you that, but
Oh, they're not going to show you the one that they know you're going to get. They're going to show you the one from 2-3 years ago that they know there's no chance of you getting.
right, pretty much.
And honestly, like looking at the this new like reprint, that's not a bad looking case
Oh, it's not bad.
at all. Like it's actually pretty nice looking.
Yeah, it's just not.
I wouldn't mind grabbing and I'm not a variant guy, but I'm more of like if the other package that's available is super cool, I'll grab a copy at a reasonable price because I think it's a cool package, not because I must have all variants. And this is one that I would look at and say, yeah, I would totally grab one if I could find a good price on this.
Is $85 a good price for you, Bill?
Oh no, not at all. We're talking like
That's
like
GameStop. That's
yeah,
what they're selling it for.
Oh no, I'm not talking retail. I'm talking 2 years from now at a garage sale.
10 or 15.
Right. Right.
$1.
So okay,
Shadow of
odd
the Colossus
speculation.
prices.
Is this reprint going to drive the price of that down into the dumpster? Or is this the, oh my gosh, it's so late in the cycle, weird variant that will be highly collectible in the future?
Yeah, I think this one will have its own collectability. I think people look at them as almost separate releases.
Well, I mean, it's got to be similar to like the Metroid yellow box, right?
Yeah.
So you look at the original NES release of Metroid and that Silver Adventure Series box, and then years later, early '90s, they got a re-release in the yellow box. And for a long time, I had this conception that like, oh, that's not the one you want to have. You want to have the original. But I mean, that yellow box, like this, on top of not the one that you come across as often, it's just cool. It's just really cool looking. So I think that this is probably going to have a similar thing. Is like I think people would come across this and think that this is probably the less like there's not a ton. I don't think there's a ton of people spending $85-$100 on this. So I almost feel like the people who buy this are going to be like the few who have it.
It'll be interesting to see. I'm not really ready to lay any bets on that one, but it definitely could go either way.
Yeah,
I think that's for
I
sure.
don't know if it'll hold its 85 value, but I'll definitely see it as like probably a $40-$50 game.
Yeah,
my guess.
I don't think it'll hold 80 either. I think you're right. I think it'll be like a 40. Eventually.
And you know what I just learned? I mean, this is a total side tangent, but you want to talk about late releases in the console life cycle and probably collectability. Did you know they're making like a FIFA for PS2 this year?
Wow.
They're still making PS2 games.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Yeah, if like FIFA 14 or whatever is getting a PlayStation 2 copy.
I did read that FIFA 14, I want to say this right. FIFA 14 that's coming out this year for the PS, either for the PS Vita or the PS, I think it's the PS Vita, is a reskinned FIFA 13.
Yeah.
So it's
too surprising.
No, and they've done this before. Like they'll release the previous year's iteration from the console on the mobile with just the number, the year number changed.
New roster.
So it's not, so it's not anything new. But I mean, normally like the console version sees some actual like software and gameplay updates. But I did read recently that the new version of FIFA, I want to say on Vita, is last year's PS3 FIFA 13.
Yeah. I just want to point that PS2 thing out just because we're talking late release and possible collectability. So,
Has there ever been a late release sports game that's been collectible? I know there's tons of late release games that are collectible, but
well, yeah,
any sports
I would
in
like
particular?
look on the NES, like Pro Sports Hockey,
Pro
right?
Sport. The last game released for the Dreamcast is a sports game, and it's not collectible at all.
And Pro Sport, like that's kind of an obscure one, but it doesn't have high value on it.
Not as high as some of the other ones, but
not nutty.
It's not Blades of Steel cheap.
No, but it doesn't really command the same that a lot of the other late release games have, even if they're more common to find.
Right. Like you're talking like compared to like a Flintstones or like a Samson.
Yeah, Samson, anything like that's like Samson, Power Blade 2, Bubble Bobble 2, Zombie Nation, like anything that was really late. They have these massive dollars attached to them now, but Pro Sports is still fairly low.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and some of it is the hype train, right? So I think, honestly, some of these games that go up price-wise are because, Angry Video Game Nerd or whatever did a video and
Bill
train
hasn't
hits.
blogged Pro Sports as best hockey game ever yet.
No, that's because I don't own it yet. Once I do, then I can let the price explode on it.
There you go. Well, good. Well, do you guys have anything else to add to this debate?
Well, when you asked, about a couple games that you have some collectability, some dollars attached to them right now that probably won't see a re-release.
Yeah.
One of my first thoughts was KO Flying Squadron.
Okay. Yeah. Probably pretty low chance of that one, right?
Yeah, I mean it's Sega people obviously know what it is, but for people who may not, it's hovers just over $200, and then every once in a while, like a super minty copy will sell for like $300 or $400, and then maybe it'll like a loose will go for like $130. So it kind of goes up and down between like $150 and $300, but it's one of those collectible pieces that I really don't. It's the same thing. Like I just really don't see any company latching onto this and saying, we can make some money if we release this game on PSN or whatever. So I think this is going to kind of just be relegated to the physical arena and see what the price does over time.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. So, I guess you never know, but certainly something you can probably feel a little more comfortable with anyway.
Yeah. And I don't think we're going to get a Snatcher re-release either.
That one maybe.
I mean, it's you gotta, with Snatcher you have a high profile, still very popular name attached to it in Kojima. I don't think you'd see a straight up re-release. You might see something in that universe. I don't know if you'll see like, okay, yeah, we're re-releasing like just like an up-resed version of the Sega CD game.
Well, there were different versions of it, right? Wasn't there a I want to say it was a PC Engine version? Gosh, I think Police Knots came out for that.
Yes.
I'm not sure about Snatcher.
I know about Police Knots. I don't know about Snatcher.
I'm still holding
But I think
out.
there's probably...
Still holding out?
I'm still holding out for the 3DO softcore porn compilation.
Some plumbers don't wear ties or whatever.
Exactly.
Oh, gosh. I watched one of those. I think it was Angry Video Game Nerd or something. I haven't watched all those, but I did see that one. It looks terrible. It looks so terrible. I remember seeing it on the shelf way back when.
You didn't buy it?
No. No, I didn't have a 3DO back then. Didn't want one. Oh, man. Those were all so bad. All those games, pretty much, I think. There's a few good 3DOs, but yeah. Probably also games that will never get released. 3DO games.
Yeah.
I highly doubt I'm going to be playing Immersionary on something at some point in time.
Lucian's Quest reprint from
Probably.
GameStop.
What do you think if you had to name one 3DO game that is the most likely to get a re-release?
I can tell you one that did. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Okay, you can't count that because you're not even a platform legally until a version of Street Fighter is on you. So
did the Gamecom have Street Fighter?
Of course it did. It had like a Hyper 2 Turbo Combo Breaker version. But I'm still holding out for the Ultra Deluxe Sewer Shark re-release.
Only you.
I always think of
I know.
Sewer Shark as Sega CD. It weirds me out that it's on the 3DO.
Digital
Yeah,
pictures,
it's-
man. Digital pictures.
Yeah.
It wouldn't shock me. Was there never a PC version?
No, not that I know of.
Did any of those digital picture games get PC releases?
Not that I know of.
That seems so strange that they seems like perfect for that, right?
Doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, because you have the CD-ROMs already established in that space. But I could do a little bit of research. I can't think of any off the top of my head that made it to PC.
You know, somewhere Tom Zito is sitting around and he just has archival footage of all this stuff just waiting, right?
You know what's a really hard thing to do is do a Google search for digital pictures PC and not just get generic results back for like transferring pictures to your computer.
Yeah, I would imagine it's pretty generic search.
It's like searching for the band Live. It's like, oh, why is your name so ubiquitous?
You gotta use those quotes in there, right, to get you narrow it down a little bit. Probably still not gonna help any.
Okay, so real quick, just so we can verify this right now, I'm on the good old wiki. Mega CD, 3DO, 32X, Macintosh.
Aha!
Night Trap made it to PC.
Oh, there you go.
So did Quarterback Attack with Mike Ditka.
Oh.
And Supreme Warrior made it to Macintosh, along with Double Switch and Corpse Killer. So just a couple.
So you could play Sewer Shark on the Mac?
No, I'm looking at like every platform they ever did. Sewer Shark was 3DO and Mega CD / Sega CD. And Slam City with Scottie Pippen made it to PC.
That's something to track down. There you go.
Actually, my copy of Slam City for 32X has the digital pictures rub-on tattoo, which I was really happy about. I just can't figure out like the perfect time to apply it.
No, I want you to get a real tattoo, the real digital pictures tattoo.
We should do that as like a donation level.
No, I won't do that.
I will get a digital pictures tattoo.
You could probably trick me into something else, but not.
Yeah,
digital
I was gonna say
pictures
something
tattoo.
else is a possibility, not digital pictures.
Maybe silent service cover
Yeah,
art or something like that. But
we should do a silent service tattoo where we put like all of our like hands together for a high five. It creates the box art.
that's disturbing. All right. Well, again, anything else to add, guys? I think we've definitely probably gone off on too far of a tangent to come back to this.
Do you want to go back to PS4 controller D-pad?
No. I think we're done for another day. I did get a request that we do a show on the upcoming console war.
A show on tangents.
No, it's every show. It's every show. Well, good. Well, what I do want to hear, though, is I want to hear all the rights and the wrongs. Tell us how bad we messed it up, and give us a million examples about what we missed and how the world is going to explode from reprints, and we're all going to just burn our collections to the ground.
As soon as we're done recording before this releases, I'm going to unload everything.
eBay, baby!
Yeah.
You are unloading about everything, though. Krabby's flooding the market in British Columbia.
Yeah. They're going to be worthless up here, except for silent service. The only thing that'll hold its value.
You're just going to hoard like 60 copies of that,
Yeah,
right?
you really should frame a sealed copy, put a $10,000 price tag on it, and just let it roll.
Just wait. Just see what happens. Just wait.
I don't want to sell it so cheap.
Yeah, right. Well, thanks, everybody, and we'll get on with the show. Well, thanks everybody for listening to another action-packed episode of the Collectorcast. We really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen. And as always, a couple different places that you can find us. So, Krabby, where can people find us?
Facebook, of course.
Yes, we are on Facebook. What else is on Facebook now, Krabby?
Me?
Game Quest!
Oh, there we go. That's kind of me.
Game Quest.
Yeah, that's kind of, I'll allow it.
Yeah, that's in there,
Yeah.
right? Where else, Bill?
Real quick, I have to tell you what a great job I think Krabby's doing already with his GameQuest Facebook account. He's already posting things that were traded in on his Facebook page, and I just couldn't be prouder.
One of these days he'll figure Twitter out.
Yeah. Oh, he'll get there.
10 years down the road.
And once he realizes that you can link your Twitter to your Facebook, so
That's
everything you
seriously
tweet
a thing?
shows up on your face. Yeah. So what you can do, you link your Twitter and your Facebook, and then when you tweet something, whether it be text, picture, whatever, it automatically duplicates and also puts it on your Facebook. So you can do one time for everything.
I need you guys to like sit me down and do the Twitter tutorial. I really don't understand it.
We could do that. We'll figure it out. But in the meantime, make sure you check us out at collectorcast.com.
Absolutely. If I make sure to re-up the domain.
And if that doesn't work,
We're always on YouTube.
There we go. See, you can also find us on YouTube. Very good. And I will throw out that we are also on the podcast Pickle. I'm going to take it.
Take the pickle.
I took
that's the first time you've taken the pickle.
And where else, Bill?
You can't forget iTunes.
That's right. You could try, but I wouldn't suggest it.
You can try, but then it'll sneak up on you and ask you if you want to review it, and then you have to do it.
Please, we'd appreciate that. Where else, Krabby? I can
The
think.
Stitcher Smart Radio.
Oh, he skipped right over to the Stitcher. That's cool. Stitcher Smart Radio. We are still there.
Did I miss a subtle nudge there? What was I supposed to get?
We were talking Facebook. What's the other social media? Where can people find us, Bill?
The can never be mentioned without Facebook is Twitter.
Absolutely, right? We're
Collectorcast. I thought we covered that.
Huh. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we mentioned it with the Facebook, but yeah, it's. And what's that one? Wasn't there one that Fleech had tweeted at us? He's like, "Hey, how come you guys aren't on this?"
Podcast Bean, I think was that.
Yeah,
was that one.
We don't need any more podcast vegetables. We got enough.
I've not found all of them yet, so there you go. And I will mention that you will notice if you're getting the feed off iTunes or off collectorcast.com that the older shows have started dropping off. That's just a function of how much money I have to pay for hosting. So if you really want the old episodes to come back, you can donate funds. If you still want to listen to the old shows, you won't be able to download the podcast, but you can still find them on YouTube. So just go to the YouTube channel. You can listen to all the past episodes. Hopefully at some point in time, we will also have another way you can go find and download those. We're working on that, but still in the works. So not quite yet. But again, always find the old episodes on YouTube. And then, of course, we're always at rfgeneration.com, right, guys?
Always.
Yeah, so drop in, post your scores, let us know how things are going. We appreciate it. And, boy, Bill, thank you very much for this, marathon. I think this show's going to be really long by the time I get done.
Yeah, it's been a little while. We've, through the magic of editing, it'll sound like it's all one sitting, but this has been a little while in the making.
Yeah, definitely. So thanks for your patience and time and effort.
And thank you guys for putting up with my show delays and stuff. And yeah, I'm part of the reason it's been so long.
That's all right. Well, thanks, Krabby. No, I appreciate you. Still, you're crazy. You're doing a shop. You got a job. You got a family. Still find out some time here for us to do the show.
I just, cut out that family time.
Screw those kids.
Well, you finished Skylanders, right?
Game never ends.
And thanks again to all of our listeners, and we'll catch you next time. All right, now I'm thinking of that music you were playing, and I got the tune in my head, but what's it from?
Nope, you're gonna have to guess it.
Okay, do it again.
It's an NES game. I can't think of what one.
No, it is not.
I'm not picking it up at all.
Brazil.
Wait.
Oh,
What is it?
he's playing Street Fighter 2.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Blanca stage, right?
Yep.
Gosh,
Brazil.
man. That announcer, I just love
USSR.
Japan. Yeah. Got round one. Fight.